welcome you into the Lima Major. Now we know where's the delay. Don't worry, we'll get you all up to speed with everything that's happening. And of course, we today get to witness some amazing Dota 2. I am joined here this morning by Jenkins, Sheep, and Purge. And the energy of the crowd that is also joining us is electric, isn't it, Jenkins?
That's right. Your camera shot was the only one that didn't have crowd in it, but obviously
Really?
you could. Yeah, there was nobody behind you in that one section of the bleachers. And the crazy thing is, like, this already looks like a lot of people. There's a lineup of 2,000 people out there. They're just like trying to check everybody's badges and everything to get them in. It is actually the biggest crowd that I've ever seen at a Dota event. It's insane.
Yeah, and the other side of the stage is actually the more popular side because that's where the players walk in from. Right, so naturally, it's over there. It's a mega clump.
But this will fill because there's enough people out there that it has to fill.
Yeah,
it has to fill, and it's sold out on like the finals weekend too. So no matter how many numbers we have here now, we have even more later. So yeah, there was also that the musical performance on the other side too, which was super
really
hype.
Good.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. We had a good.
Really good. It
was
really
good.
Here.
Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
I was dancing.
I had a great time. It is a 360 crowd. I think it's important to note that because yes, it's a 360 one, and the players are already on stage. They will be there for a little bit longer, obviously also to play, but it will be a little while before we get started into the game. So that gives us plenty of time to talk you through how they got there and how we got here, because of course this is the Lima Major. This is the penultimate of Tour 1 of the DPC, and earlier we had a fantastic group stage. We had 5 days filled with Dota 2, and I'm sure you watched games here and there. I don't think anybody could have watched everything. So we're here to keep you up to date. We love to have it colored in because it was a quite brutal group stage, Sheep, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. There were so many close games. Obviously, like the only standout is Liquid, who dominated pretty much everyone, you know. But otherwise, you have lots of 11s, lots of 10s, lots of teams that looked bad on the first few days and then came back, like Hellraisers. So overall, it was just a very even and competitive group stage.
It really was, and there were some crucial tiebreakers at the end. We somehow avoided them in Group A, even though it was like super likely. But Group B, we had the Hellraisers versus Geek Slate that ended in a tiebreaker. Astra Beast Coast played one as well to determine upper bracket, lower bracket. But there were some disappointments for sure. We lost TSM, unfortunately, in the group stage. That was a team that we thought would do better. But on the same vein, there's been some overperformances by some other teams, some slight underperformances by other. Tundra almost didn't make it. That was very, very close. They almost got eliminated in groups. But as a whole, really good group stage.
Yeah, Execration as well. They tied pretty much everybody and ended up getting relegated, which is a double-edged sword. You know, it's nice because they know that they're good, but it's unfortunate they're going home.
Yeah, and all those group stage results will lead into this. It's the double elimination bracket that will be played out over the next 6 days, with of course grand finals coming to you coming Sunday. Today we actually have 4 series, and the losers of that will drop to that lower bracket where the teams are already waiting for them. But this is what they all play for, to be able to have that chance in that upper bracket, and then, better yet, win that first series. Because right now, even the teams that are in upper bracket, they are not guaranteed anything yet. Let's take a look at the prize pool to see what they're all playing for, because there's money on the line, which is of course very important. Only top 8 gets money, but I mean, okay, I'm saying it like there's a lot of money on the line, but I think DPC points, Purge.
That's what matters, yeah.
That's what matters.
If you do well in your DPC region, you get DPC points just to even be here. So everybody's getting some points when they come home. But if you go farther, it's going to better solidify your chances of making it to TI. The first major gives less points than the subsequent ones by a little bit. But still, there's so many close calls when it comes down to TI.
Last
year, it was like half a point for a couple teams that lost in the slots.
Some rounding issues.
Yes, it is so important to get as many points as possible here. So getting top 8 it's a very possible thing, especially for those teams in the upper brackets. Much closer to getting that.
Yeah, it's incredibly important, and that one point actually, you reminded me. I forgot about that almost, but that just goes to show that these matches, they are everything. These teams need these points, and we're gonna see who picks on the lion's share, of course, towards the end of the week. Now, I did say we have got 4 series coming your way today, and all 4 of those are in that upper bracket. We are gonna end the day with the team that I think most people have as their favorite, especially after the group stages, Team Liquid versus Talon. We're going to have Shopify versus Team Spirit. Sheep, which one stands out to you, though?
Of the whole day?
Yes.
Definitely, well, Entity vs. Evil Geniuses I'm looking forward to watching.
Yeah.
Obviously just because it's going to be the first game with the South American team in this arena, so the energy is going to be absolutely insane. Can't wait to hear the crowd on that one. Definitely interested to know after the match is played if we ever, if we get interviews, like how it ended up actually affecting them, because so far it's just been like, oh, do you think you'll do well? Like, yeah, we'll do well. It's like, but you don't know until you're playing in the booth. So
yeah.
I think it'll be a fun match. Like EG will run an Entity. Can Entity deal with that? It's going to be hype.
It's going to be incredibly hype. And which one stands out to you, Purge?
I mean, yeah, the crowd noise stuff is what I'm very, very excited for personally. And we're kind of in this like large tent-like arena, so the sounds are everywhere.
Yes.
So like no matter where you are at this tournament, you are going to hear the crowd roars, which is the best part about being on LAN. So that's got to be the big thing for me. But there's still so many good matches. Is Shopify Rebellion going to keep looking really good? Is Team Spirit going to be the same? All of these matches are so good today, so you guys got to stay for them.
Yeah, I gotta say here for sure, our first matchup is gonna be between Team Aster and Gaming Gladiators. Both teams, of course, came second into their DPC regions, and they came here via different paths because I believe, Jenkins, Gaming Gladiators chose their opponent.
They did indeed choose their opponent, and I feel like they chose the team that had to do a tiebreaker. What does it mean if they, let's see, if they lose, they go against Tundra Esports, the TI winner, so it's looking rough for whoever loses that series as well.
Yep.
But Gaming Gladiators and Aster, I feel like they have pretty different play styles. Quinn has kind of been the carry for Gaming Gladiators, whereas Aster, they've spoken about Monet being their big, beefy boy, and I'm interested to see what style of this meta actually reigns supreme here.
Well, with that in mind, let's talk about that, because Group Stages gave us quite a large group of information of the games they've played. Both teams have played a lot of games. We learned a lot about their playstyles. We're focusing first on Gaming Gladiators. Sheep, if you were to describe their playstyle to someone who might have missed their games in the group stages, how would you describe that?
Oh, that's hard. I mean, Jenkins sort of summed it up by saying that they play around Quinn.
Yeah.
I think Quinn has opened up their style to be a lot more flexible than what it used to be. I think it was Duraccio that spoke of how when they had Boom on the team, they had to come mid a lot more and really focus on helping him play. But now they know that their mid will always go 50-50 or win, because they trust Quinn so much, and he is insane. So it means that they can focus more on their side lanes, or they can come mid. I think you can tell that everyone is a lot more comfortable. They have a very strong support duo, and when they're given that space to make moves where they want to make moves, I think this team just looks insanely good. And Ace has been awesome from the offlane for sure as well.
The only other really specific thing about them is that their support duo has a pretty limited hero pool, which isn't a huge deal because like the heroes of the meta are Tree and Undying, both heroes that they're really comfortable with.
Celery has played Tree and Undying in every single game. When we saw the walk-ons and I saw him like looking, you know, he's got this kind of dead inside look all the time. It's just how he looks, you know. He's a very happy guy, but he looks like the face of a guy that's been playing Tree and Undying every single game, just supporting his carry.
I mean, they'd also love to get their hands on the IO, but I feel like that's been banned all the time as well.
Yeah.
So it's it's definitely interesting support duo to keep in mind and to keep our eyes on. And if we ask ourselves the same question for Aster, how would you describe their playstyle? Because indeed, Jake, as you said, they focus a little bit more on Monet.
They do, yeah. And so to allow that, they've been picking XXS a lot of like summons heroes. So they kind of do this like map thing where they're just trying to like take over an area and like cause chaos so like Monet can get to his item timings. And the like flip side of that is the Gaming Gladiators, they're picking Ace like a lot of stunners, right?
Yeah.
And I think the reason for that is the mid lane. Like Quinn's mid lane heroes have been, he's been like 3 heroes. Puck, Bat, and Leshrac. Like those are the 3 heroes, right? So he's running around, he's like causing chaos. And the opposite of that is like the offlaner being the guy that's doing that. So I guess we'll see like what is better, having your mid as the carry guy or having the carry as the actual carry guy.
Yeah, for sure. And the mid is on both teams. Player that got swapped out after TI, or at least a fresh face. I think some people might remember the runs that Aster had. Of course, top 4 at TI is definitely amazing. Gaming Gladiators, 9-12, not as good, but they also swap things around. The question is is it a solid improvement? Shape? Or
can I take
Yeah,
this?
go
I
for it.
think it's a great improvement for both teams. I think XWY has really been showing up. It's the guy right in the middle of the screen there. He's been playing really solid. He gives great interview answers, which is also very very nice
and
to have.
he's the new guy, so he's got to do that.
That's true.
He's
that's
earning
true.
his place.
So he's showing up. He's playing with these like legendary players that have been playing for a very long time. He's doing well. Quinn is a perfect fit. I think he's a huge upgrade over Boom. So I think both teams are coming in with really capable rosters.
I have a stat, an interesting stat. These teams have never played each other. Never.
Ever. Did they
Never.
dodge at the? Did they dodge at TI?
They've been dodging each other, and the only time that Aster has faced any of these players, at least recently, was Quincy Crew in the lower bracket round 1 of the hell was it? Something.
Of a tournament.
Of a tournament.
So they played
I
against
lost
Quinn.
it in my notes.
They played against Quinn 1.
They played against just Quinn.
Okay.
I think it was TI. I think it was TI. TI 10. It was TI 10. Yeah. It was Quincy Crew.
Okay.
And Quincy Crew eliminated them, by the way.
Well,
so they've got beef. They've got beef. It was just Monet, XXS, and Baboka at that time.
Gotcha.
But they've got beef with Quinn.
Yeah, but maybe they can get some revenge here on stage. We are very soon ready to head into a draft, so I would like to ask it. If we have a clear favorite, of course, in group stages alone, we saw Gaming do very well. They came top of their group. Aster has said they had to play tiebreakers to even be in the upper bracket. But I feel like being on a stage like this, everything changes. Spurs, what do you reckon?
It does, but both squads have quite a lot of experience at this point. I mean, maybe Gaming Gladiators is a newer team to make it to majors consistently, but they've had enough now where I feel like they're both on equal footing. Neither of them is likely to have a fan base. I guess Quinn is more appreciated and has memes here, so he's got meme power, so maybe they're more likely to just cheer for him, but I don't really see the crowd going either way, so I just think it'll be about even.
I will say that we had earlier, there were some on the broadcast that is here live in the arena, we had some shots on all the players separately. Quinn on camera, big fan favorite. Like that was definitely louder. Everybody cheered for everyone, which was very nice, but Quinn definitely got the loudest cheer.
It's from the streams, man. It's the US East pubs.
Yeah. They see him in his games, right?
They do.
The streamers, they watch
straight down mid, right?
Well, sometimes, you know.
Yeah, North America, South America, definitely related in the player base there for sure. And Jenkins Sheep, do you have preferences as to who's going to take game number 1 here? Or the series, if you will.
It's you take the bias from the groups and you want to say Game-In. I do like Game-In. I think their game plan is going to be a lot easier, and I think they're more flexible. Like you'll see Doraccio sometimes play carries like the Lina, the Troll, and the Naga, but he can also play way more sacrificial. He'll talk about sometimes Ace is playing this Nature's Prophet, Quinn's playing his Leshrac. There's no room for me to farm, and he's willing to take that hit and go like put himself out and take the hard farm. He'll feed a bit, but he's fine doing that because he knows he can rely on his cores. Whereas Aster is so focused on Monet as their win condition, as their key player, as their coach has said in this season, that if they are able to shut down that condition, then really I'm not sure who picks up the pieces. I think they're all still good, but I think their game plan is a lot more easier.
I have an argument on the flip side, actually.
Oh, go ahead.
Because I was looking at a lot of Game-In's drafts, and I noticed that so Quinn obviously is playing on a pretty small hero pool in this tournament because he's getting these heroes, right? And he's not getting these heroes in the first phase. They're second phasing his Bat Riders, his Leshracs, his Pucks, and he's popping off, and they're really relying on him to carry the game, just like Aster is relying on Monet to carry the game. What happens if they start banning out Quinn? You know, like that's a question that I have. Where they're obviously going to identify this in the drafting coming from Gaming Gladiators. It's something they could punish.
I mean, I see that, but I feel like both of the two teams kind of have like slightly different hero pools. So it's like it's maybe going to be less about countering their strats versus like just playing with your own comfort. Like both teams, you know that Gladiators are going to get like either Tree or Undyne for Celery. That's going to happen for sure. Aster's been consistently picking Phoenix, and it seems like Gaming Gladiators, I don't think has even played the hero yet. So I just feel like both teams are just going to get their own strat and just going to try to beat the other person with what they have.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a good thing to do in game 1. It is upper bracket. That's where you stick to your guns as well.
Yeah.
Big difference from group stage compared to here, of course. This is the time where teams have had the chance to properly sit down and go over what they learned from the group stage, the daybreak, and who knows what they're going to come up with. Everything might have changed in the day that we didn't watch any game, right? We have to see what's going to happen. One thing that I still wanted to touch upon before we head into this game, we have, on one hand, the most the most close Bobby situation, in the words of Jenkins, on the side of Aster, with XXS and Baboka playing together for 7.5 years. Baboka actually has never been in a team without XSS. XSS was like in one team before that or so. I find that amazing. I think that is, I mean, it's unparalleled and probably will go unparalleled for a long time to come. Purge. That's insane, isn't it? 7.5.
I knew they played a long time, but when you said the years, I'm like, holy crap!
It's not even close. Second place is not even close to them. It's insane.
That's wild, but it makes sense, right? They're both very storied players. They've both been really good for very long. There's periods of time where maybe not XXS has ever been regarded as the best offlaner, but Baboka definitely has been regarded as the best for a long time. So makes sense that they'd stick together if they get along. Their teams are still having success. Yeah, hopefully they keep going.
XXX definitely has been regarded as the best player on like certain meta heroes at a given point.
Legion Commander.
I was thinking Broodmother. I watched him to see like his Broodmother micro at some point. He's like, man, this guy's he's crazy. Spiders everywhere. Before there was like the hotkey for it. He just box selects all of them. He's just super quick. He's like a StarCraft player. It's insane. I couldn't believe it. I didn't learn a thing.
It's a good thing, good talent to have for this tournament since Brood is the hero.
Well, I don't think it's gonna get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, every team that has second pick bans at first phase. Every single team does this, right?
You don't give XXS Broodmother, especially because they've been picking all sorts of other summons heroes in the off lane, even aside from the Broodmother.
That's very true. Just to counter the, you got the long-term best friendship Bobby situation ever with XSS and Baboka. I do want to then also say, maybe other duos haven't been together for that long, but the start of it is there because Ace and Tofu, they literally wanted to continue laning together. It's how they got on Team Tickles with the two of them like over a year ago, because Ace used to be carry, Tofu was a 5, and they're like, okay, we want to continue laning together, and they're like, all right, 3 and 4 it is. They stuck together, Sheep.
It's honestly weird to look at the different dynamics between all these different things. Like, for example, if you look at Saberlight leaving his team, right? He was like, oh, I felt like I could learn more by moving to Shopify.
Yeah.
So when you move teams around and you start to play with new people, you learn a lot from the other experiences. And then you get to your XSS Baboka, they must not be learning anything, from each other anymore. But they still learn
They've
together.
got other teammates.
Yeah. But and then you have these guys on Gaming in like the middle spot where they're pretty comfortable and happy playing together. I don't know if they're on that like honeymoon anymore, but I think you're in a good spot if you are making it work and able to work through any problems, because you see a lot of teams in like your East, for example, fall apart. Yeah. So it's always a good sign for me if people are like happy.
I feel like Quinn needed the like Gaming Gladiators treatment the most. Like when we're talking about like learning from other players, like Saberlight going to Shopify, to me, is the same as Quinn going to Gaming. Even though, like, I know that's not why he went there. Like, he went there because it's obviously a great opportunity for him. He wasn't thinking about that, but I think if he did eventually come back to the NA region, like, this guy's going to be just a beast of a player. We'll see if he can break the Quinn curse on the main stage, because there has been issues of, potential choking happening, and for a team that has been heavily relying on him to every game, he's like 17-2, owning Batrider, Puck, doing this crazy shit. We'll see if that hurts them.
We'll see.
I feel like he's just played so many games at this point that it just doesn't phase him. Like, he's been to so many tournaments now. This is the best team he's ever been on, I think is safe to say. Even not that he hasn't had decent results in the past, but he's never really hit his true potential, and I feel like this is the team that can do it.
It is.
I hope so.
And one of the factors that comes into play when you're saying like, can he continue basically be the force that he was in the group stages? It comes down to coaching, I think. I want to talk a little bit about coach, because both teams didn't just change their mid player. They also changed coach. Aster no longer has Lanham. They have ROTK, which of course, I mean, it's a veteran. It's a goated coach. So ROTK on one side, and then the other side, we got Gaming Gladiators coming in with a coach that before this event, before this season, before this tour, CY, not a lot of people would have heard about him. He played in a lot of Tier 2. Had a little bit of a break, came back, apparently a friend of Ace and
I think the most interesting thing that Dyrachio talked about in that long interview actually was that the coaching style is a little different. The previous coach was more like, here's the whole draft.
Yeah.
I'm going to make most of the decisions, then you guys play it. The way that they described it with CY doing is that the individual players get to make more decisions, which fits in really well with the whole choosing to protect Quinn if he needs it thing. Quinn can ask for runes, but it's not always needed. So it just gives way more flexibility to the team, and that's going to mean that flexibility is what wins you games sometimes, because then you let the players who know the game insanely well feel what they feel and use that to get victory. So I think this coaching style could really help with them.
It also helps that the runes always spawn on the side that Quinn is at. That Ice Frog actually put that directly in the game, so that helps out.
That's a big buff. I didn't know there was a patch. I heard that people wanted a patch.
That's been in the patch for a long time.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's good, of course. You need to enable Quinn. And I think he is thriving well with this coach as well. I talked to him yesterday about it, and he said that he really likes this because he doesn't need a personal coach. He feels like he's, engaged enough with the team and stuff, and has like his own ideas and strengths, and like he's already really good mechanically. Like he doesn't really need help with that. So this coach being more collaborative with the whole team and bringing everyone else like together and making the vibes really good, helping
like structure their lives in that way where they can be like positive and productive. He was limiting them on their drinks. He's like, okay, guys, 1 drink. We got to get that good deep REM sleep tonight so that we can strengthen those neural pathways. I kid you not. I was bonding with this guy about like sleep stuff.
Yeah, you've been talking about it for like months, and everyone's like, yeah.
And he came and he's like, oh yeah, that deep REM sleep. And I'm like, holy shit, he knows what REM sleep is. My boy.
He talks about REM sleep all the time. I'm sick of it.
And he still drinks like 8 energy drinks. Oh, I'm sorry, 4.
I've cut it back. But he's limiting them. He's like, okay, guys, we're not going to go full Jenkins. We'll go half.
That is actually very valuable because when you live that degen lifestyle to get as good as you need to at Dota to become a pro, you legitimately do have to put your life aside a bit. I think that's personally why young players tend to seem better than older players, because as you get older, you start balancing your life better, and then you have less time to mega grind. So like if you have a guy to come in and give you the easy mode, like schedule your life for you and tell you what you need to do to like really min-max your out-of-game stuff, that's certainly just going to translate to in-game performance as well.
Well, it has paid off tremendously for Gaming Gladiators. They are, of course, on top of their group. They did very well in the Western Europe DPC as well. I want to focus a little bit more on Aster because, yes, they are in upper bracket. They did have to play tiebreakers. And I feel like Aster is doing very well for the region. They are the only team from the Chinese region coming into the upper bracket. So I feel like they should have done better, though. I kind of like Aster is supposed to be. They are supposed to have broken the curse, Sheep, because they used to have a curse, and they're like TI 4th. They broke it, yay, let's go. And then here they are. Yeah. I mean, still upper bracket, but not as good as they should be.
Yeah, it's crazy because they do get those high placements, but they don't cinch the victory. And they have spoken on that a little bit. They said that they were lacking energy during Arlington, so they weren't really able to carry any sort of momentum through to reach the end. And then during TI 11, they felt that they had real issues with being passive and non-aggressive. You look at their games this tournament, and I think that while they try and make moves, it seems like after a certain point they're running out of like ideas, and then everything sort of becomes very passive while they wait for Monet to carry the game for them. That's where I've felt that they've looked the weakest.
But they have good potential. I mean, they underperformed slightly in the group stage from what I expected, but they're still very good players. They clinched it. They're in the upper bracket. I could definitely see them make a turnaround here. Definitely possible.
I mean, they did just break the curse. Like, they are the premier Chinese team now, honestly, like over LGD. I really feel like after TI and the previous majors, but like this is like a new thing. And also, after TI especially, like we saw two last chance qualifier teams end up getting second and third, and Puppy said it at TI. You don't want to just win. You don't want to win out. You also don't want to lose out, because if you lose out, you lose your confidence. If you just win, you're like too confident. You're egotistical. You don't have like replays to watch where like, okay, we can actually improve on these things. So I don't know. I feel like Aster, because of how well they did last year, and they have got a lot of games under their belt, and they've got a lot of stuff that they can learn from those games. I'm actually fairly confident that this is going to be a very close matchup, closer than people think, given how Gaiman performed in the group stage.
Would I have time to go back to the coaches a little bit? Because I think that probably affects them too.
I think so. We are waiting for the go signal on the draft. We are very close. At some point, I'm going to get a 30-second countdown, and then I need you to wrap it up. But I haven't gotten that yet, so feel free.
Love that. So obviously they switched from Lanham to ROTK. And they are quite different in terms of coaching style. Monet said that Lanham was very detail-oriented in-game, whereas ROTK looks more at the bigger picture in the laning stage. On top of that, when we spoke to ROTK, he said that his goal was to bring 6 players together through daily life practice and understanding, and that he wanted to make sure that him and XWY were fitting into the previous player's playstyle. So it's less of like, I have ideas and I want you to ascribe to it. It's more like, we want to get used to you. So there might be just an issue of time here where they need to be able to fit themselves in better And I know that Monet said that he was, I think it was, yeah, he said he was trying to get used to the new lineup because Lanham was the leader before outside of the game.
Yeah.
So going from that leader to a new one or not having that, I'm not sure the dynamic now.
That's what I'm thinking. It's like, I feel like what's going to have to happen is one of the players in game is going to have to take that leadership, which it could happen in a group stage or it could happen in an entire tournament. Yeah. Obviously for, you know, for their sake and their fans, we're hoping that it's in the group stage. They figured it out, but it does take a while to integrate a player. And maybe even they try that and they're like, okay, this is not working. Let's like play to XWY, let's change a little bit. But that's also something that can take an entire tournament, maybe even like a couple of seasons to figure out.
Yeah, it could for sure. On the upside for them, I hope it doesn't take seasons. I hope it takes tours, because this is, of course, the pinnacle of Tour 1. So, you know, the first major of the season, they still have that time to adjust, and they just want to get as much hours as possible playing, especially in front of this crowd, and get that experience and indeed evolve on the back of it. We're going to have to wait and see if they actually can do that, because we're not ready yet for the draft, and they are still coming in as, I would say, the Game Gladiators coming in as a favorite here, but there are also signals that Aster could do very well. A lot of people have said before the tournament started, Group A, not as strong as Group B, which would mean that Aster has faced stronger opponents. Of course, they have learned from Liquid. If you take Liquid as like, you know, the team to beat, then Aster has more on-hands experience. Do we think that that's going to have an impact?
I mean, generally yes, but I'm just so sure that they're screaming teams from the opposite group as well. Like that's something, especially on the day off, it's like your last chance to like pack some strategies in or try some weird stuff out, and certainly there's going to be some crossover there if you can get that. So I don't know if the Group A versus B talk is super founded, but with that said, by the end of the tournament, that sometimes happens. It's like all the top 6 teams are from one group, or the top 4 teams or whatever. I mean, look at TI. It's like, oh, wild card teams just crushed, went from wild card, smashed, broke faces, got to the finals.
Now, also at TI, there was something that was very obvious at some point, that the Western European teams were only knocking out each other, as in all the Western European teams were only knocked out by other Western European teams, and that made, I believe, XXS Jenkins be very, you told me this, you don't have to give me the face.
What did I tell you?
He went to study what the Western Europeans are doing.
Okay, yeah, so he said in an interview that he basically was studying the best European teams, and he listed off some of them, and the only one that he didn't list off was Gaming Gladiators, which is really funny. Oh, there he is. What a legend. The crowd goes wild. But, you know, I assume he meant all of them, and he just listed, you know, some of them. But, yeah, I think it's pretty widely believed among the players that Western Europe is kind of like, they've, like, leapt ahead in terms of who's really good at Dota. I mean, depending on, like, the year, it's a different region, and I feel like, you know, you could even argue at like different times, like maybe SA is like the second best recently, but it's pretty much been Western EU dominance for like the last couple of years. And yeah, he said that he's paying attention to that, and we'll see if that comes back to bite him.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. I mean, let's see. There was for the Western European teams in Group A, Tundra wasn't doing too hot, and then you got Liquid obviously doing very well, and then the other team in Group B was. Why am I blanking on this?
I'm blanking too. It's the heat.
Wait, sorry.
It's getting to me.
The other team in Group B.
We're talking about Europe.
Shopify.
Entity.
Oh, the other Western European team.
Entity was amazing.
And Entity also came second in their group, so
yes,
we know that they have had a great showing in the group stage as well, with only Tundra of the 4 Western European teams here falling short a little bit, but that does mean that Aster, they have also played against Entity, so they had 2 good Western European teams to practice against, while Game Gladiators, you know, they only had Tundra.
It is true that it's like
Does it sound mean?
Only.
It's a question of like
only a TI win.
They're like gonna be in their comfort zone for like the next few matches. Like if they continue onward, or well, they're upper bracket, so even if they don't, even if they lose one, they'll be in their comfort zone. Is that a good thing? Like how much have things changed throughout the group stage in this major? Like I feel like not that much in terms of the meta that was like DPC Div 2, which was copying DPC Div 1. I feel like there's not been that much that has changed.
Are you saying that all these teams are taking strategies from Fart Studios?
That's exactly right. Shout out to Fart SJ, drafter and captain of Fart Studios.
How long did it take us to get to that one, huh? Not long.
I was
longer
hoping
than
it would
I
never
thought.
come,
Yeah.
but that's okay.
That was not bad.
All right, I wanna talk about some of those meta changes that you guys mentioned, because we I feel like we have seen changes over the last 5 days, or over the last 6 days, I guess, during the group stages. We, of course, started in, it's the Lima major. Everybody's like, the Lina major instead. Lina's so good. And we did see a lot of Linas. We sort of ignored here or there. But I kind of feel like...
Unsuccessfully, I will say.
Yeah,
that's not
that's
true.
fair.
Liquid is the one team that's factually not scared of Lina. They
Yes.
like don't often ban it. So there are, and considering they're the top team, that's I think a good indication for the future. But it also could just be that they are so good. But it's banned often
Yeah.
Okay.
in first phase.
I was going to say, we've also seen teams try to copy what Liquid has done, like exactly Liquid draft against Lina, and it doesn't work. It's like, it's one of those things that like requires so much coordination.
It's almost like you have to practice things.
You do have to.
Yeah,
practice
maybe the
things.
one day
I mean,
has,
made a difference. Who knows?
has made a difference.
The biggest change from the start to now, though, is probably Undyne swelling to like first pick material consistently.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
That hero came a little bit under the radar. Everybody knew Tree was coming. Tree's still very good, but Undyne is now being picked more, I believe, and has a similar-ish solid win rate considering the pick amount. So that's a hero we're definitely going to see on the Gaming Gladiator side. If they don't get Tree, I don't know which one they necessarily like more between the two, but they're very similar archetypes.
I will say that for me, the hero that popped up that I wasn't necessarily expecting it was the Bat Rider. We've seen it be very strong so far in the group stages. Why did Bat Rider? Did it come out of nowhere? Am I the only one that thought it was
You're
kind of
high?
I'm high?
I mean, I knew it was
I mean,
going
it
to be...
was there,
I
but
saw
it
it
wasn't
banned-
like
Yeah,
there.
I saw it banned a lot in second phase, but not often picked first phase. And
That's-
now
yes,
it's like
That's
a
what
first
that's
phase.
what I was gonna say. That's what came out of nowhere. Is that nobody thought this hero was first phaseable.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Wait,
surely
that's
they
not
just.
true at all.
It's definitely true. Are
How
you
is
kidding
that
me?
true?
It's
Like-
always second phase. Okay, people would
Okay.
first phase it on 8th pick. Is what
Yeah,
what you're
yeah,
gonna say?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
of course they would 8th pick it because they can protect it.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'm
with
saying
people
their team's
wondering,
overall first
eighth
picking.
Oh,
pick
like
is
five?
actually second pick.
Okay, yeah.
Who's five
the-
picking
yeah,
it?
four.
As in they
Yeah.
pick the Bat Rider when there are no picks left in the first phase, and then they have 3 bans for it.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
people believed that all you needed was to ban like Queen of Pain, Pango, Puck, maybe like you needed bans for it. But now people are like, go ahead, pick Queen of Pain. It's a shit hero.
Yeah,
pick
yeah,
Puck,
yeah.
pick Pango. We still have a Bat Rider. Like, deal with it.
I don't think Queen is that bad. I've heard good things about Queen. Like, I know Queen overall is a bad hero, but like we've seen people flexing the Queen of Pain to the safe lane, you know, to catch off the, like there's been Bat Rider teams that pick the hero, get Queen of Pain, they're like, okay, I'm gonna put Bat Rider in the off lane, haha, got you, and then they just put Queen of Pain safe lane, and then it owns the bat.
Well, but then Bat farms Ancients and,
then-
then gets huge.
And
Guys,
the
the
Queen,
Queen
loses a
wins
lot.
these games.
I love the hero
Don't-
talk, but
don't
let's
tell
be real.
I want to fight.
We have a dedicated panel for hero talk, so let's head over to them.
One and all, here to the draft panel. We are about to get into it. Game number 1 between Team Asta and Gaming Gladiators. This is a upper bracket matchup to determine who gets to proceed in the upper bracket and who drops down to the lower. My name is Snam, joined by Fear and Estini. And Fear, this is a very intriguing matchup. For me, one of the interesting things about this matchup is that right now, Team Asta, there's only 2 other teams in the tournament that have a wider hero pool than them. Erstwhile, for the side of Gaming Gladiators, only 2 other teams have a shallower hero pool than them. Talk to me about this kind of matchup when one team has a very vast hero pool and the other one has a much more shallow one.
I mean, it comes down to specialization at that point, right? So, like, if you are good at your heroes and you can just play a couple, you can make it go a long way. But then you have teams that have, like, a very vast hero pool that can play many different things. That's scary to play against as well. And, like, some of the heroes that I did want to talk about that are very scary to play against Asters is their Enchantress. They first picked the Enigma. This Enchantress, this Phoenix, has been like the crutch of like most all their lineup so far. They haven't lost with Inch yet, we'll see if they do want to pick it up here. They don't like always first pick it, but this is a hero we definitely have to look out for.
We certainly do, Astini. And one of the things that Gaming Gladiators has learned, I think, from Team Liquid as well, whenever Team Liquid has second pick, they always open up with Nature's Prophet +1. And this Nature's Prophet hero has looked terrifying at the tournament so far. So what do you make of the opener from Gaming Gladiators? Where do you think they're going to go with the draft at this point in time?
It looks really good because the Prophet's a hero that they can play on the offlane and is a carry. So it keeps the draft open. They get to see more heroes from Aster and decide if they want to counter the core-to-core matchups or counter lanes. It's a hero that they started playing on the European DPC when no teams were playing, so they definitely mastered the hero. But it was very unlikely that teams let them play this hero, so really looking forward to what they can show as Aster picks up Phoenix that Fear mentioned about. A lot of team fight from Aster's side.
Yeah, I mean, they love this Phoenix, and I think what's really scary is that Pichu and Baboka, they kind of like a shared hero pool. So when you see this Phoenix, you don't really know where it's going. It could be their 4, it could be their 5, but one thing is for sure, they do like this hero a lot. They like having like this overwhelming team fight. They got Black Hole and Egg. That is incredibly scary to like team fight into. But I did like the ban from Aster here. You were a little worried about Io getting through the pool. But they love playing that Io with the Leshrac. So they actually first phased the Leshrac and got it out of the pool there. And yeah, just to do a quick touch-up on Treant as well, I guess that's the response to like Enigma, right? They're going to stop the Black Hole with the overgrowth and just a generally powerful meta hero now, getting all the trees on their side with NP and Treant.
It's also strong laner. They've always choose a strong laner, either Undying or Treant. I personally like Undying a bit more than Treant, especially because Enigma can kick you out of the lane, and you want to keep your lane when you're Treant, right? You want to save the tower, you want to sit there on the dead lane, you get this farm on a position 5 hero, and then you kind of have 4 cores because you're farming all the sides of the map, but Enigma can kick off this hero out of his tower. So pretty decent still, a lot of team fight.
I like that Team Master is banning some of the more effective heroes that we've seen Gaming Gladiators use. The Ember for Quinn is not going to be available in this matchup. He's played that hero a lot, very successfully, as well as the Sniper being gone. Dirajo's played this a couple of times in the safe lane, but the main thing is that whenever you have this Treant Protective here, it does enable these sort of squishier range heroes to be played in the safe lane. Right. Looking at that, it feels like Team Astor is expecting that this Nature's Prophet is going off lane rather than the safe lane, given the ban of the Sniper.
It's just leaving the possibilities open, right? Because like playing even Sniper as Enigma is very difficult. Natural Egg hitter as well. So like it's just one of those heroes that just looks like a nuisance for them to play against. So like, I mean, Ace will play this in the off lane, but they can also play in the safe lane if they wanted to. That's like the beauty of Nature's Prophet here, especially on second pick. They can save this all the way into the last pick, right?
Yep. Puck gone, Batrider gone. So what's left in the mid lane here? We still have the Pangolier that we've been seeing coming up every now and then. On the side of Team Aster, XWI has played Tiny, Tusk, and Void Spirits. Tiny has gone away. Hey, can't really play Puck in this game. Are there any kind of Spirit heroes that you see still being available here, Stini? Or do you think that Gaming Gladiators aren't going to necessarily go for Reach and they might go for like a more Shell style with a Death Prophet or something?
I really like the Puck for them, but they just banned Puck, which might show they want a Pangolier, because Puck's a hero on the mid lane that's good against Pangolier. It's really good for Void Spirit, but super early to pick a Void Spirit because this hero is just not good in the meta. So you want to see more heroes should you make the decision to go in Void Spirit. I believe they would just pick a support here, generic support, so they don't need to show the mid lane yet, and then they get more information out of Aster.
Yeah, I mean, they've done this exact draft before, and they picked Tusk, but they were playing first pick, or second pick, sorry, not first pick. So they might change it up a little, but what they preferred in the last time they ran this Enigma plus Phoenix together was the Tusk. They ended up going Phoenix, Enigma into a Tusk. So like, they're very happy with this opening. This is actually their last match they won against Beast Coast. They did these combinations of heroes. But that being said, they were second pick last time, and this is going to be a first pick game for them. So maybe they consider going something else depending on what they see here, right? And they're probably just going to see a POS 4, most likely coming out of Gaming Gladiators here. But if they don't, Aster will counter that. And then if they're put in a situation where they do just need to pick a generic hero, they're going to have to counter something. And I think the best place to start is just like end up picking your mid most likely instead of your carry. So I do think the Tusk might come out. If there's, or the Pangolier, no, the Pangolier. So I think Tusk is highly likely to come out.
How do you guys feel about Snapfire here? Good against the Phoenix in some regard, but in particular, I like the combination with the Treant Protector. We've seen that a couple of times being done by GG and just throughout the tournament. Yeah. Just having that overgrowth with the Morty's Kisses, and always like some degree of lockdown if you are going to have the Snapfire come into the pool.
It's pretty decent, and it's also a teamfight counter. He's the biggest teamfight counter, Silencer. If you cannot press your spells, you're countered on the teamfight. or at least they can get a jump and silence, kill Enigma or kill Phoenix before she pops the egg, or Enigma before he pops the black hole. You can definitely also save for the black hole. It's kind of like on this situation that you actually want to use on two ways, but as a silencer against Enigma, you just hold. You just hold your ultimate, and you're going to counter him basically almost the entire game.
No, I like that a lot. I think a lot of teams in the group stage kind of forgot about shutting down the black hole, and they were picking more heroes just for like the laning stage, and then you'll see some late game black hole come out, and then Enigma's a great hero in the late game, and that's when this hero is most strong. Sure, you buy Greaves, you can take off global, but just be patient on the silencer. And if you survive the early game timing of the Enigma, I think he's the weakest of all the Zoo heroes as far as timing goes compared to like the Lycan and the Beast. If you shut down his late game potential in the black holes, it feels like you can always win the game. And there's the Tusk we saw. It looks like Aster's just kind of running it back. It's a great hero for the mid lane. It does provide some, you know, BKB lockdown, but say if NP's hitting the egg, you can just knock him up for a little bit. So these type of things help a lot. And this hero just eats silencer. Like, if they can get on top of him, kill him right away, that's another win condition for being able to get these big team fight ultimates later on in the game.
I'm worried about their lane, because Silencer, it doesn't seem like NP carry. Silencer NP, it's just a weird lane. Silencer needs some frontliner. Maybe you can go Troll, that's amazing against Tusk, but not that good against Enigma at all. The hero pool of the carry is gonna be getting lower and lower. There is Naga, which would be a huge counter to every Aster hero here, in my opinion.
Death Prophet. So this Tusk is probably going to be going into the 4 position now if this DP is going to be picked up, because I can't necessarily see them putting the safe lane. So this will be the first game in the tournament that XWY is playing the Death Prophet, and it's not one of these heroes that necessarily requires you to, you know, be a specialist on to do really well with, right? It helps a lot, but you don't necessarily have to be in that particular position. Is there anything left mid that you think can deal well with what the Death Prophet is bringing to the table, especially considering that it has to be a hero that can survive rotations from the Tusk?
I mean, we've seen some Queen of Pain in the past be used mid. I guess Bat is gone. Sniper's gone. For Quinn's hero pool, I guess he will probably pick his hero. I mean, you could do NP mid, but that's not really a Quinn style type. So they have some interesting things. But what is very Storm. That's not really a matchup you particularly win mid with normally. And you're against the Silence. I think this is a very risky pick in a lot of ways. I mean, Quinn is an amazing Storm Spirit player, to say the least, so I'm very interested to see how this goes. But what is very interesting for me is, will this DP be going mid? It kind of like has to. I agree with you in that regard. But at the same time, XYW, he hasn't played that style once. He's always been a Tiny, a Tusk, a Puck, an Ember. He's been the Storm himself. So Aster's like making some adjustments here, which makes you wonder, is this going to be improvement for them, or is this going to be something so new that they really have to adjust a lot to coming into this group main stage?
I agree with Fiorestini that the Storm Spirit does feel a little bit worrying in the laning phase, right? But after the laning phase, there's not that much lockdown for him. And at some point in the game, if he does pick up BKB, only really afraid of Black Hole at that point, right? You should never get hit by the Supernova. Tusk doesn't really do anything mid-game to the Storm Spirit anymore. So what do you think Team Aster need to do to try and address the Storm Spirit pick in the mid-game, given that they should have an okay lane against it?
Because when you think a carry against Storm, you think anti-mage, and then you think I shouldn't be thinking anti-mage. If they get a carry with the fast tempo.
Troll, I think, right? I mean, he has the perma root. Yeah. He loves the hero. He's playing for potentially Nature's Prophet. He doesn't get a last pick, right? So for a Monet hero, you know, Troll is pretty decent for Storm in a lot of ways. If you get a lucky bash, a lucky root, and then it's over for Storm. So
how do you boys feel about Ursa as well? That feels like the other option that could potentially come out of him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, he does like playing it a lot. It's fine. But he is potentially playing into a counter pick that could be pretty nasty. But I'm just taking a look at their bans here. It looks like they're going to have Enigma. They're banning for Enigma here.
I like to throw a bit more because of the lane against Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, but it could get banned here by Gaming Gladiators. They have one more ban. I'm sure they've done their research, knowing, you know, Monet's most played hero, Troll, with a crazy high win rate. It's gone. Yeah. So he's not going to get it. So is he really going to be that one-dimensional to just be like, pick me Ursa here? Or is there something better he can get throughout this pool? And that's always like going to be the question. Like, Drow Ranger has a silence. That's a hero he's played before. Is that better than the Ursa? Hard to say. I mean, this is not a very simple pick for him. He's played Bloodseeker. You don't want to play that for Storm. Storm is a hero that's been rising in popularity, I feel, a lot as we've been through this tournament. And a lot of people are like kind of re-remembering counters. And I feel like your carry's job generally isn't the one that deals with the Storm. And that's why the Storm came out, because it's mainly the supports, the mid laners that can really shut it down. And that is another hero he's played. don't you just put NP maybe offlane now if you see this morphling and pick something to deal with the Enigma at this point if you are gaming gladiators?
And
Oh,
seems
the
like
draw
that's
for
the
the
option.
GG.
There's the
Yep.
Drow.
Drow comes out at the end of the draft here for the side of GG. Astini, talk to me about this Aster draft. When you look at it and how it's all come together, right? What's your feeling overall? What's your read on how they've constructed this particular 5-hero draft?
They're thinking a lot of team fights, purely team fight, but they need to get away with lanes. That's the thing. Like, if it's a 5-man team fight, they will win. But also, during the game, I don't know if they can match the pace, especially because there's an MP, shoving waves, there's Storm. They don't have enough catch against the Storm, in my opinion. So I feel like GG can just avoid them in the map and avoid those big team fights. And if a big team fight happens and Aster uses a big cooldown, such as Black Hole or the Phoenix Egg or AXO, then you can do Roche and apply more pressure in the map. But I feel like it's easier for GG just to avoid Aster, get small pick-offs, and progress in the map without needing that huge team fight. Because Aster, you're gonna pop the Egg, you're gonna pop Exo, but you don't have any catch. Like, how you start on a hero is just the Tusk. It's so much on the Tusk, and it's not a core Tusk.
And looking at this GG draft here, Afia, what's your read on the situation? What do you think they need to do to be able to shut down Aster and make sure that the small thing doesn't come fully online for Monet?
They definitely need to make sure the mid lane, they make rotations here, because I think Quinn is not going to have the easiest laning stage against the DP. But if he comes out okay with it in the laning stage, and the Enigma plus Tusk also doesn't run over the Drow, they stabilize and just split push for a while. Like, you know, as Stevie said, they don't have a lot of catch. Their main catch is just going to be a Tusk, position 4. Keep dodging them. You have NP, you have Storm. Play that type of game. Get to your item timings. Play around the global later on. But just, like, don't fight into the overwhelming team fight and just try to minimize your losses in the laning stage.
We're going to find out what's actually going to take place here in this opening game between Team Aster and Gaming Gladiators as we are about to head into game number 1. The first matchup in the main event, the first game of the upper bracket. And to bring you this hype, we of course had to bring some of the incredible casters. And now our duo, Cap, SVG, game number 1. Take it away, gentlemen. Bring us the hype.
I don't know if we need to bring you the hype because honestly the crowd out here is already bringing enough energy, but we'll do what we can to match them. I'm Cap, this is Avery. We're going to take you through the opening match of the Lima Major. It is Aster, it is Gaming Gladiators, and it should be a pretty interesting matchup. I think we were excited to be able to see this series going on. Draft was pretty interesting. I mean, they pulled out the XWY Death Prophet.
I don't know where they pulled it out from.
Yeah,
It was hidden in a box under the stage or something. I haven't seen this the entire tournament. It's very off-tempo for him as the mid laner for this team. I mean, you're looking at this draft. Who's initiating for Aster? It's Baboka.
Baboka.
It's all on Baboka
It's all
because they have
baby.
no other jump. So you're putting it all on your 4, which is why the draft panel was talking about it's a bit of an unconventional pick for XWY because he has generally been playing those jumpers, playing the stunners, starting those fights. Death Prophet does it in her own way, though, right? Now you're looking at him to go in those Roche pit early, force the fights around all this team fight that Aster have. That's where their lineup shines. You need an objective forcer. Different playstyle for him, though, so we'll see if he can handle it. I don't know. RLTK has faith. I have faith. That's all I need.
Yeah, I saw the stack of papers he was rocking inside the booth, and they're setting up. He was ready to go.
Yeah, if your drafter has at least 20 papers, then somebody's going to win.
It's like a 5% buff, at least.
Yeah, it's the paper buff.
The paper buff.
Yeah.
Started by OG with the paper meta.
You know there was nothing on those OG papers. They just did that to psych out everybody else.
Yeah, psych out everybody else.
There was never anything.
They were
just
masters
stacked.
of the psychological game, man.
That's why the next season you saw Bulba go in the booth. He had a full ream, 100 sheets. It's getting escalated here.
All right, well, what about the other side of things? I mean, I think the panel did a very good job of highlighting the strengths of both teams. And for Gaming Gladiators, Quinn on the mid lane, super important to this team. They chose the Storm Spirit in this matchup. Panel wasn't quite feeling it, especially since the matchup against the Death Prophet. They said it's not super great for Storm Spirit. How do you feel about it?
Definitely not my favorite matchup. I think DP is super favored for most of that early mid game. The silence is debilitating. The lane is super free for Death Prophet. If Storm ever messes up his mana regeneration on the map, you can easily just take mid tower, especially if Storm gets ganked or falls behind in the levels. Again, that might come down to Evoke in this game. How much does he get done on the off lane and can go towards mid versus that Storm? But I was once told by the great Peter Pandam that Quinn is the best Storm Spirit in the world.
Damn,
I don't think Sumail liked that comment, but I don't know how true it was either.
That guy won DAC for them. Huh?
Yeah,
that is so spicy.
Peter said that a lot about other things, but Quinn Storm is damn good. It never did anything for me, but it's damn good. You know what I'm saying? And of course, he has Silencer and Tree to back him up. think about how these team fights are going to go. It's not storming an island, right? He's going to jump somebody. You're going to have global to back him up. You're going to have living armor on top of it. Living armor can maybe help him in the lane stage. And then you have drow armor to give him the extra agi.
Sure.
So this is a very high armor.
Well, you forgot Nature's Wrath. Probably
Nature's
the
Wrath,
best.
I mean, I
the
don't know if
best
that's
follow-up.
helping him, but it's rooting somebody.
I mean,
sure.
it's doing a ton of damage. It's going to be rooting later
I agree.
on.
Like, this is a draft that can help the Storm engage in those fights and just fight through some of these spells, right?
Yeah.
And if you're looking towards that late game, the Storm gives you the initiation here, but it's a cheap initiation. He doesn't have to commit his whole kit to jump somebody here. They have 3 ranged cores with a 4 silencer. You can take these fights spread out. You can make the Enigma and Phoenix feel pressured to have to use their ults early or in an awkward position, and then they're just getting shot from very far. The Ballista, you wish it was still in the game. You're not going to have it here, but you have your homemade one. I kind of like gaming here, honestly. I feel like these team fights are going to be hard for XXS.
Okay, but I got to stop you right there. What about this support duo?
What,
Tree and
Silencer?
Protector
What's wrong with that?
Silencer?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, you know, it gives me an unsettling feeling in my stomach. My gut is like, ew. That's a duo that has they have overgrowth, but they don't really have like easy stuns to be throwing around.
Yeah, it's Quinn's job.
I mean, it is Quinn's job because Ace, until you get level 20 talent, Sprout is like kind of okay. Drow Ranger is just providing a silence. You already have some silences from Silencer, so I feel like there's a weird overlap there. It's a lot on Quinn, the man on the screen right there.
I think the downfall of these types of support duos, I mean, okay, I will say Gaming have played these types of support duos the entire tournament, though.
Yes.
They've been playing a lot of Disruptor Tree, which I think can be similar, and that the downside is your damage out from the supports can be fairly low, especially in a burst situation. Let's say that XWY gets the BKB in this game, Monet gets the BKB, Scotty, Territory on this Morphling. Your supports are not dealing any damage to them, it's all in the cores. They have a very high tri-core damage lineup, which is why I think this works. But generally, yeah, you do not want to fall behind in the early game with this type of support duo.
I'm not sure how well you guys can hear it here, but the crowd has been super receptive. And honestly, for a day one of LAN, the very first series of the day, too, a lot of people in here.
It's pretty
a
loud.
lot of excitement
Honestly,
going
I don't
on.
think I've ever heard a crowd cheer more for Quinn.
Oh, yeah, they're doing a Quinn chant.
He was the highest cheers of anybody. I don't know what happened. That guy did somebody should study that man's PR for how to turn it around.
Yeah, maybe he hired somebody.
I can tell you, South America was not fans of this guy for a long time. The pub culture did not do him any benefits there.
No. But he's won people over, maybe because of his performances in Game and Gladiators, or maybe because he's no longer playing pubs in US East.
That might help, yeah. That's what they're cheering.
They're like,
Quinn is no longer on the server.
He's in Europe now.
Thank God. Thank God.
All right, don't worry, everybody. We are getting the match underway. We see the loading screen going on right now. So we're getting into it here. See the lovely Ace there. That's an interesting guy. As a player,
he's very interesting.
Can you describe him as like what he brings to the offlane?
I was staring at this shirtless guy in the crowd. That took my... What does Ace bring? I think Ace brings consistency, honestly.
Okay.
I think that's his strongest suit. You look at this guy, he knows what heroes he wants to play. As an opponent, you also know what he wants to play. He's just one of those offlaners that goes there. He's going to be on Tide. He's going to be on one of these team fight stunners, right? The Brood, the Summons heroes. You know what he does. But it seems like he gets away with it every game.
Yeah.
He's very consistent. Rarely does he feed. Rarely does he throw your game. Rarely does he mess up on where he wants to farm and what items he wants to buy. If you look at this gaming lineup, I view him as kind of the rock. He is the consistent factor that's always going to give you that stable output.
Yeah.
Then it means, Quinn and Duracho can go a little crazy. Maybe you have a little bad death here or there, and Ace is going to pick up the slack. I think it's nice to have those kind of guys in your team.
And I think some of that consistency, and maybe consistency as a whole, as a team, comes down to that support to and just their general playstyle. I feel like their playstyle is very much like, we can let them run at us, and we will be able to respond. I mean, when you don't have stunners out of your supports, right, in some ways it is, you're not necessarily always taking the initiation.
Whoa, who
right?
says
You're
Tree's
responding.
not a stunner?
I mean,
Who says that?
He's an ensnarer.
You get this shard. Now you're stunning some people.
Well, that's another ensnare.
It's as good as a stun. I mean, if you look at this Astro lineup, the roots are going to be pretty nice this game, honestly.
Yeah.
These heroes get really debilitating in the fight. You kite them out, BKB goes down, triple range core drow lineup's going to go to work, right?
Yeah.
Especially if your one save is this Tuskar. Again, I feel like so much weight of this game is on Boca right now. You have to get good saves in the fights off potentially a storm jump later. You have to make sure the initiations go your way. You have
Yeah,
to
how
make
do you
sure
get saves but also start the fight at the same time?
There's so much here for this Tusk. And
Yeah.
Tusk is, all right, this is a cheeky play
yeah,
right
this
here.
is interesting.
They're going to split the XP 3 ways, though.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is great for Ace.
I mean, maybe they wanted Dream Protector to get a faster level 2?
Well, I think the upside of what they're trying to do is they're trying to shove this wave in very fast to Monet.
Yeah.
Morphling, when he loses lane equilibrium, as we have a quick pause here. When Morphling loses lane equilibrium very early in the lane, it feels pretty bad for him. He's not that great at playing super far up until he has later on some mask for health regeneration, or the Linken's build used to go the ring, right?
Sure.
And you can kind of just walk him down the lane and right-click him. This is probably an equilibrium play here from Gaming. I kind of like it. The downside is you did split that ranged XP to 3 heroes.
Yeah.
Feels a little bad. I mean, Celery feels good about it.
yeah, he certainly does. He's going to show up to his Drow's lane and be like, what up? I got extra experience. And
also, a little extra XP going the Treant's way in a lane versus Enigma, where he's going to get cut off a little bit.
Yeah,
so maybe
that's true.
Maybe it helps him there. I don't know. It's a very cheeky play.
I mean, I think level 2,
before.
level 3 is so important to Dream Protector's success in the laning phase if he's matched up against a hard lane. And this is one of the harder ones. I'm not sure if Enigma Tusk is stronger than Enigma Tiny, but it's pretty debilitating.
It's close, yeah. If you get caught off here on the Drow, you are done, especially level 2 or 3 Eidolons. Lane is going to be super strong. Quinn is probably mad about that pause because it messed up his CS, but you know, what can you do?
Already in his head. We did get 3 bounty runs picked up for Gaming Gladiators, though, so I'm sure he's at least happy with that little bit of extra gold that's going his way, which will help him get that faster bottle, which is needed in this matchup because you can see XWY is already trying to put the pressure on.
Yes, and Quinn's had a rough first wave, so he's going to bleed a lot of regen here. Really needs that bottle to come out ASAP. Still, I'm looking at the side lanes here for Aster. I think Aster need to execute these side lanes pretty well. They cannot give up bad deaths on the cores. You're going to fall too far behind on the map, especially playing versus a Nature's Prophet lineup. These early games are really important versus Hero, because if he snowballs, he starts taking your towers. Basically the ultimate map constrictor in the meta, outside of you're playing a dang strong Naga Siren match. So I would look, again, towards Ace. You want that rock in the game who's going to crumple up the map for Aster here. Give him a good laning phase, and he's going to go off to the races. Yeah. This is one of his comfort heroes, too. And this guy used to play carry, so anytime you put a carry in the off lane, they generally like Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Let's talk about the support duo for Aster, because their opener was the exact same opener. The first 3 heroes was the exact same as their last game in the group stage against Beast Coast. Enigma, Phoenix, go for the Tusk. This Pichu, a.k.a. Siamese Cat, like this Pichu Phoenix,
he
just seems to be obsessed with like a lot of team fight, but it does cost them their lane.
This is not a fun Phoenix lane.
No.
I would expect this safe lane for Aster to lose hard. Silencer hard counters this hero on lane. You can't really play aggressive with a dive. You just get right-click down, get your Insap. Furion's going to put Treants on you. Your Morph's going to get hit here. It's a very rough safe lane for Aster, and that's where XWI has to make up mid with it.
Yeah, he really does, Quinn.
He's going. One more Crypt Storm?
He's going to go for it. He gets it. XWI with the first blood.
And
Quinn got greedy for that double CS, man,
really
and he
did.
pays the ultimate price.
And XWI
Oh
is
no!
not even losing
He got
anything on the lane.
silenced right before the dive away, so that means Pichu's going to die as well. Oh, dear.
Just misposition on this Phoenix once, you're going to pay the price. And of course, he does not feed the Inch yet. You don't have the glaive up, so at least some saving grace there, but it is a tough lane for him. It's on top of the fact that, I mean, more Phoenix have no synergy on the lane, and you have to give solo XP to this Morphling as much as you can. At the same time, Phoenix is a very XP-intensive support, so you're stuck in this middle ground between, I want to leech all your XP, and I don't want to leech too much, and I can't really pull because there's Treants and a Silencer hitting me. It's a very tough lane for Pichu. He's going to have to hope he can make it up somewhere in that mid-game.
Yeah. He can at least get to a situation where if we get the mask on Morphling, he can go ahead and go jungle, and then we can leave the lane over to the Phoenix.
A little bit, yeah. You still have to be worried about Gaming making any rotation down there, kicking the Morph out, taking the tower. It's good that XWI is off to a start here, because he's going to need the biggest start he can get. Their DP is their only hero, can kind of stop the early aggression, make moves of their own, take early towers. Solo kill Quinn, I guess. I guess you don't need the Boboka rotation if XWI can make it happen on his own.
That's true. Put faith in his Death Prophet.
Almost caught me there.
He almost did. He's going to go for it again. Damn, XWY is just giving no relief to Quinn whatsoever. He's level 5. He's got a huge level advantage here.
Yeah, this is massive.
And this is early enough that Quinn's not going to be super happy going jungle, right? Like some Storm Tier, you get to level 5. Okay, I'm going to AFK jungle until I get 6 so I can safely do it without dying. But this early, that would slow down Storm Tier a lot.
No, Quinn does not like jungling anyway. Typically, you want this guy to be in the lane because lane dominance is one of his greatest strengths.
That's true.
He knows all these 1v1 matchups. Remember, they picked the Storm into DP. Quinn does know this matchup, and he's not doing too bad in terms of net worth CS.
Yeah.
That first blood obviously inflates it a lot, but he's doing okay. As long as he doesn't die again, I think Quinn will be overall a little happy with this outcome. I mean, he's not going to be happy because he died, but that's a Quinn thing. The biggest thing here is you don't want to give up another kill when DP 6 and Storm is 5, and now you take a bunch of damage on your tower.
Yeah. And
that is something Baboka can look towards because you already have 6 on XWI here. Of course, Ace is sitting at the top of the chart. This is a very nice matchup for Furion. You can sit here, out CS Morphling with the extra tree and damage. Not a lot of offlaners can offer you this type of lane pressure versus a hero with, in theory, infinite regen.
14 denies. That's pretty rough. He's actually out, almost keeping up with the Enigma, but they do manage to get a kill. That'll help Monet out a lot when it comes to the experience department.
That's super nice. Not to mention, Pichu gets a little bit extra, right?
Yeah.
Any XP on this Phoenix lane is to die for. And now Baboka pushing towards that mid-rotation. Storm's to level 5 here. You have Exorcism. You have Catapult.
They have Catapult. It's time to pressure. And who of Gaming Gladiators is going to come over and help him out? Looks like Tofu, off that death, is going to show up, refill the bottle. Just his presence could do a lot here to stop this.
They want 6-minute rune. There's
oh,
Exo.
yeah, they're challenging already. They're going to push him back, and they do manage to get the block in with the shard onto Tofu. And they've got Pichu here as well to be able to join in, so Tofu's going to be run down pretty easily. And even better, the 6-minute rune, that power rune spawned bottom. So XWY just, get this kill, get this power rune, back to hitting the tower.
Maybe the one upside here is it's not Quinn dying. You get someone else to tank that for you. And the Catapult dies in the meantime, so that'll give him the level 6 here. Now
Super important.
He's eliminated the threat. Of course, you are going to get half tier 1 damage here. It's not that bad for your first Exorcism. And again, you're getting a little extra XP on supports. Your side lanes get solo XP. This is what Aster kind of won here, as long as nothing is getting fed away. Decent value out of the rotation. Not some chain feed they were hoping for on Quinn, but
sure,
can only ask for so much.
And you're going to lose some of those opportunities with Nature's Prophet getting level 6, because now, any aggressive move could be met with the Nature's Wrath teleport, which is going to be scary. But if they can get a kill on Tarantio, that'd be super nice. But he already got up the Gust, so he just pushes away the Tusk and heads back to the jungle.
That is the X factor you have to consider. On these aggressive moves by Baboka, you have this Furion that can come in. You have Silencer who's going to have some counter initiation. Tree can armor somebody. These dives are going to be difficult. You can't overextend. You can't overextend on these tower pushes, especially when you commit the Death Prophet to them. You have to be careful and you have to play it smart, or else Ace is going to punish you very hard. He doesn't even have to come to the fight necessarily. You can be killing your bottom tier 1, just ult. Maybe it wins you the fight.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the MOs of Nature's Prophets right now aren't actually using that teleport. They're like, I'll do Nature's Wrath, but I'm going to split push for the most part. Duraccio pushing back the Enigma. XXS is going to be able to catch up to him, hit him with the Malphys, but they have lead seed, and they have multiple TPs coming in. So Baboka is definitely going to die for this one. He falls. Duraccio stays alive, but they've moved all of their heroes up here.
I guess you baited out those ults. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. Quinn
rune
goes back in. Open for the power rune, uses all of his mana. He's going to make a run for it. It's an illusion rune that'll help him get rid of the fire spirits as well and start battling up. A slowdown from Tofu with that curse, and Quinn's just going to be perfectly fine.
Not the worst outcome to get that first Wrath of Nature out and you get the double TP. Again, you have to be very careful on these overcommittals for Aster. And now you get space somewhere else, which is bottom. Baboka with the fast TP. Gonna secure this ace kill. Yeah, this is huge. Now your Morphling's in a very position, right? He did not go Mask. He did not go any region item. He's going Falcon Blade, and he's been able to stay on this lane. Not to mention you're killing a level 6.5 hero.
Why not go the Mask and why the Falcon? What's the concept behind going Falcon Blade then?
I mean, Falcon Blade's the meta. Don't question the meta, Cap.
Okay, all right, that's fair. I cannot really
Honestly,
disrespect
I haven't
that.
seen a lot of these morphs going early ringer Mask. Seems like just the extra regen from the tower, flag bearers, give it a couple tangles from the support is enough.
Yeah, those 5 positions just feeding you tangos nonstop.
Yeah, so if you get away with this build, it is more efficient.
Sure.
And he's been getting away with it.
Well,
Maybe it also speaks to how much Tofu is brought up the lane too, right?
Sure.
Let's say Silencer can just stay down there and pressure this morph with Ace. Maybe you're going to force a bit more regen out of Monet, but Tofu had to TP mid and tank the gank for Quinn. He had to TP top, secure that, then he got stuck in a mid-rune fight skirmish. Silencer's been active, and now you're going to have to give him mid XP so he can get to his ult. As you were saying, this support duo for Gaming Gladiators a little clunky, which means you're going to have to prioritize their levels at some point. It's going to happen now. The downside is you're giving some breathing room to Aster, where early game was perhaps their slowest point, and now XWI.
Breathing room for Aster, but they're going to look to choke out Aces. They will manage to get the snowball on him. Celery's going to show up. Can they get anything out of this? Celery hiding away in the trees. Tofu's here as well. From a distance, they can get a decent amount of damage on Bulbaka and maybe get this kill inside of the tower range. Look at XWI. He tanked it for Bulbaka to allow Bulbaka to cut over the side and TP out. Now they go back in. Nice team play from Aster there to ensure no losses.
Juggle that aggro.
Invis rune from Quinn, though, could do a lot, so it's good that XWI didn't get too greedy. Backs away, doesn't try and use the exorcism to its full extent, heads back to mid.
Now you get some counterplay if you're gaming, though. Again, that's EXO down, you don't get a tower. Time to perhaps be aggressive here with the next Furion ult. You have Quinn lurking around, looking for something. Generally, you want to get at least a couple kills in this first 10 to 15 minutes with Storm so he gets some extra XP on the map. Especially if he has to give up mid to a Silencer.
That was a close call. Quinn could have grabbed a mid-dive, and that would be a dead Pichu, but okay for now. But they got to deal with mid.
I feel like Aster's playing this early game pretty clean.
Yeah.
Again, this is a pretty slow early game lineup, so as long as you're not feeding away too many kills, you're getting the levels on your heroes. XWI can keep powering through. I mean, they're just taking mid without EXO here.
Yeah, what's going on? Gaming Gladiators, I thought surely they would fight for this.
I think they could have. They have level 8 Drow can come to that fight too. They have living armor. Silencer globals up. Storm with full resources and Wrath off cooldown. Is that not the fight you want to take here if you're gaming?
Apparently not. Gaming Gladiators would rather trade. And I guess, you know, if you're just content with trying to chill out, farm, and hit that Aghanim Scepter timing on the Nature's Prophet, that'll be a little bit better. But we're going to see Aster keep up that pace. They still haven't had to use the egg, so it's still a tool to be used. XWI will help XXS, just his presence here will help the Eidolons take the tower. The living armor is just really not benefiting at all. Gaming Gladiators, they're maybe slowing it down a bit, but if the tower still dies before 15 minutes,
yeah, and this is max living armor. I don't like to give up these tier 1s without a single fight. I think that's where Treant shines, too.
Yeah.
You bait the overextension from Master, you get a good overgrowth into Wrath and a global before any of these Dispels or BKBs are out. These are the fights I think gaming should be happy to take. It's also the way you can get Storm accelerated in this game because Quinn is sitting down there and he's not going to have a huge amount of space on this map, especially the way this team operates. Their side laners are very farm heavy. If he's not involved in the skirmishes of the fights, it's easy for Quinn to fall behind on a hero like Storm, who doesn't naturally shove the waves out like a Shrek or a Pango will, which is generally what he's been playing.
Normally, when I think that teams are being a little bit scared to fight, I think it's a sign of nerves, right? I mean, we're here on land right now. There's a big crowd. They've had to wait a while to be able to get the tech issues solved. Maybe it's just the fact that Gaming Gladiators, a little bit nervous, don't necessarily want to take a team fight that, you know, could just blow up in the game for Aster if it goes wrong.
It's definitely true, but this team fight for Aster only gets stronger. You're talking about Silencer Tree. Another downside is the Dispels, the spell immunity, makes this support duo a lot weaker. And you're going to have a Greaves on Enigma. You're going to eventually get to some Dispel item on XWI. He's opting just for BKB Rush here. Pretty interesting. I kind of like it. There's not a lot that's going to punch through this. If he just gets BKB into an armor item, especially, BKB Shiva's Death Prophet this game is a menace.
Yeah. Global Silence going to be used because Quinn ran up into the high ground there, but did they chain the silence? I think that was not a whole lot of silence there. Meanwhile, they're fighting up in the top lane, and Ace is going to show up for this. XXS blocked in after the midnight pulse, but they're going to start backing away from XWI. Is going to be slowed down by Celery. Dorachi does manage to finish off Bulbaka, so we're going to have a trade-off of supports here. With the Exorcism used, I feel like in some ways that was really great for Gaming Gladiators because they already lost that tower. So what's that exorcism
I mean,
going
that's
to
one
do?
way to look at it. The
Yeah.
other way is they lost that tower before they had to take that fight.
True, true.
Still, they get out of there with minimal casualties. However, you do have global down. You have that tree ult down. At least Ag's up for ace means this Wrath of Nature is on that 60-second cooldown. That's where this hero shines. That's why he's been picked so much.
Yeah.
Monet getting involved, pretty nice for Aster here. He's going to get some extra golden XP on this Warflame, who is, again, just going Manta first. So you are going to have triple Dispel first items here for Aster. It's going to help them take these early fights a lot. And the big question for them is, when do you do this Roshan? Is level 2 Exo plus the triple Dispel enough to force it? This is what this lineup's designed to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to get split on the map too much here if you're Aster, because the second one of you gets picked off by this Furion Storm combo, you're going to lose a lot of space.
This spell is insanely valued to this game. Multiple silences, multiple ensnares.
You want as many as you can get.
Yeah.
And
Nice
now
little
we have,
ancient stack going on here, though.
yeah, but look who's taking it. It's Quinn, right?
Yeah.
Because he hasn't been able to find anything else in this game.
So he kind of needs to keep his farm going. If he had found kills, you're saying this would have been the Drow Ranger's farm, right?
Yeah, you'd rather have Quinn killing heroes than ancients.
Sure. He's going to try and complete his Witchblade off of this ancient stack. So maybe they'll feel like that damage will put them over the line. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo and Celery, really interesting that they still hang out here without a tower. I can't help but feeling like part of that is Nature's Prophet. Being this far forward without having a tower to TP to is super dangerous for a carry. But if you have a global hero like Nature's Prophet, and if Celery can just run interference, then maybe it's really good.
I mean, they have two global heroes. He already has a Hurricane Pike. And
Yeah.
again, going back to this Aster draft, normally it'd be scary, but who is catching him? It's Tusk with a shard. That's
true.
it. There is no other jump or stun in this game. So you have a Hurricane Pike, you're invincible. He's a god.
Well, Tofu is far from invincible, but the Tumbler Stoic gets him over the shard. Now that's just baited in Bobica. Silence goes out, but they don't need any spells to finish off Bobica. Beautiful bait from Tofu. Gets off the Tumbler's Toy just in time after the damage was taken.
Maybe Bobica just getting a little too anxious in this game. Has to recognize they have to get to these big items on their cores before they're going to take the head-on fight.
Yeah.
The skirmish is a bit difficult, and now Gaming maybe recognizing what I was looking at, which is I think they're pretty strong right now. This is when you want to fight with your spells before those first round of items come out for Aster and get Quinn involved more than just the Ancient stack. Pretty good ward. Free jump.
Pichu had just de-warded that. He threw the Fire Spirits over there. He does manage to get off the egg, though. They're going to turn around and kill it. That's not a problem. But Monet is going to try and take advantage of this by turning it into Star Spirit, but now he's locked in and he gets blown up. Where was the backup for Monet? He fought for his support's life, but nobody else was willing to. XXS seemed to be a little bit too far away, and XWY, well, he was leagues away. Awkward fight there. Feel bad for Pichu, who used the Fire Spirits to get vision on the high ground. He dropped a sentry on the low ground. Fire Spirits would give you temporary vision for the high ground, so he checked that cliff, but then immediately afterwards, Gaming Gladiators dropped the wards. If he did that like a second later, maybe he sees a ward and he goes, oh, time to leave.
Yeah, maybe you get the earlier dive out, and then that fight looks very different. Still, we're going to see the power of this global be really annoying for these heroes in the committal team fight. Sure, you wait for him in, and now you're just stuck. Stuck not even in Morph. You're stuck in another hero's body.
And Manta going to be even more delayed, so the silences and ensnares are even more powerful. And Gaming Gladiators, top 3 heroes in that network chart.
And I think Gaming's pretty happy scaling in the foreseeable future. Maybe 60, 70 minutes with refreshers on this black hole and stuff, it becomes a little annoying. But honestly, I think these Drow lineups are very tough for Enigma to fight into. You just get outranged. You're not offering much in terms of spell capability. You're not going some early blink BKB, and you're not going to hit a big black hole even if you do. You're just kind of waddling in here with this Aster lineup, and you're letting Gaming get to these big damage items on all 3 of their cores.
And now they're actually evening out the tower advantage. And this mid tower looks to be falling. Aster are not going to fight for it.
I think XWY had a good early game here. He definitely created some pressure, but you haven't been able to capitalize on it.
No.
You're still stuck behind your tier 2 at 15, at 18, going 20 here. And where is the catch? Are you doing anything to this Hurricane Pike Drow? Doing anything to this tanky Furion who's going to have the Agi from the Drow aura with living armor on top? Remember, there's a lot of buffs for this Gaming Gladiators lineup. you have to commit in to deal with the buffs. And
Not
at that
having
point,
catch, the enemy team having better late game, and them having global split push pressure off of Nature's Prophet, this is beginning to feel like they just don't have a solution. I feel like that is a puzzle that can only be solved by winning the early game and snowballing, right? And getting early Roshans and you know, like stacking that, but because they're not ahead, they can't take Roshan confidently.
Roshan helping you scale into the late game where you have the catch is the answer here for Aster. And this is, there's no other play here. You have to force it with the level 2 EXO and BKB on your Death Prophet. She's not going to have a stronger timing for the next 10 minutes here until the second item, which is going to be super slow if you don't get this.
Which is a huge opportunity for Gaming Gladiators if they take this fight, and it's good. It's going to be a disaster for Aster. They get the initiation on a Bulbacup, but at the same time, Stormseer in some trouble. He gets off the attack, but he dies instead. The XWY with the BKB timing pushes back Gaming Gladiators. A jump forward from Monet is going to be able to catch Celery as well. And oh no, 3 of them stacked up, and XWY is feasting on some heroes. Gets pushed away by the Gus. That Spirit Siphon is going to be able to break. Hurricane Pike pushes them away. XWY has got to be careful of that damage. A lot of Frostbite, but he lives. They don't get Roshan, but they do get a good engagement out of it.
I don't know if that's good enough, though. Sure, you get the Storm kill, but the lead just increased there for Gaming.
Did it really?
Because this Furion just farms waves while this fight's happening, and you're not getting Roshan, and now Exo's on cooldown. What stops Gaming from just taking the pit? No Black Hole? Or you have Black Hole, but no Exo, no Egg? Monet has no ult as well. That was him joining the fight, getting a Storm pull off there to try and kill the Treant.
Yeah.
You're lucky you catch Quinn there with a Malefice into silence. Otherwise, that fight doesn't even necessarily go as well as it did for you. I would not be surprised to see Gaming make an aggressive move here, try and just take Roshan for themselves. They can even scout the triangle with Treants. And yeah, here it is. Jump anything here if you're Quinn.
Taking Roshan themselves, that would be a huge game-winning move, but it does come with certain risks, right? I mean
it's only the Black Hole, though.
Ultimates, but I mean, even just taking Roshan is maybe a little dangerous, but they're going to try for it. Shard is going to be disruptive. Fire Spirits are going to be annoying. Maybe they have
it's too annoying. Still, I think Gaming would have been really happy if Aster took that bait.
Oh, yeah.
They want the fight more than Roshan here. I don't think they care about the Aegis. I mean, Aegis on Quinn is super nice, but if they ever get a fight where Aster don't have their big ults, that's when they're super happy.
Yeah.
Because you're not winning that. We see the power of this Drow. There's just no gap close. You're going to need a lot more items on your Enigma, a lot more on DP. There's one gap close, so Blink for XXS is coming in and perhaps at a very timely point because Gaming are smoking on you. You're going to need a big black hole at some point in this game.
If this was to break on like XWY, who I think is maybe tanky enough to survive, XXS could be set up for a dream black hole.
That is the dream. Have him tank it, see everybody use this DP BKB. They don't really have another natural frontliner in this game until Monet is super strong. Gaming don't find anything, don't want to overextend into the high ground triangle, and again, they will force the Roshan. It's dying very fast here. You got to scout this.
They're smoked up on Aster, they know, but they're not going to be able to get there in time. And now the Aegis is picked up by the Storm Turn. He's going to zip in. Quinn immediately getting the initiation on Bulbaca once again. Going to drag him into the mid. Bulbaca is stuck. He's caught. Aster are going to start retreating, but Pichu can't get out because of that silence from Tofu. A little bit more XWY. Going to pop the Exorcism.
This is not the fight, though.
No, it's not.
Already 2 dead. Global seals Baboka's fate. And Quinn just gets the free follow-up. Of course, he can play really aggressive now because he has that Aegis. You want to commit ults for this Storm? Sure, I'll take the fight afterwards. And now, Aegis to Storm Spirit in this game, absolutely deadly. Sure, he's low on the net worth chart, but it doesn't matter if he can just jump into your ults and bait all the spells out. And this is why I said that earlier Roshan go from Aster was not good enough, not even close.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about now. Rough team fight. An Arcane Rune found for Quinn with an Aegis.
Oh, come on,
I mean, I don't think they necessarily need to be, taking fights right now, but you are heavily incentivized to do so. You are extremely powerful on Quinn.
Honestly, we had those 40,000 accounts banned for cheating.
Yeah.
I was surprised I didn't see Quinn in those, because this guy...
for spotting runes to his advantage.
Yeah, this guy's got a rune hack going, I swear.
The funniest thing is he's probably the one who complains the most about runes. Nice silence timing there from XWY.
You know why he complains? When he has normal rune luck, that's when he complains. In the rest
I
of
only
our
got
world,
50% of the runes.
Yeah, I only got 4 double damages instead of 10.
Pichu stuck here without an Anchor's dive, so Quinn commits and gets the egg out of him. Really nicely played. Nice shard, though, from Bobica. I don't know if they feel good about chasing after him, though.
How do you take these fights if you're Aster? You can't black hole anything. There's global and overgrowth. Duracchio's just running up and poking you here, saying, what are you going to do about it? I don't even have the Aegis. You're not going to be able to play the map versus Storm and Furion. The pickoff can be really high. You can even get Blink or Shard on Celery here and help your pickoff even more, which he's going Blink. It'll help the team fight, some extra catch.
You're talking about the Drow Ranger synergy with this lineup. Drow Ranger Furion, I think is super scary when you get Furion to BKB. Because then you got this guy who is magic immune and he's getting the extra armor when he already has the same stats. Quinn trying to jump in after that.
These are all just free though, right?
But it is.
It's so free for gaming here. They don't even have to hit anything. You're still corralling Aster on the map. Ace is always going to farm your side of the map or the other lane, so you never fall behind economically. And yeah, you were talking about that BKB on Furion. He has it. So he has BKB, he's spell immune, he gets the Drow Agi armor. Man, this Ace... Can't ask for anything more on this Storm Spirit. Putting them hacks to good...
Snowball going out the shard, looking to be able to catch somebody. Still Duracchio, he's perfectly healthy. XWY tries to run after him, but he goes back to the rest of his team, but now he's going to be caught. Oh, Zeller, great positioning, and XWY from a distance is going to get blown apart. The Nature's Prophet Drow Ranger is not to be trifled with. You either all in commit, or you get the hell out of there. They went for a 50-50, and it was terrible.
You cannot go halfway, as you said. And again, are we going to see a black hole this game? Is it possible? You may as well black hole something at this point. You don't have to use global in these fights if you're gaming. XXS has no game here, and this is how you punish Enigma. Make the black hole hard to use. Sure, he has an okay lane. He didn't even win it, though. 3 range scores can always split the fight. Storm's in the back. Ace is jumping somebody else off a route. Duracchio's the front line somehow, and you can't even go on him still. Again, the lack of catch here for this Aster lineup really hurting them in these engagements, and their team fight just can't get put to work.
Thought he was going to jump Pichu there, instead goes for Monet. Not even necessarily, you know, oh, we need this kill or anything like that. Just, you know, take him out. Make sure he doesn't get a chance to push out that bottom lane.
Queen can jump whatever he wants.
Yeah.
There is no punish. He didn't even go BKB in this game on Storm.
No, he went Sanj Kaya, right?
Yeah, so he's just going for extra status resist into Hex here. Maybe he feels like the extra BKB scale is going to be picked up by his 2 other cores anyway. And yeah, the camp stack, the economy. There's a reason gaming has a net worth lead at this point. It shows. And the way back is not very clear.
No.
You got to get Monet on top of Duracchio and kill him through Treant armor? Through a global?
Sounds unlikely.
I wish you the best.
And all that time, like, take that much time to kill 1 core. Nature's Prophet and Storm Spirit are still doing plenty of damage as well. So,
I mean, XWY went Witchblade. This is, honestly, I don't think you can afford to go Witchblade in this game. I think you need Blink Shiva's minimum before the fights even start to resemble something in your favor.
Yeah, you're going to try and outrange.
You're not outright clicking anybody here.
I
promise you, you are not outright clicking anybody. Maybe the one rationale here is he feels like the armor is just way too high for gaming. How are you ever killing any of these heroes when they all have 40 armor? I agree with that sentiment. You know, in a very far away world, if you get the brooch, it's pretty decent value. But I don't know if you're getting there. I don't know if you're ever getting there on XWY. Bloodthorn, I mean, I don't know. This Witchblade just seems way too greedy, and I don't think it's going to pay off in time. I don't think you're going to get to the late game here if you're Aster. You're getting kited.
I mean, at this point in time, late game is kind of their only hope, right?
Sure, but at this point, they're going to get to late game and be 40,000 gold behind.
Sure.
And by that, I mean in another 15 minutes here.
Blink Dagger soon for Celery. That's going to be a huge pickup. Meanwhile, items are just missing for Aster. Still trying to get a Scotty on Morphling. Doesn't compare.
There's a lot missing. The problem is you can buy survivability on Aster, but it's not winning you this game. Staying alive is not good enough. Gaming do not have big committal spells. It's not as if you wear down their ults, you're happy to take the fight. It's the right click that's going to slay you here. This is a drow lineup. Have to be able to match them toe for toe at some point.
Well, looks like their game plan is to wait Game and Gladiators making a mistake on high ground, or try and smoke out and contest Roshan. Game and Gladiators, of course, very relaxing game for them. They're just hanging out, farming, and then eventually they're going to be able to take that second Roshan.
I mean, they're smoking the triangle across map to try and close out that area. Aster isn't even there.
No.
They already closed it out. They don't know, of course, but there's no one to find on this map. So here's the desperation 5-man smoke. If this fails, you probably looking at game 2. You got to find a good core kill here into some semblance of map control.
He tried to go up to that top tower.
Of course, but Quinn has another arcane rune. Though that said, this game he has had full rune control, right? So he's eventually going to get something good. I'll still make fun of him for it, though.
Well, that's your right.
I mean, the only cooldown that this arcane rune might be helping at this point is that game clock. This game could end in the next 5 minutes here. Especially if you take a fight into a high ground ward here.
Check the high ground. They see the ward. Bulbaca's already been caught, though. Quinn has just been making sure Bulbaca has no gain. Their initiation is gone. So now XWY, well, he's going to be caught as well. Caught inside the Sprouts. Immediately overgrowth after the BKB, which is perfect. XWY is going to try and Spirit Siphon heal himself. Over to the side, they do have the Supernova. Durachio going to go for the dieback death onto Bulbaca and then try and kill the egg. A little bit too much for that, but who cares if the egg explodes? Quinn's going to be able to catch him before he dives away.
Just too easy. Honestly, these goes are, they feel casual almost.
Oh yeah, and it was a very fast Roshan. So with the dieback, let's just go ahead and take Roshan, shall we? 30 seconds left on the Aster supports.
Storm jumps, he pulls somebody, Drow kills him. Storm doesn't even have to commit. There's no counter initiation here that can come out. What's the counterplay to this? You have to jump them, right? Again, you don't have the blink on Death Prophet. Monet finally finishes Scotty here. Starting to get some damage on this Morphling. Still, it's all physical, and you're doing physical into an insanely high armor lineup that now has another Aegis.
They got all their
Shard
20
as well.
talents coming in, the multi-shot damage, the Sprout Leash.
It is just an impossible fight. You're going to have to hope for the high ground throw.
Hey, sorry to ask you this, you know, in the playoffs and everything. Do you know how Overload Shard works with Drow Ranger's multi-shot?
It should not proc it.
You don't
That's what
think
you're
so?
asking. No, I don't think so.
If it did?
If it procs
like
it, it's only going to proc it once.
Yeah.
There's no way it's working on the multi-shot hit.
I'm just more so saying this multi-shot is already like almost killing you add in just a little bit of extra damage on top of that, it's going to be terrible.
They give the Aegis to Durachio's time.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's going to hit high ground, right?
Yeah, that's your siege mechanism. Makes Quinn's life a little harder since he didn't go the BKB, but again, he doesn't have to commit on any of the jumps. He can just ult Hex, ult pull, run away instantly, has another arcane rune.
Bulbaca is so poor. Tusk Eggs might be able to, you know, help you hold this high ground against an insurmountable lead, basically. But they do smoke out, catch Celery, but they don't kill him, and the overgrowth goes down. They get the black hole until the Supernova nearly denied by the global silence. But the Supernova does survive as a result, and XWY sticking on to Durachio. Durachio pushes them away, though, and XWY couldn't commit. He was pushed too far away, and Quinn recommits back in. Durachio's going to help them run down, and that is it. An absolute stomp for Game and Gladiators over Aster in this game one. There was no question who showed up to this first game. The better team.
Just a draft victory, honestly.
Yeah.
I would take their draft 9 times out of 10. I don't think you can play this game as Aster. You're not winning lanes.
No.
The first Roshan gets foiled. At that point, the game is just over, I think. If you don't win that first Roshan fight with level 2 XO BKB Death Prophet, what's your game plan here? You can't play the map. You can't win the team fights. You don't have initiation. You can't punish anything Ace is doing in his Ancients on the side lanes, let alone get on top of this Drow. Drow buys 1 Hurricane Pike. Your whole catch is gone. This isn't even a Dota game at that point.
So, super one-sided game, but draft focused. I mean, I still think that Aster played a little timid for my liking. I felt like there were so many times where it was just like, guys, you got to go. You just got to go. But either way, draft is a huge problem for them. Maybe RTK needs to print out some more papers.
Yeah, you need another couple inches of 8x11 there.
Yeah, we could all
more
use
notes going.
We could all use a few more of those.
You say they're playing timid. Honestly, what is Vivoka supposed to do in this game? Just run up and shard somebody into DP silence? You have to play this game ultra manly. I think you definitely have to go second item blink on Death Prophet and just blink on them and hope something magical happens. I don't see another route in this game. A great black hole at the end by XXS, but again, by that point, you don't have to use global on anything else in this game. You have overgrowth even if you do. There's just no punish here. I think you really have to think about this Enigma Furion matchup as well. Teams are very happy playing Furion in this Enigma, and this is one of the reasons why. You play the map, you split him up, his spells become very hard to use. If you don't have other heroes that can make up for it, which Aster didn't, you're just getting out-farmed at every fight. I mean, Aster went in the pit, did half of Roshan, got 2 kills on left, and they lost 1,000 gold off that fight. Because Wrath of Nature cleared 3 waves.
That was really bad for sure. And I think maybe we have a reason why Aster haven't been picking up that mid-death profit for XWY, or at least maybe a reason why perhaps the item build wasn't up to par or something. They just haven't picked it since Chinese DPC.
Witchblade was not the item. That said, I don't think there's any item he buys. I mean, that man could have found a divine rapier off a shovel. I don't think it would have changed this game. I don't think anything about that game is changing.
Yeah.
So, items aside, I don't agree with the Witchblade, but nothing would have helped him there. And yeah, it looked a little uncomfortable. There's not a lot of playmaking. There's not a lot of laning to get ahead, so the playmaking isn't necessary. At this point, I'm being redundant, but just an outdraft. Too relying on this Enigma is just going to be powerful because it's powerful. I mean, what did Enigma do for you in this game?
All right. Well, that was game 1. Game of Gladiators, showing why they were top of their group with a pretty strong showing. But we're going to go ahead and head into game 2 here in just a bit. We'll be right back.
first game of the Lima Major here at main event goes the way of Gaming Gladiators against Aster. It's of course a best of 3. We'll see if Aster can make a comeback, and we'll head into that third game. But before the second game, we're first going to break things down and tell you our opinion of why things that happened as they did. I'm joined by Jenkins, Sheep, and Purge, and I want to take it back because of course Gaming Gladiators won the game, and they were very strong, especially towards the end, but it didn't. Aster definitely had a good showing. It didn't always look like Gaming Gladiators was going to have that massive lead towards the end, right, Sheep?
Yeah, they did a really good job early. Not only did XWY run a clinic on Quinn in the mid lane, got that first blood, was pressuring his tower, but Baboka on his Tusk was fantastic. Every tag team cooldown, he was running at Drow top. When he managed to force TPs there, he then swung to the bot lane, killed Ace there. I think he had a very active and very clean early game, and they managed to take that top tower, managed to take that mid tower, and were just really controlling the first 10 minutes-ish.
Yeah, it really made the Gaming Gladiators lineup look like it was bad. I was just like, man, they're just getting smashed in every single lane. And then they hit that like mid-game timing where they started pairing two of their heroes together. You know, they get some pickoffs here and there. And then like in their late-game timing, it's like, oh, they have 3 ranged heroes that love right-clicking, and they have a Drow ranger. They do so much damage.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing with the early game, though, is like, it looked to me like a Treant game. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yes, they were doing a good job on Aster, running at them, and yes, they were pressing their ults, tag teaming off cooldown, whatever. People were getting armored. Global Silence was coming out. They weren't. If there wasn't a Treant in that game, then those fights go much more horribly for Gaimin, and then probably off of some of those fights, they actually get a tower. So to me, it looked like, oh no, they're not like obliterating a tree early, so therefore like Gaimin's going to protect the towers and then get to that late game that Purge was talking about.
They also used wards really nicely for that too. Like they had at least 2 wards in their own jungle on like high ground cliffs and on the ground, just like protecting the area really hard and not allowing Aster to be as aggressive as they hoped to be.
Now there was, I think a lot of people might remember, we've brought it up on the panel several times, that in an Arteezy interview, he was talking about scrimming Western European teams and being impressed with their new and improved lane tech, and we've been ever since trying to figure out what this lane tech was. And we did see Gaming Gladiators before the lanes even hit each other for the first time. We saw them take out a range creep, Jenkins. Was that the new lane tech Arteezy was telling us about?
So I think you can go farther than that. Like the reason that I really liked that from them was because whenever you're laning against a Morphling, this hero's like completely useless at level 1, other than the fact that he has like really big damage. So the ideal state for him is that he gets like 2 or 3 waves in front of the tower, and he just denies like 3 range creeps, and then gets the level advantage that way. Because Nature's Prophet, like the way he would get range creeps is sending his treants on it. You can't do that if the range creep is like basically in the tower, right? So they kill it before the lane starts. They shove the creep wave into the tower. It bounces back, and all of a sudden Morphling is like barely level 2, and then the lane is directly in front of their tower. The way that you can extend that lane tech even farther, which is a little riskier, is you do the same thing, but instead of killing the range creep, you block the creep wave with 3 heroes. So that's the important thing to me, is that they brought Celery there to do that as well. Because there's only going to be 2 enemy heroes there, but sometimes the enemy dual lane is actually stronger than yours, and you can't do that. Even killing the range creep, you'll like trade too poorly in doing that. So yeah, this is something they've clearly practiced, and it worked out because Ace was monstrous that game.
Yeah, it definitely had the right impact on the game.
It did, and you saw them get that kill on Phoenix in the lane pretty soon after the first blood happened, because they were getting their levels faster. You're playing into a silencer. I think this Phoenix is something that Aster have a massive comfort in, but they've ended up drafting Enigma and Phoenix both into it and really struggled as a result.
Yeah.
I think like Phoenix as well felt huge pressure every single fight from Quinn on his Storm Spirit. He always went in and made them use the egg, so their egg was never used like favorably on top of this black hole.
Yeah, that's actually a really vulnerable thing about both Enigma and Phoenix, is that you are not very good at like fake jumps, basically, because you basically want to say, okay, they're jumping this guy, I sunray him, or they're jumping me, I'm looking for the right black hole. But against Storm, who can jump in and out like that and play with his food a little bit, especially when he gets arcane runes, it's just so much harder to play Dota if they can run at you against those heroes. So maybe Gaming figured out what they need to do.
Now, it was Aster favored for a little bit in that game for sure. The biggest turning point, as very frequent, is of course a Roshan fight. And I want to talk about the Roshan fight, because the first Roshan fight, actually, if you look at it completely objectively, is like, wow, Aster got 2 kills. And, you know, they weren't able to finish the Roshan off the back of that fight, but number-wise, they won. Explain to me why that wasn't the case.
I mean, it's because their heroes are like okay at taking Roche. Like Tusk Morph sure, but they had used the DP ult for that fight, and Gaimin, like, that to me was just an extension of the early game, where Gaimin's ability to, like, disengage was just so powerful. Like, Treant Silencer, you cannot tell me, like, two better heroes at, like, disengaging team fights. So, like, it felt like Aster had to commit, but they're, like, playing into two supports that's literally the exact thing that they want you to do. So the moment they run up some high ground, it's like, okay, do we chase here? Do we not chase? Like, our DP ulti is down. It's a tough question.
Yeah, and their egg was down as well. And we heard our commentators say it as well, that while that fight was happening, I believe Ace was still farming on the map, so even though Aster kind of won the fight, they still lost gold overall.
They have the lane pressure, exactly. Aster's like this full 5-man lineup against a silencer. Like, it's just so hard. They had to hit the silencer and the tree in one black hole in order to win a fight at some point, and that's never going to happen.
No, and this, of course, this is where well, Gaming Gladiators kind of started off their aggression after the laning stage. We had a quite nice amount of jumps coming in from Quinn, and this is the fight that we talked about, because at this point, I thought, okay, Gaming Gladiators is making a comeback. Or sorry, Aster is making a comeback, but yeah.
Draw 2 did so good on Drow this game, in my opinion. Like, he really felt like a high damage dealer. Not the typical Drow where it's like, I'm playing the whole team fight to just not get killed instantly.
Yeah. No, he was in there. He was in there for sure.
He did great. This Roche as well was so nice because Gaimin were super on top of it. They realized Aster was in the pit. They scouted it with Trance whilst simultaneously smoking and were ready to contest. Meanwhile, when Gaimin then walked into the pit on the next fight, Aster were way too slow. They smoked up to contest, but they were just not there in time. So I think Gaimin just had their finger on the pulse of this game way better than Aster did.
Yeah, they played like a little too scared in a way, and I think a lot of that goes back to the draft. Like, you're playing Enigma, and all of these like very heavily committal heroes. Like even Tusk, like he snowballs, he gets in there, right?
Yeah.
Against Silencer Tree, and then Storm who can get out, Nature's who can TP out, Drow was like the only guy that could have died there, but as Purge was saying, like, he just had a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
Was there any chance at this stage of the game that we're watching right here, was there any chance for Aster to still have a good comeback? Because they definitely keep trying.
There's the global. Like, that's the problem.
Yeah.
He gets the tree, and then there's the other guy that's out that's going to instant cancel the black hole.
Yeah. They tried to do some nice moves on Aster. Like, for example, they went, when they were kind of locked in their base a bit, they sent their Morphling top to try and bait off him while smoking behind. But Gaimin, so smart, so good. They scanned behind the Morphling to find out that there were Aster heroes there, so they knew. And that way, they were able to just hold their high ground cliff ward. You know, Aster sees nothing. They're not actually sure where Gaimin even are because they're just not showing or not reacting. And then when they push up onto their triangle, bam! Gaimin just super punish it, kill them, easy game, easy life.
Just like that, simple. This break is being used by the teams to, of course, go back to the drawing board and reset and find a better way into game number 2. And we're going to try to predict what's going to happen, because what does need to change, Purge? What is Aster going to look at most when they look back at that game? Where was like the one issue that they're like, okay, you know what, we can change potentially our opening?
It felt like to me like it's the same run at you issue. They didn't have good ability to run down their opponents, so their draft was a little bit mismatched. So because of that, it's not easy to take fights. They have all the support counters you guys talked about. That just made all their engagements difficult. So if they maybe have a different strat where they don't prioritize Enigma and they go for some like divey pressure hero, or maybe instead of picking Death Prophet for their mid, they could have some like, not that Void Spirit's great, but some Void Spirit type hero. Jump in, disable, burst, catch people like that. Puck is a good example. If you have those catches yourself, it makes your team fight easier to execute. You can hit the support back line. You can make the Drow Ranger run away instead of just sitting there outputting way more damage than she should. That could really upend the strategy.
It could indeed. We had the first pick going the way of Aster. So Gaming Gladiators banned Broodmother, and Lina, surprise, that most likely is going to get changed for game number 2, and therefore it's going to be Aster that does not have the luxury of banning out, for example, the Leshrac that we see Gaming Gladiators like a lot. How big of an issue do you think that's going to be, Sheep, for Aster?
Oh, that is a question. I'm not sure. I feel like you have to prioritize the Leshrac, like, because they are so. It's by far their most comfortable strat.
But are you then going to let Lina?
What do you give, Lina or Brood?
I think you have to give Lina. I think Lina is like Liquid is paving the way here of counters, and I know we talked about people not living up to the same like skill level as them to deal with it, but it's got more shown than like Broodmother, for example. No one knows how to deal with Broodmother. Everyone hates Broodmother.
I have an argument in favor of what you're saying.
Okay.
XXS and Baboka are the ultimate bubbies, right? And they've played Magnus plus Rubik before. This is a very solid lane and game counter to Lina. It's a little hard to pull off, obviously.
Yeah.
It's all about just repositioning her, and you're double nuking the creep wave in the lane, so it's not like you have to kill her, but you can. She's still gonna free farm, but you have these opportunities that like other heroes don't have to kill the Lina. I could see them pulling that out. I mean, they've literally picked it in this tournament, and they were playing it in DPC too.
There's also the one other option that happens is that they do let the Lesh through and give it to them first pick, and then they take IO +1, like IO plus DP as a response, because it's mostly like the Lesh IO that is like makes it really giga broken when game in play.
But it's just important that you get that IO combo like right there. You can't like just pick the IO and be like, oh, we'll figure it out later, because they're gonna ban all the best ones, you know.
Yeah, because so far that exact scenario has happened, and it did not work out very well. It is kind of poetic that Aster, playing and Game of Gladiators playing their first main stage game here, and the first hurdle that Aster has to work on. How are we going to deal with Lina? It's a little bit of the story of the run up to the major, and we thought we were kind of over it, but I guess once you change first pick, second pick, Gaming Gladiators winning while having second pick, that must be a boost for them as well, Sheep, because traditionally, especially in this current patch, that is when you have the so-called handicap. You don't
I
agree?
think playing on Dire is more important than the pick order, to be honest.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Dire is just too OP.
Yeah.
That hill ward outside of Roshan is so stupidly OP, and people realize that you're never going to kill a tier 2 anyway. Everybody used to be like, oh, of course, Dire is going to be playing in the Radiant jungle, and so Radiant's better at taking Roshan. Who gives a shit? You're not going to take tier 2s in Dota in this patch anyway. Like, the way that you win a game is by getting like a 30k gold lead, and then just run at towers and, okay, hey, come fight me. And then they do fight you, and then they lose. So it's like you don't need to pressure that tier 2. You just sit in your own primary jungle, which all the carries want to farm anyway. You put a ward on the high ground, you've got full Rosh access. And then it's like Radiant, you got to do some crazy smoke around that never works, by the way.
Or you like do the thing where you step on the bottom of the cliff, you look way up, and you put a sentry down, and then the entire enemy team just explodes you, and you're like, okay, we'll try again in like a minute.
In most supports, can't even right-click the ward. It's like, there's an obs up there, guys. You have to walk all the way around up 3 high grounds.
It's so stupid.
It's tough.
It's definitely a very common cause of death, I believe, in games. Now, lucky for Aster, they'll probably be on the Dire side this time around as well, so they got that as a little bit of a bonus there. We're talking a lot about what Aster needs to change, because of course, Aster is the one that lost game number 1, and they did basically drop the game halfway, or after 15 minutes or so. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be happy that they won. However, first 10 minutes, they're like, you know what? We could maybe do a little bit better there as well. So where do they look, Perch? Because after a game, even if you won, you're not just like, oh, that was easy, let's go. Like, where do they reflect and see, okay, how can we maybe mind game Aster? Okay, Aster's going to change that, so we need to change that in ahead of time. Aster changing that.
I think the most important thing is that they get Tumbler Toy again. That way they can
of
bait
course.
the ice shard jump. That was such a cool moment.
No, me and Steve were talking about this because I got really excited about it and I started typing it down, and then I remembered that Tumbler Toy goes on cooldown when you get hit. So he wasn't baiting it; he just didn't have it.
Potentially, there might have been like a quarter of a second or something. But yeah, it was like a 3 to 4 second window. Either way, it was like perfect timing. It's such a cool moment. Get that again.
It was really cool.
Clean up your laning stage a little bit. Obviously, Quinn did not need to get first blooded. That was definitively a mistake, but from there he played safe, and they came back, so it was fine. So I think laning stage could have gone a little cleaner, but other than that, everything as a whole was good.
Yeah, that's the only thing on laning stage. So CY in the back is like, guys, you did good.
That was good. That was good.
Do that again, please. But then, from the Radiant side, which is apparently a little bit more difficult in this current day and age.
At least the pull, the off-lane pull is easier. But then again, they usually play to win their off-lane, and that's what you do when you're like, well, we're gonna lose anyway, so we'll just pull and go 50-50.
Yeah.
I mean, do we know who took what yet?
What for the next game?
Yeah.
No.
Because then there's a chance potentially that Aster want to take second pick, and then they get to do Dire again anyway.
Could happen.
Why would you want to do second pick? Because then you force Gaming Gladiators to ban Broodmother Lina? Is that a little bit of what we're thinking?
I think there's 3 good heroes, 3 really good heroes right now, depending on the team.
Brood, Lina, and?
Yeah, exactly.
So
in question mark.
Plus
the +1 to me is for this team, obviously it's Leshrac. It's okay, we take Quinn's Leshrac away, and it's I can understand that. Even when Quincy Crew was getting shellacked out of tournaments and stuff, Quinn was still carrying with this Leshrac, and people were banning it. So it's like his hero, and clearly they're able to play around it, especially because Boom also played it. So yeah, makes sense. But first pick, very solid. I would prefer first pick in this patch.
You
Yeah.
do?
Lena.
I've heard like alternating ideas, like from talking around the hotel with people.
Yeah.
Some people just think, I mean, second pick is just naturally like easier to play when you get the counters on lanes. So I don't know, it's hard. I look at Aster, I think like first of all, they shouldn't have let the silencer through with Enigma Phoenix. That just seems terrible.
Yeah.
And then second of all, like more so the draft, they just need to fix up their gameplay because they won the lanes. They should have snowballed this DP.
Yeah, apart from the bottom lane, they didn't win the Phoenix Morph lane, right?
Yeah.
But that was because of a new improved lane tech.
Ah, the lane.
And like
The
lane
lane
counter. Like it is hard to play Phoenix into silencer. Like you just
Yeah.
put last word on him.
When he dove
goes-
away and went in a
d-
circle, I was like,
dive- yeah,
wait, what
dives
did I
away,
say?
he's
Oh,
like-
that's right.
That feels
Right.
so good at
That's like-
silencer, though.
That's like a weird, just unpicked count, like an age-old counter.
Was
for
it just
that.
an oversight because they did, they picked Enigma Phoenix first two Asters. Like, you know what, we're going big, we're
mean,
going
I think it's-
team fight.
I
with the
think
crowd.
it's easy to say this in retrospect for us,
Yeah.
where it's like, okay, they relied too heavily on the black hole. It's like they relied too heavily on the black hole because the early game wasn't going well for them. Like, people don't want to rely on the black hole in this patch, which is precisely why everybody's picking Enigma into Treant Protector, which counters it. It's like, well, it's like a summons hero, right? It's just like Broodmother when Broodmother is banned, basically.
Yeah.
So it gets to that point, yeah, but that's just the nature of Enigma.
And it's just like another upper hand as well because it was so clear that their opponents are going to pick Phoenix anyway. So like slap silencer in that lane. If he ever gets out of position, you're able to like curse and last word him.
Yeah.
He just dies every single time. So
Yeah.
it fit the game and it fit the lane. It was just like one of those like happy little accident things.
I guess that's why I like the little range creep play they made so much. It just changed. It potentially just changed everything in that lane. Like there was a high chance, like you said, the Morphling and the Phoenix just control the CS super hard, and they don't get that.
Yeah, Phoenix gets like level 3, like level 2 Fire Spirits, and Morphling gets level 2 and like Waveform if he's owning, or Strength Morph if he's not, and it's like you're never gonna kill him, and Phoenix is gonna put Fire Spirits on you. It's like even more reason you're never gonna kill him. Yeah, they could have free farmed that lane for sure. That's why they did that.
They could have. There's one thing that we talked about a little bit before the game, and we have our definite answer of which team was favored more by the crowd. And you guys, we know what crowd's cheering for everybody equally. Don't worry about it. Everybody is loved. Now I will say that is true. Everybody did cheer for everything, but definitely a little bit louder for Gaming Gladiators.
A little bit louder for Quinn.
Yes, a
More
little bit,
like-
a lot of bit louder for Quinn.
They love Quinn. He would show up on the camera. Every time he showed up on the camera, everyone went wild. Like, they're just screaming. And I mean, he gives it to them, right? This is a guy who's so fun and charismatic to watch on camera. Like, he's, doing his silly little, like, tongue out. Blah, blah, blah. He's just so funny. He, like, engages with the fans, and, like, that's why, they loved him. They were, like, camping out our hotel as well.
They were. And they said, oh, there's Quinn, there's Quinn. I mean, it's also, like, SA and NA, like, we were one region until, like, 2016,
That's
2017
true.
or something like that. So
Yeah.
it feels like a brotherhood, and yeah, there's a love-hate situation there. I think Quinn had beef with pretty much every South American player at a point, and every North American player. But that's the nature of brotherhood and bubbyship. It's a lot of love,
Yep.
and a little bit of
And
hate.
well, sometimes
Just a
tough
little
love.
bit,
I
Yeah.
also
If you-
realize
if-
at this point that everyone just likes flaming.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about watching football in the pub, sorry for America, soccer in the
Sorry,
pub.
can you try? Okay.
Don't
thank
say
you.
soccer ever again.
No, sorry. Football in the pub. Everybody's gonna flame every player.
What's a
Oh,
pub?
that was.
Pub
true.
game.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I mean in a bar. In a
Okay,
bar.
thank you.
Yes.
Can you
Everybody's gonna
stop?
play all the players all the time. Oh, that was offside. That was handball. You're gonna flame the ref. You're gonna flame everybody because you can obviously do it better if you were ever putting the game in a time in. And that's that is to say that if they flame Ronaldo very hard on a game, but they see them in real life, they're still gonna be freaking happy that they see Ronaldo, even after all the trash they talked about him in the bar.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of allegories to Twitch chat. It's like, if it's far away from everybody else, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Go flame me in some other state. But if you come into my chat and you're like, hey, man, you're really missing all your last hits, it's like, yeah, please, I know.
I have SA stats, by the way. Do we want to get into like the SA stuff?
I
we didn't have much
hope
time
we
to
have
talk
time
about it.
because so we really want to talk about South America and the journey in Dota 2 that the region has made, but we want to give it proper time. And obviously, by this time, you will have realized that there is a slight delay for game number 2 on the stage for the draft to begin. So I'm trying to balance if we're able to have that time to talk about it. You know what? We're going to talk about it, and otherwise we'll just talk about it again, because I love to talk about it,
Okay.
because it is incredible. 2016 is the first year that the regions split apart. Isn't that right, Jenkins?
That is right, 2016. And I think the very first tournament that happened, we had SG Esports competing in, which major was it? Was it the Kiev major?
Was it the Kiev major?
I think it was the Kiev major.
It was the
And
Kiev
they
major.
took out Team Secret, and then they almost took out EG,
Yes.
which was crazy at the time because EG was just like the most dominant in the Americas.
Yeah.
It was 1-2.
And the crazy thing was their coach or their player was like very low MMR, I think. Do you remember that? I think that was the SG Sports game. I might be remembering a different tournament, but it was something like it was like a really cool story.
And it was, I remember it because it was the first major where it was kind of experimented that the bracket was, the group stage were Swiss group stage, and then the bracket was single elim. So there were like, it was one best of 3, and you're out if you lose. And the best of 3 was first with Team Secret and then with EG for SG, and both series, of course they won the Secret one, they lost the EG one, but both series were 3-game series, and they were so close and they were so hype. I feel like South America really, like, I don't know, they set the tone for future tournaments because that explosive behavior, we still have that. That's still in them.
Just their style of play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super fun to watch. And I think we're in a really, really good spot right now for South America where I think this roster swap between Beast Coast and Thunder Awaken, now turned EG, was really, really good for EG. Unfortunately, I still think Beast Coast retain their issues as a team, like their hero pool and stuff, and sometimes their lack of coordination against like the upper teams. But EG look like they have probably the highest ceiling I've ever seen of any South American team. Their players are insane, mechanically skilled, high rank. Like they have like the hero pools. They're really good. I think a lot of pros rated them very highly coming into this tournament. Like this may be the highest ranking we ever see a South American team get.
And they got the
Possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Unless they lose in like
The thing,
a couple hours.
Okay, that's we'll get into that. That's the sad thing is that depending on how our series go today, we could end up with Beast Coast versus EG in the lower bracket, which would be pretty sad to see one of them knock each other out. And I feel like the last time we had Beast Coast versus EG, it was the NA versus SA, and it was still kind of that brotherhood of knocking each other out. Very sad, but it could happen here.
Yeah, that would be heartbreaking. However, I think the crowd for that is going to be, everybody's going to show up for that one. Like, that is the classic. Hope that doesn't happen. So we'll see what happens later today, of course. And we'll also see if having the crowd on your side is a buff or not. For Gaming Gladiators here, it definitely was a buff. They were getting all the cheers for almost every kill they got. And they took the win. They took it home, and they look to repeat that result in game number 2 as they're heading towards their booth. That also means that Aster is probably close behind, and we soon will be having game number 2 coming our way. Of course, we talked already about what needs to change in terms of drafts and in terms of maybe mindset and sides, big order, if you will. As a coach, though, RTK and CY, do we feel like that's going to be their focus? Maybe for RTK, it's going to be about the draft, but isn't it about, especially first game on LAN setting, isn't it about keeping your players like happy? Just mentally happy.
Do you think he's in the back fanning them? Is that what you're giving them nice little, I brought you presents?
Yeah, I think so.
It's okay, guys. They had 2 counters to every single ultimate we had, but it's all right. We'll get them next time.
Yeah, well, RTK said, guys, it was all on me. My bad. I shouldn't have let them have silencer, and that's the reason why you lost. I'm sorry.
Let them vent a little bit. Be like, why did you pick that for us?
Yeah.
You suck. You're a
Some
bad
people
coach.
really need to vent and get it out of their system, so maybe you let them do that, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there's no way they had no plan against the silencer.
Yeah.
I feel like there's no way they forgot about it. Well, oh, whoopsie, my bad. So they must have had a plan, which was to probably just win their lanes and then overtake the game. So I'm hoping that their coach was able to identify the worst reasons why they weren't able to execute their game plan and then bring that into the next game. Or maybe that's not even relevant. Maybe it's like, okay, do you want to try and run this again? If so, I can help you figure out why it went badly. Do we not want to run it again? If so, let's focus on our next draft.
I mean, I feel like a big moment was definitely when Nature's Prophet got Ags. Prior to that, it was just like Aster beating on towers to 3 heroes, and nobody on Gaming Gladiators was even remotely close to showing up. The moment they got that Ags, they had a good team fight. And I wonder how different the game would have been if that Ags comes out for Nature's Prophet and doesn't get them kills on the Gladiator side. Like, if they just take that fight better, or they don't lose as many heroes, or they go even, or they get an advantage, it really could have changed the tempo of things a lot. And maybe they could have used items to solve some of those other problems a little faster.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, you talk about items. obviously there was the Witchblade on Death Prophet, and I think like, you know, one way that you can turn a game around like that or extend a lead is like you get a sheep stick on somebody, right? And you just run at them and you stun them, and it's like they have all this disengage. So like, yeah, that's when you force out the global silence on that pickoff. And then you actually have the black hole for the fight, and then there's no global. You just have to black hole the tree, and it's like an actual option to play the game. But when you go for some itemization like the sheep stick or the Witchblade that doesn't work, or you lose one fight, and so therefore the hero that would have gotten 3 kills in that fight has one less item now than what they would have in that scenario. It's like, yeah, the game could have gone any way. But I would say, like, a lot of people are talking about the draft from that game.
Yeah.
I think it's very likely that they're going to do like a hard reset, say, okay, we screwed up the draft. Let's like pick a little bit differently. There's a pretty typical issue where you pick 2 heroes that are both countered by the same stuff, and it's like hard to know every permutation of like when you can do that until it actually happens. And you go, oh shit, like we didn't think this one through, because there's too many in Dota, right? There's too many heroes. So picking these 2 heroes together, I don't think we're going to see that again.
No.
Enigma and Phoenix. I really don't. I'm pretty confident in that, but I guess we'll see.
Before the series started, we talked about how for Gaming Gladiators they play around Quinn and they focus on Quinn. He got Storm Spirit. He definitely popped off on that. We're disregarding the first 10 minutes, but after that he did pop off for that. We talked about Aster and how they played a lot around Monet. He got his Morphling. But he did have that lane, which was basically the only lane that didn't go as intended due to that new lane tech. But what do we want to see from Monet? Like, is there a particular hero that if Monet gets his hands on that, you're like, oh, you know what? Most likely game 3.
I mean, a different hero probably would have helped for sure. Part of the problem was just that he can't just like buy Ags and counter the Agi hero, because it was like there were so many cores on the enemy team that his hero maybe didn't feel as good. So maybe a different hero matchup would have felt a little bit better. But he's played a lot of Troll this tournament, Ursa, Lina. Troll Ursa probably doesn't feel that good against Drow Jin or Troll Ursa.
Game actually banned the Troll. They respected the Troll.
Yeah.
So that's the hero he's played the most. Morphling was maybe the best they felt they had left. Maybe an Illusion hero could have worked in some ways, but yeah, tough one.
I'm not sure if the hero was so much the problem. I don't think he was the one that was meant to take over the mid game. I mean, if they feel like they struggle to execute it, then maybe they could bring out...
Maybe. We're going to find out what they're going to bring out, because it is drafting time. We're heading into game 2 with our amazing draft panel.
Welcome back, one and all, to the draft panel. My name is Snam, joined yet again by Fear and Estini, and we are going to be witnessing the Game 2 draft between Gaming Gladiators and Team Aster. Aster need this win definitely, and the route to get that win, Fear, is going to be a draft that sort of fits more into their comfort, right? Because that Game 1 draft, you were mentioning it, that XWY normally plays these Tusks, these Tinies, these Pangos, these Space Makers from the mid lane. That did not happen in Game number 1. What heroes do you think that will help them out to align that in Game number 2?
I mean, I just want to see him go back to their comfort zone, right? XYW, he played an amazing Death Prophet, don't get me wrong there, but they already had a first pick Enigma, right? So they needed someone to make some plays in that game, and by most people's regard, they got super outpicked there. Their only stun was Tusk. They abused it with the Storm Spirit. Jirachi had a completely free game playing DP versus not only Morph, but also the Death Prophet there. Yep. So perfect Drow game for them. It's going to be hard for Haster to get that outpicked again, but Gaming did get Delina.
Yeah. Especially, like, Aster now, they have second pick, so I can't imagine an out pick here, because Aster, they use really well the second pick when they have the answers. And I already like that they use the first 2 heroes as an answer to Lina, especially if they play the MP on the offlane. MP offlane is really great against Lina. Of course, you open for a Batrider on 8, one of the strongest picks we've been seeing in the tournament. Yep. Usually you go for, so the Zark ban, the Quap, and Puck. I'm wondering if they don't ban Puck here, that's definitely a hero you could see.
I'm very worried, honestly, for Team Asta here because you were mentioning, Fia, that you wanted them to pick Comfort, Gaming Gladiators. This is super comfortable for them as well. This is going to be their 6th game on Lina at this tournament. So far, 60% win rates. This is going to be Quinn's 4th game on the Bat Riders. Only lost 1 game on it thus far. This looks already kind of complicated, and the thing I didn't like from game number 1, they just felt like they were comfortable playing fast on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and Team Aster were really struggling to up the tempo. And, you know, Nature's Prophet Tree, yes, these heroes can be very strong, but the way Team Aster plays, they're not going to be able to play that fast, even if though they have these kind of heroes that can accelerate the pace. So what else do you think is missing from their draft to help them out so they can keep pace with the side of GG?
So the thing is, when we came into this matchup, I really thought Aster was one of those teams that, like, to check all the check boxes, like, we got good stun, we got good team fight, they kind of just went away from that, right? So in this particular game, like, I don't want them to pigeonhole themselves and again in a situation where they have to crush their lanes, they have to have good 5-man, and if they do end up not winning every single lane, like last game, XYW had a great laning stage, the other two did not. That last pick morph did not work out for them at all in the laning stage. So I really want to see them just go for more of a classic draft, something that can just transition a kill into a tower, into, hey, we can play the map because we have a hero that can punish split pushing.
Regrettably, though, they have not won a game with a Nature's Prophet just yet, and that worries me a little bit, given how strong the hero is, Astini. Normally, when you have these uber-busted heroes, you expect to be able to pick up easy wins here and there, but the fact that they haven't been able to make this hero work, I don't know, it worries me for what they'll be able to accomplish here in this game, but even after this game, what happens down the stretch against teams that are really, really good, not just at using the hero, but beating it as well?
Yeah, because they are a very team fight oriented team, so they want heroes that offer team fight, and Prophet, you don't offer that much of a team fight, although you go Aghanings and it helps on the team fight. You basically split the map and then you force the enemy team into having less numbers, so you fight. And they're just used to this 5 against 5, so they want a Black Hole, they want a Phoenix Egg, they want these massive spells, and they need to play the map a bit better here, so that's a challenge they will have. Would be interesting that they that this time they don't forget having a catch hero, because last time was the Tusk, but it's a Tusk 4, so till you get the dagger, GG could do whatever they want. So they also need a catch hero for this Bat Rider, so he's not splitting the map.
Oh, this is am I getting deja vu here from game number 1? They literally just stole the exact draft in the exact same order of heroes as well.
I mean, a little bit. It looks like it here, but it does seem like this particular game, I'm very interested to see what Gaming Gladiators is going to play as their POS 5, because there's no tree. It's on the other team, right? They banned the clockwork out. There's no one dying. These are some of like the power picks when you play with a Lina as a position 1, right? So they're going to have to adapt a little bit. And normally the Lina wants to play with more of like that beefy frontline position 5. And they actually just stole the Enchantress from Aster. Aster is 5-0 with that hero. And I think maybe the NP was taken away by Aster from Gaming Gladiators. So I think both teams are just kind of like taking away some comfort heroes here.
Stealing strats is the way to go when you're deep into a tournament like this. What do we pair this with, though, Astini, now that we see the Eng come out? Do we want the other support just yet?
Yeah, position 4, definitely. Because they showed 2 cores on the first phase. Here they want to show
a melee one, right?
Yeah, especially a melee one. There's Nyx, Ricky, of course.
Of course. How did we forget about this one? Ricky Lina.
I'm trying to forget about this one.
I mean, he is Ricky. He does disappear every once in a while.
Hey, that's
there
true.
You go.
That's true. Oh, gosh. All right, Ricky Lina. Ricky Lina. They go back for the Tusk in the maybe mid, because they haven't picked up a mid laner just yet. I hope this is going to be mid for XWI.
Yeah,
but let's quickly talk about this Ricky, boys. So firstly, actually explain to us, Astini, what is it that makes this duo so oppressive? To people that haven't been playing it as much, to people who have been graced by the grace of God and haven't had this in their pubs, why is it so busted? Why have so many teams been breaking it out?
Because Ricky is a good pick-off hero on the sense like Prophet's going to be splitting. He can never split the game because Ricky can shard you from so far away. He can use the sleep dart with the shard. And it's a hero that if he dies, then another hero show up. Another hero is going to chain fit. So you get 1 kill and basically you just make the enemies chain fit. You also get the smoke screen, which is great on team fights, but it's a hero that they are kind of shut down till the 11-minute mark because you depend on your shard of playing, and you also depend to have some burst follow-up damage. So this game, I don't see that much burst because the Lina don't want to get exposed. I see he's gonna like dart, lasso, but then there's no follow-up. So I'd like to see more burst from their lineup. They're missing the carry, not many carries with burst. Morphling was one that we've seen the last match, but I don't think it's a Morphling game, especially against Sinosaur.
I'm actually very confused here, Fia. You and I have seen this quite a lot, right? Where Ricky was picked as the counter. There's Pudge. There is still Pudge.
My bad.
Yeah.
Who's going Pudge?
There is still potential for Pudge.
Because there's the follow-up on Ricky Pudge. That's the follow-up on the carry.
He hasn't
see it.
I mean,
played
Lena's going to
Pudge,
be carry
though.
for sure, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay, yeah.
Lena, Ricky is going to be a lane, or Inch might be there. What I'm a little surprised about is the fact they picked Tusk here.
Into Ricky, I was about to ask you about that.
There's not only that, but it's also you're playing versus Bat mid. And from the DPC, we saw pretty much all teams that did pick Tusk, they were banning Bat Rider and like Ember. And it seems like Tusk is not a hero that has like a lot of tools to deal. This hero is also very good versus Tusk as well. Like you don't want to snowball into like the pit there. So that is a blind pick. I think they also are in the same train of thought that this Tusk has to be offlane to counter the Lina in lane, try and go for kills with Silencer. I'm assuming that lane's going to be maybe Tree, and then the NP has to be their carry, so they're going to pick the Undying there. So I think they still do need a mid more than anything here, because like Queen of Pain, of course, is the one thing that normally comes to mind that you do want to pick against this. Storm is a hero that was just shown. It could be a good mid as well. I'm just really afraid if they do put Tusk mid against Bat Rider, Quinn is going to have the easiest lane of his life. Plus, now he's Bat Rider, and that's a really bad combination.
Sadly, though, Monet does not play Nature's Prophet. Like, historically, he doesn't necessarily play it. Hasn't played it at the tournament so far.
All right, so, like, what can he possibly pick that is good versus Ursa is banned. They banned Monkey King as well. And that's just a comfort pick, honestly. That's not even, like... It can work in lane versus Underlord a bit, but, like, he reduces a lot of your damage. He's not that overwhelming damage that builds... Main thing you want to hear is that builds stacks of damage to deal with the Atrophy aura there, but... It seems like they're really just and that hero's terrible versus Bat as well. So like they're just going for comfort here.
Is this the kind of comfort that you think will work out here, Astini? Or rather, actually, let's talk about the GG draft, right? Because it feels very comfortable for them as well, right? Ace is going to be playing as Underlord. He's played that a billion times. Quinn on his Bat Rider. We know he's very, very good. This draft seems perfect for them, and doesn't feel like Asta has the tools to really stop them from just playing their natural state of Dota.
Yeah, I like the Underlord here because it kind of blocks the possibility of a new mid if they didn't want to pick a carry here. It blocks the spirits. It's a good catch with Atos. And it's a sort of follow-up for Ricky. You're not bursting targets, but you're keeping them there so like Ainch and Lina can follow up. And you also frontline for the Lina. I see it's a very complete draft. Lina is really strong in the meta, and I think it just out-carries Troll so easily. Also because I have Bat Rider with a lasso, so it's super hard to use your ultimate as a Troll. Seems easier execution here for GG, but a bit of hope for Oster in this game.
What do you think of this here? Is there any possibility of maybe Monet and XXX comboing together to be able to together out-carry the Lina, even if they can't do it themselves?
I mean, this game is going to be completely up to support rotations. If the lanes don't go miraculously for them, this is going to be another hard outdraft.
Another hard outdraft. Team Asta right now staring down the barrel of finding themselves in the lower bracket, where, of course, they'll still have another opportunity to keep their tournament hope alive, but at this point in time, it is looking like Gaming Gladiators might be in a position to take this 2-0. Although, the one hope I do have here, yes, it is a comfort draw for the side of Aster. Yes, it might look weaker than GG, but sometimes when your back is really against the wall, you just pick what has been working historically. We saw throughout the group stages, when both Chinese teams that are here right now at the main event, PSG, LGD, and Team Aster, they were both struggling, and then they did the same thing. One day, they just picked stuff that they hadn't picked since TI. They were like, well, this used to work. Let's just pick it up right now. So I don't know. I have a little bit of hope here that this could actually go well for them. And on the bright side, yes, they don't have that much team fight as Dini, but at the very least, they have Monet Troll, man. He's only lost one game on this hero so far.
But
and
there's
this is
Smoke Screen on the other side.
Yeah, but he's going to buy BKB.
I mean, all his Troll games have been versus Nature's Prophet. It's made a lot of sense. I've watched him the whole way. Like, that was a good Troll game. This is unfortunately just not one of them.
Is it a good silencer game, though, overall? It had a very phenomenal game number one, Astini. Is this the kind of game where we can have the same degree of impact from Baboka silencer as we saw in game one?
It's great against Bat Rider. There's a Bat Rider answer there. And it's also good to burst the Lina. You're going to like press and everyone's going to jump at her. That's one approach.
All right, we're going to be seeing, hopefully, that we get a Game 3 here for all the Chinese fans at home who want to watch Team Asta progress. But for the GG fans, they'll be hoping for a quick 2-0 so they can continue their tournament life in the upper bracket. To find out which of these two outcomes will occur, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have the captivating Cap. We have the salacious SVG. Gentlemen, take it away for Game 2.
Ooh, damn, salacious. You're salacious. Did you know that?
What is this man saying over there?
Avery like frowned when he heard that. He was like, Like he got insulted for some reason. Captivating Cap, though. I like that one, Snare. Let's get into our game 2 of Aster versus Gaming Gladiators because we already have... never mind. We're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, guys. We got a little pause, so it's all good.
Yeah, they paused for Cap's
Don't
monologue.
worry about it. We're going to be okay. But draft-wise, game 1, problem. Game 2?
Understatement. Understatement of the day, I believe. That was a lot of problems in that game.
A little bit when they literally couldn't fight like past 15 minutes, yeah.
This is not a troll game. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know why you want to play troll in this game. Looks miserable. I barely want to play troll at all, but like in this game, maybe the one saving grace is if you get the late game here, you get some ags from Roche, you start dispelling some napalms and some random stuff. I don't know, man.
You're really reaching right now, aren't you?
It looks like I don't see any of these heroes from Gaming Gladiators and think I want to play troll in it. And their lineup has to have troll come online at some point. I believe in Furion.
Yeah, Fear was like Ursa, Monkey King. Those two were banned. Was there another hero you could possibly think of? I mean, I kind of get like Underlord just kind of sits there. Troll gets to just hit him in lane. Maybe your damage is reduced by Atrophy Aura, but at least you can build up some of those fervor stacks, right?
I'm not worried about the lane. I don't really ever worry about trolling, especially when they have Treant. I'm just worried about the mid-game fights. You're playing versus Bad, who's going to kite you out. Notoriously bad matchup. Ricky Cloud, Mischance, and a Sleeping Dart, pretty annoying. You have Underlord Pit, Atrophy Aura that's going to reduce your damage on a hero that relies on attack speed and doesn't necessarily build a huge amount of damage if you're going early BKB or something. Enchantress, another hero that you have to commit ult to kill. Even then, is it worth it? You're getting kited out from a slow on top of it, and Lena's going to outrange you the whole game. Is that enough?
That was very, honestly, I like kind of zoned out there halfway through that list. And 5 minutes, it was still going on.
Because Troll is going to zone out halfway through these fights when he encounters all of that, which means he needs team help. So you got to look at what Aster's going to bring to the table. I think XXS can have a much better game and a lot higher impact this time around than that Enigma draft. I like that because I think for this team, he has to have a really standout performance for them to feel natural in the game. And I think Furion can always do that at this tournament. I think it's very hard to shut this hero down. We saw the Bat Rider instantly come out. Quinn's job is this game is to make Tusk and Furion, and if there wasn't a troll, all of their lives hell, right? If he can hunt him on the map, he's going to be happy. And
he's
that's
got 6 napalm stacks, and he's still punching Quinn in the face. What's going on here?
I mean, this man, he didn't hear no bell. He didn't hear no bell.
I didn't hear no bell. Keep it going. Ace in a little bit of trouble. Almost died there. That was a little scary. Almost gave up.
I mean, you can play to reset the stacks with Snowball in this matchup. So this Tusk Bat matchup is not that bad for Tusk. I've seen a lot of Tusks get out of it. Of course, in the game, it's pretty rough. I mean, lanes, I don't put a lot of weight on lanes in this meta, but these lanes should go better for Aster than last game, which I thought were pretty hard.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you have, like, the panel did say, I don't know about this Bat Rider versus Tusk, but your opinion is Tusk can get out of almost any lane. Yeah, I don't think the lane is an issue in this matchup. I think it's just the fights. Like, the fights are so sad because you have to build fast BKB. If you get lassoed into a right-click carry, you're pretty sad. I think later the game goes, it's okay, but we've also seen these bats scale really hard at this tournament. Yeah. Well, and of course, it's the Lena major. You always have to think about the Lena police putting you in Lena jail. Well, okay, so reading you your Lena rights. Why did we give up the Lena? And do you think a Nature's Prophet exchange? Like, would you give up if you were drafting? A psycho. That's why. Do you need another reason? This guy's insane, dude. He does crazy stuff. I kind of respect it. I mean, I think the Furion Lena trade is pretty close. I really feel this Furion hero is insanely good right now. This 60-second ult off Ags is just bonkers. It's insanely broken. So you're getting a decent trade. You take away the Treant as well. There's no they didn't get an Undying. I don't have a huge amount of faith in Ricky Lena compared to the other combos, right? I have a lot more faith in Treant Lena or Undying Lena than Ricky Lena, because I don't think the Ricky protects Lena from getting jumped on. So in that sense, I think this trade is better. But it's, there's always the Lena threat. Well, the laning phase seems to be going pretty well. Every single time we take a look up here, Ace is being run at, and Tofu, I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna blink strike somebody. Haha, 30 damage. Doesn't really do much. Ace is definitely suffering, which is good for Aster, because I feel like when Ace has a rough early game, it hurts gaming a lot. He's a lot of their team fight. If you look at this draft, it's 4 single target heroes plus Ace. If Ace doesn't get to the auras, he doesn't get to the levels between the Pit and the Firestorm,
even Gate giving a buff now, a lot of gaming's team fight goes out the window, which is why I think this draft is way closer than last game. Because I can actually see worlds where Aster start fights off, you have a global that can come through, you living armor the troll, sure, maybe he gets kited a bit, but can gaming actually stand their ground versus this Aster mid game? It's another question. It's really dependent on lanes here. If Bat gets off to a really good start, I can see Quinn take over the fights. If Monet has this good a start, he can accelerate Roshan. If XXS gets a very fast Ags, suddenly those skirmishes aren't as easy for your Ricky and Batrider. So lanes are very important in this game. And especially that double melee lane top versus Troll Tree. It's going to give Monet a good start here.
Seem to be doing
the pressure on.
Pretty all right. The Shard and Snowball is going to do a lot of damage. Of course, he can fly over it. Tofu's going to come in through the side. The First Blood's still open. The Fairy Fire is going to be used by the Tusk. He's fine. And Quinn is not going to tick out either.
All right, I thought Baboka had a last word point, but he actually went the Glaive build. So not that extra damage to throw on top of that Batrider and commit the extra silence. Of course, it does help the laning a little bit in the early game. You can steal some in if you get some kills.
Yeah.
But it'll send Quinn to base at least, which is, or it didn't send him to base. He stuck around. Okay, he's in trouble again.
Gonna roll after him, and get
Now
that First Blood. There you go, XWY.
I thought he just went to base. I assumed he's going to base. Well, he's going to base now.
Yeah, he is.
Not
he's
the way
getting that
he
free
wanted.
trip back to base.
That's where you thought you were flying business, and they give you the economy tickets.
Well, at least Tofu's here to be able to catch the gold and experience that's feeding into the tower, but in a matchup that, I mean, even if Tusk can't get out of lane, he's supposed to get out of lane, as in he's supposed to be pressured, but he still gets what he wants. He's not supposed to be getting kills.
I mean, Aster winning 3 lanes here, and that's a very good rotation from Baboka because he gets to interfere with this Bat's game, which means later on in these skirmishes where you want the silencer to interact with the Bat, shut him down with those spells that are super strong until he has BKB, you're prolonging that window, right? The more Quinn gets delayed here, the rougher his mid game is going to be. That opens up XXS on the side lanes, makes Monet's life easier. If you're going to pick a hero to shut down in this gaming lineup, I'd pick the Batrider here. Sure, Lena's annoying. You can only do so much versus her.
Sure.
This Bat has to pick up the slack in that mid game for gaming.
Do you think Troll is an adequate answer to Lena? Like, conceptually, do you think it's a good matchup?
No, not really.
Okay.
But if he gets
but
to
what if
items,
he gets to like super late game where he gets like a blink dagger?
If you get to late game, I still think these Swift Blink Abyssal heroes are, in theory, are very good for Lena.
Yeah.
Let's say you blink on Lena, Abyssal her, or just ult. Pretty rough, right?
Gonna try again. Quinn still holding on to the
He's
Firefly.
Still susceptible.
He did not want to have to use it there. You could see he was really holding on to it. Tofu, nice snag though. Gets the haste rune, which otherwise would have been given to XWY, which would have been more pressure on mid, or maybe even just a free escape.
Yep. And the nice things about these rotations for Baboka is that XXS gets solo XP on a Furion, which means that ult's going to come up sooner. So they're very happy to keep skirmishing around mid here as long as Quinn is feeling the pressure.
And you said shutting down the Batrider is the best target, so you think that Nature's Wrath level 6?
Go again.
Like to see him maybe mid. The Walrus Punch goes out. Quinn going to take a lot of damage as he's struggling to... Okay, just TP's away. He actually thought he was just going to get chased down underneath the tower by XWY.
No punch, used it first, so get the free trip to base. Again, I don't know if Quinn wants to be in base this much, but he's not being given a choice here. And Tofu will say, your XP is now mine, son.
XWY, he's taking on any challenge. Anybody who shows up the lane is going to get a punch. And Tofu, not as tanky as Quinn's Batrider, is going to fall. Meanwhile, that leaves Ace all alone in the top lane. Monet and Pichu once again going to go for it. To slow down, they get a second ensnare. And that's going to be another kill. Aster, I mean, this is looking like a situation of win lanes, win game.
And they're doing a decent job of it.
Yeah.
Especially if you win lanes versus Enchantress Ricky. That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, those heroes are meant to win lanes because they're not terribly good at taking early fights.
And again, they're forcing the supports to mid here from gaming, which really hurts Ace on this laning phase. Underlord did not have the start to be left alone. You're hurting this Lena as well, who has to end up in a 1v1 versus Furion. It's not the worst, but more importantly, Celery gets dragged off this lane. Celery wants to be stealing treants, abusing Furion, creating an advantage here, or at least roaming to mid on the proactive side. Instead, he's reacting to mid, slowing down Enchantress, slowing down Ricky, and Ace is struggling. Pretty good recipe early game for Aster here. And of course, you're getting some int out of it, right? That never hurts. Baboka is getting smarter.
Is getting smarter. And he's already a smart lad. Quinn gonna have to use the Firefly to secure that double damage, or getting a little unlucky. Should have preferred the Power Rune top. XWY is just like, this punch is just a harassment tool at this point. Nobody gets to stick around lane without getting punched.
I'm surprised he didn't just put it on auto cast.
He might have.
Why not at this point? I mean, he's having a much better game, and he's on a hero that can create play opportunities for Asker, right?
Yeah, that was the missing
DP.
Death Prophet, right? You said this is not a hero that, like, you exorcism and force objectives, and the enemy has to react. This is a hero that can go actively out looking for kills.
Just give this man a boxing glove.
Dude, he's got double damage on Quinn. He don't care. XWY is just like, I'm going to charge you. You're going to take some damage. You're not going to feel happy. Ace? Where's the net?
Vanguard. So no boots, Vanguard rush to deal with this troll. It's going to keep him in a pretty decent place for a long time in this game. Wouldn't even be surprised to potentially see Crimson later. You might be thinking about it. Crimson destroys troll.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of these forgotten about items, but you can buy it on anybody. Just pop it in the fight. Troll has to go on the target. If you can't purge it, it's a done deal. Just eliminates such a large chunk of that hero's damage.
Troll, Nature's Prophet, Tusk, a lot of right-clicking.
Yeah, a lot of mini right-click, too. It's not huge hitters outside of the Tuskar physical, which you're not worried about till super later. So this Vanguard's going to be pretty nice for Ace. And again, his job is to kind of slow the game down and deal with the waves. If he can't stand in front of towers, take those fights, defend areas early, he's not going to feel great. It's a little Tide Hunter cosplay, you know? Of course, that got banned out. Know how much Ace loves that hero.
And Vision on the high ground. They're going to use it to snowball catch Celery. And with his heal, it's going to delay his death, but eventually will fall to Nature's Wrath. Claims
he didn't get the
hit. Did the Centaur slow him down too much?
He got out of range.
Oh, no.
This is why you need to buff this hero. If you're not getting int off that kill, I mean, come on. What do you want this guy to do? He's a silencer with brown boots.
Yeah, the hero could use a little. XWY is just, I'm going again. Quinn's just not allowed to farm safely. He doesn't even care if, like, Quinn sees him coming. It's like, I'm going to push you off the wave. You're not going to be able to farm nearly as much. I mean, the Tusk that wins lane is a pretty active hero.
I mean, you're going to have fast Battle Fury Troll and fast Ags on Nature's Prophet this game.
He's doing like 20 damage a hit, but he's getting a lot of hits in.
Oh, imagine if you bought Blade Mail here.
Oh, man. I was imagining, what if he went the Maelstrom build instead of the Battle Fury build? Because then all of these hits would actually translate into some early damage.
Yeah, but again, what are you playing for in Troll in this game? I think you're playing for Swift Blink Abyssal.
Right.
So, whatever helps you get there, I'm all for.
Got to keep your eyes on the Lina.
Yeah, why are you going to buy Maelstrom and try and skirmish with Troll in this game? That sounds miserable. Get Battle Fury, hit neutral creeps that can't cut you, and get the 6 slots.
Uh-oh.
Global to bail him out?
Global is going to bail him out, at least for now. Monet did not have to use the ultimate with the multiple TPs coming in, especially XWY. Gaming Gladiators are going to respect that.
I think he regrets that TP on Tusk, though. If they dive, he'll clean something up. Now he just has to amble his way back to mid, giving up some space. Upside is Nature's Prophet doing nature things, cleaning up bottom tower, pushing bottom in with Catapult Wave and Treants, and he's going to have Ags very soon here.
I strongly feel like I'm okay with the Nature's Prophet Lina change because I feel like Nature's Prophet changes the game.
He really does. This item is just insane. There's no way around it. I think at TI, for me, Naga was the largest map abuse hero. There just wasn't a clear way to stop it. The ore items made her invincible in the fights. I feel like MP has taken up that role. There's not a way to deal with this map pressure. He can join every fight. He scales immensely hard. And Ace, you need 2 Vanguards for this, son.
Yeah, he really does. He's going to do what damage he can, but he knows he's dead. His teammates cannot get to him in time. It does put Battle Trance on cooldown for a bit, so we'll see if Aster or if Gaming Gladiators do try and abuse that at some point.
Really, Cap? Battle Trance on cooldown? I don't think I've ever heard a pub teammate say, yo guys, Battle Trance on cooldown. It's time to go.
I just mean he's a little bit easier to gank, you know?
I mean, the only person who's going to threaten this troll is Quinn. And again, his early game was rough. He's doing Ancients to catch up with Boots of Travel first. And you pick the bat to kind of keep the map pressure versus the NP. Again, if that equilibrium falls out of place, XXS is having a way better game. It's not the case, right? Faster BKBs for this troll and MP. Faster faster dispels for the supports potentially. Timings are everything. Tofu.
Down, smoke screen used as well. Preventing the snowball, and with the Underlord coming in, they do manage to get the lasso just in the last sec. Ace is going to help deliver some damage here. Snowball back in. He just does what damage he can to Quinn, and Quinn almost dies for it. The curse is not going to take him out. So he will be fine just on 30 HP, but decent play there from Gaming Gladiators, the rotation base, with bringing Duraccio in to put some pressure on this mid tower. Unfortunately, Glyph was still up. So the living armor, I mean, Aster is making much better use of this Train Protector and the living armor than Gaming Gladiator, or excuse me, than they managed to do in game 1.
Maybe not playing against Furion helps that as well, but for sure.
True.
He didn't max it as well, so he can still contribute to the fights. I also like that Aster don't overcommit on some attempted turnaround there. You're really close to this NP Ags, you're really close to Battle Furion Troll. Those two heroes just kept farming both side lanes and back into the jungle. You're not losing on economy here, right? If you're Aster, you don't have to overreact to a play like that.
Yeah.
It's very nice that they didn't, because I think they got a lot out of the map. Sure, XWY dies, but it was a huge committal for gaming. You come back, you take a tier 1 off it. Your game flow is still going here, right? And that Ags is up, so it's going to start to shove these waves in faster. It's going to start to root you in the fight, which helps Monet a lot. And he's going back on Ace. He hasn't had enough of the punching bag. Back to the gym.
And he completes the Crimson Guard, so you were totally right about the item build. Not too often that we see this item, but it is a pretty dream game for it.
He is quite literally invincible versus Troll with this item for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
You also have to think about late game nullifiers here for Aster. We're talking about gap closing Lina. We have seen so many double 4-staffs, triple 4-staffs for this hero. I would really like to see it on the radar going deep in this game, because 4-staff is already out for Duraccio, right?
Yeah, so we want to see a few more, at least maybe on Celery, who's probably, I guess, where that fluffy hat is going.
I think it's been an overlooked aspect of this hero. Sure, you can build the gap close, you can have the gap close through your heroes, but how many fights have we seen where you go on Lina and he gets double forced, and what happens?
Yeah, he Hurricane Pikes you, and you know, gets a reset of 600 range, and then he turns around, gets a couple of 4-staffs. Yeah, especially against their initiation is Nature's Wrath and Overgrowth. Those are your ways to be able to hold Lina in place, and Snowball and Shard, right? 4-staff seems insanely valued.
The other mechanism outside of building expensive items is you can build slightly less expensive items than the Blink Ags for Tusk and just kick them in.
Yeah, you were talking about, you said
else.
that Ags could be really value in this game.
Yeah, I think the Tusk Ags is almost the win condition here for Aster. You start kicking these heroes in. How do you follow up on that if you're gaming? You have to follow it up into Overgrowth, into Global. That's where the support spells become very easy to cast if you're Aster. And Troll can go to work, right? Troll likes the 1-on-1. He doesn't really like the 5-on-5. He likes when you try and man fight him.
You don't think, is it because they have Troll and Nature's Prophet? You don't need to help out in damage at all. You could just go utility on Tusk. You don't need to go like the Desolator one-shot punch sort of build.
Yeah, I don't think Deso was the call this game.
Yeah.
I could still see it if you were having a really fast early game. He did have a pretty good one, but I think you need the Tusk BKB, and the faster you get it versus lineup that's going to try and kite your melee heroes, I think the happier you are.
Right.
And then I think Ags just seals the deal if you're 10 or 12K ahead, right? If you look at where Quinn is in this game, he is not happy. He doesn't look happy in the booth either, but he is having a rough game on this Bad Rider.
Man, this what they're currently doing right now with this smoke rotation and Quinn trying to do Ancients, I mean, if you think he's looking upset now.
Somebody's dead here.
Just wait till
I'll tell you that much.
His support dies and his Ancients get stolen. Yeah, it could get real bad.
He's getting a package delivered, and he's not going to like what's in it. It's going to be a big walrus glove.
Aster's going to drop one of those bags of dog poo on
him. The booth falling apart? Are we duct taping a window? What's happening?
Yeah, we got a... Looks like a cable fell a little loose here. So
goddamn,
on the Aster
XWY
side,
broke the booth with his punches, man.
Damn.
Walrus punched the booth. Chill, bro.
How many players through history of Dota history have punched a monitor?
Puppy.
Well,
he threw it.
He threw a headset. That was a little different. I mean, in ways, that was smarter, right? Protect your hand. That's
like,
your instrument.
What's the list, right? It's probably Puppy, the entire North American region. And
there was TI2,
once.
TI3. Somebody did. I can't remember who. Was somebody on Alliance on TI3? I think maybe when they won, actually. I think somebody.
Oh, yeah. Admiral Bulldog threw his He broke the
Well,
mother
yeah,
on the
I mean,
cage.
he was bringing down the whole entire cage there.
That's true.
Man's a beast. 1-5. Aster currently looking at a 2,000 net worth lead. Much, much better setup for them in game 2, at least when it comes to the laning phase. What are still your concerns when it comes to them in their draft? Because you seem pretty pessimistic about their chances. But now that they've won the laning phase, that forgives
like I
a
said,
lot
I think
of things.
these drafts are a lot closer than last game. They
True,
have a lot
yeah,
more
you
play
did say
options.
that.
I think whenever you have play options and you have comfortable heroes, you have this Nature's Prophet that can push in waves and set that pickup off, I think the draft can function, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing stopping us from winning this game. I just think it looks like a hard troll game on paper. If everything's even in the very late game, Lena's online, Bat has refresher ags, this type of thing, I could see the game getting weird. And it was really dependent on the start, too. We talked a lot about how these lanes matter. Well, Aster won the lanes, so now they're very favored in this game because the Bat momentum shut down. This Bat troll matchup doesn't matter if Bat's not a hero, you know?
That is pretty true, yeah.
Crimson Guard helps a little bit, but you're still going to have to deal the damage here, and at some point, Troll's going to force the Roche. If you're missing a cooldown, you don't have the teamfight capability. Lena gets caught once. A lot of this map can snowball. That's the other problem with this NP. If you miss one fight, you mess it up, you get a good pick off, he just takes everything. It's the Grim Reaper, man.
Power of duct tape.
Duct tape can fix anything.
See the
except the Dota team.
Well, fortunately,
Can't
Aster
plug
don't
those
seem to
holes.
need fixing. I was a little bit concerned for them after game 1. I mean, we both had them as, I think, the top Chinese team coming out of the region.
I had
We
them
thought
top
they were
4
going
at
to
the
be able to.
tournament.
You had them top 4 of the tournament. I think I had them. I also had them top 4.
Well, they
But the
chased
smoke. Where'd it go?
They
Did
gave up.
They gave. Oh, they moved to the other side of the map. Oh, it would have been a dream opportunity for them to be able to shut down Quinn even further, but instead they go to the other side of the map. Hopefully they get something out of
Find
this.
a bigger prize, though.
Duraccio, Alina kill would be massive. Tofu's going to try and help him out with the smoke screen, but he doesn't have Sleeping Dart just yet. They do have the Nature's Prophet who's going to be joining them, but Duraccio with that force staff got a little bit of distance. Now the Overgrowth's going to be used to hold them in place, and they're going to be able to get Tofu as well. So 2 nice kills for the side of Aster. Maybe that is better than killing a Bat Rider and stealing his Ancients.
Honestly, that was a pretty big Ancient stack. I don't know if I'm taking the Ancients there, but they're happy to take that, get a little extra int, slow the Lena down. Very pivotal in this time, right? If she's going early Force Staff, not that BKB, she's not really to take those head-on fights yet. And of course, XXS can join all of these moves and then clean up the lanes. Monet has Battle Fury online. Your towers are still standing with Treant armor. Aster have set themselves up here for success.
Standing for now, but Ace does have a lot of bonus damage from this Atrophy Aura. He's chunking down this Tier 1 tower, and the Tree Protector has given up on protecting it. So, good read, too. I think maybe they had a ward in that jungle that spotted Quinn, so Aster started backing away. Now it looks like they're going to come back in force. They've got
If
three
you're
heroes
Aster,
here.
all you want to do is find Quinn, find Duraccio before they get the BKBs, and kill them as many times as you can right now. Get Paboka involved. This is the perfect type of setup
Nice
for them.
two-man curse with the snowball cutting off as well. A punch up in the air, XWY. The Crimson Guard is not going to do enough to protect Quinn. And now left alone, Ace is going to try and get through the teleport. Go, go, go. Calls a taxi and gets himself out of dodge. And will be able to get back to the fountain. But you said shutting down the Bat Rider is all important, so I'm sure Aster are not too sad about that.
Oh,
Getting
they're
the kill
very
on
happy.
Quinn.
They're very happy with that move.
Yeah.
I'm surprised XWY didn't fall him through the gate there the way he's been playing. But
This man has been aggressive for sure.
go through the gate, punch him, get out. That sends a message.
That would.
Of course, perhaps the ultimate message is every time one of these happens, Monet is farming. Are there many things scarier in Dota than Monet farming and you haven't seen him for a while?
Yeah, the panel was talking about, okay, the strengths of Aster, and I think they said Monet, like, they build around this team. Is that your assessment of Aster as well?
Yes. Monet is going to win them the game. XXS can pop off, XWY can make some good space, their supports can bring up the team fight, but Monet is your game winner on this team 90% of the time. They give him last pick, they prioritize his lane the most, they're going to set him up for success and hope he delivers. And honestly, historically, he's delivered a decent amount. Going to try and get the punch. We'll get it.
We haven't seen too much of Celery, and that's because, as we just saw from the stat put up on the screen, he's been spending most of his time stacking. and very, very slowly dying. The force staff from Duraccio did not come in time. That's why he was sitting there. He was just facing forward. Duraccio was like, don't worry, bro, I got you. But the Nature's Wrath, just too much damage. Anyway, tons and tons of stacks. We do have XXS being aware of that. He's beginning to throw treants in that direction. That would be a really good solution. The last one he threw, though, timed out 8 seconds before the 18-minute mark, so.
Little sad. Still good heads-up gameplay in terms of the economy, because Aster are not building a lead right now.
No.
This Underlord and Bad Rider are pushing the lanes out, getting farm, haven't really been able to kill Ace past that laning phase. Now you're going to try.
He's got a double damage on XWY, so Crimson Guard. Okay, do they have enough stuns here? They have another Walrus Punch, so he's going to time it. Half a second left on that TP away, so really well done by XWY. Stalling and layering those disables pretty nicely to maximize.
I mean, you definitely got all the time in the world to think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Double damage doesn't hurt either. Again, though, you're not closing out the map here if you're Aster. They ideally would still want to get some more skirmishes going or get to the BKB on Troll and just force the Roche with some advantage. Do not want to let Lina play too much Lina Dota, especially with the commanding position you have out of lanes.
BKB for Monet. Do you think that's, once he finishes that, we just go straight up just do Roshan? Can they do that? Can they just like 5-man Roche and be like, come fight us?
I don't think you can really force it, but you want to, you can maybe smoke the triangle. You can smoke and get vision, right? If nobody's there from gaming, then maybe you do it super fast with Troll and Tag Team. Because the Roche is fast here. It's just you don't want to give this Underlord a fight where his spells are amazing around the pit. And he does have the auras. Ace has Mech. He has Crimson Guard. Pushing towards the Greaves. This is kind of his early game power spike. You can also just dodge it if you're Aster.
Chase after Duraccio here. He does manage to skirt around both the Sprout and the Shard. They lost vision of him. Of course, they know he's over here on this corner. He's going to go ahead and force over the cliff. Go for a TP out. The Snowball's going to catch him, though. XWY manages to close that gap just fast enough. A pretty good juke by Duraccio, but not good enough. Aster catch him anyway.
Those are the type of side lane pickoffs that Aster won in this game. That's what's going to give him an economic advantage, because now you can TP to the other side of the map, you can smoke, you can let Furion shove the waves in. Almost none of that is happening, but these are all possibilities, you know? And XWY is having a much better game, right? I feel like he's commanding this game as opposed to last time, where it felt like he had to force the moves, and the second one or two of them failed, his game became very hard.
Yeah, honestly, it just looks like a different Aster. When he
really
is,
does.
like, he has to be a significant voice when it comes to shot calling, because when you get a shot caller or a killing hero, like, your team looks so much different than compared to what happened last time, where the Death Prophet didn't really have the same kind of effect.
Looks far more comfortable. The team looks more comfortable.
Yeah.
That said, Gaming are hitting that window where they have the Underlords and they have BKB on bat.
Good force staff, the Snowball. After the force staff, though, the Shard doesn't quite last, though, and actually blocks out XWY himself. He is going to get caught by the Sleeping Dart, and Ace is here. The rest of the team, the Gaming Gladiators, are on their way, and they manage to force the BKB. XWY, the Global Silence, and the Punch being used to stall out the Bat Rider. Quinn is going to keep chasing after him, though. He's got BKB after all, so there's really no sense in giving up. Might as well keep going, see what kills you can get, see what you can force out of him. It is going to be a TP rotation out of the Troll, so now they're going to back away. BKB may have to be used on the Bat Rider until the save. Force staff as well as the pit being used. So getting a BKB charge out of XWY, keeping it on Quinn. A very small victory for Gaming Gladiators.
Can they turn it into anything? Because this is when they want to fight. With BKB on bat, with the auras up. Global's going to be down here as well. Aster, pretty disciplined. They're just going to back up here.
Seems you're absolutely right about your read of XWY. He's going to go Blink Dagger into Ags is what he has queued up right now. So he 100% agrees with you.
Just seems to build. I mean, unless you're going Deso early on this hero, there isn't a lot else you can build. I've seen AC. AC wouldn't be too bad this game. Even extra force stabs would be pretty nice on Aster's side to help deal with hits and smoke screens, this type of stuff. But if you're having a good game like he's having, don't necessarily want to go.
Oh, getting baited on the illusion. Quinn immediately pops the BKB with the last over. The overgrowth is pretty nice. Immediately use the illusion to get rid of that one, but the force stats are able to get XWY out of here. And Monet thinking about going in. They're going to have to leave the Dream Protector behind. Bye-bye, Siamese Cat. He's going to have to rely on one of his 8 other lives. Aster, are they going to fight for the pit now? Because Gaming Gladiators, they say, hey, one little pickoff like that, that's enough for us to Roshan.
I agree. I don't think Aster are confident.
Oh,
fighting in
what
an
is that?
underworld.
A force staff up to the high ground?
That's just nasty right
An
there.
offensive force staff, a nasty move.
Oh, Boboka, you did him dirty. You did him real dirty here, because now they're kind of questioning this Roshan. They're not even going to commit.
I mean, that sleeping dart is a pretty powerful force at this point in the game. Not having that in the smoke screen, it's just enough. Plus, now Aster are back up in full.
And Global's back up. You missed that very small Roche window. And Monet says, my window's bigger. I don't care if you come at me now.
Go leap right
No
through it.
lasso, no BKB on bat. Is this a fight for gaming if they're not the ones set up? Hit
Okay.
dropped.
Here comes that portal.
XWY
He's going to
doesn't
show
care.
himself right away. XWY just wants to fight right away while they're a bit separated. They're going to go for it, but the force staff gets them over the high ground. Monet has now popped its BKB and retreating with it. Not a great sign for Aster as they're going to get caught by the sleeping dart, at least on Boboka. Bye-bye, Boboka. Tried to give him a help with the force staff, and actually makes things worse. And now, Gaming Gladiators, they're the ones back into the pit.
Yeah, overgrowth in 3, but no BKBs.
It's funny how both teams, in one little small support pickoff, both teams looking at that Roshan going, we have the advantage, we should force it, and Gaming Gladiators end up being the ones correct. Or
Yeah.
maybe XWI was wrong for going on ace.
I think you can go there, but you can't commit. You can't commit early BKBs. You saw how patient they're trying to hold those out. And of course, Tua was MVP in both of those. I go back to force staff, man. Boboka with the aggressive and Gaming with the defensive one on ace.
Yeah.
Kiting is the name of the game here, especially when you're playing a Lina lineup. You want to maintain the gap. You want to just prolong the fight as long as possible. Gonna have to start dealing with these at some point.
Anybody help out this troll? He doesn't have BKB,
There's
and he's
no
stuck
help.
inside the silence. Can he get out of it? No, the flame break. Oh, he just barely dies from all of that. Not that I think Battle Trance would have done anything to save him there. There was a full 5-man crew of Gaming Gladiators recognizing that Monet had overstepped himself.
You're in the wrong neighborhood. He was completely alone down there.
Yep.
You have to remember there's bots on this bat, bots on Lina, and the gate for the Underlord. All 3 of Gaming's cores can be on any of these lanes as long as you have Glip and a Creep Wave. Overextension, it's going to cost them a lot. Now we're in the Lina zone, where she starts to pull ahead.
Yeah. Very few teams are willing to give up that Lina. And Duraccio is in a great place right now. Going to start building towards that Satanic. So now you got that kind of second life situation going on. Super hard to be able to burst her down. I mean, you've talked about how this 15 talent is insane for Lina. 350 health.
It is quite nice. It is quite nice, especially if he gets another tanky item. It feels like it just pushes you over that threshold of killable.
Yeah.
Allows you to become the Sieger as well with an Aegis on the back of it. Yeah, suddenly Lina, 3,000 HP. This is how
Monet
it starts.
is
The
trying to
beginning of
go
nightmares.
He's trying to go Sanjin Yasha. You were talking about the Blink Dagger, Swift Blink, Basher builds. Is this after the SNY? Like, do you agree that he's taking this pit stop for Sanj? Because, I mean, there's certain things like it doesn't do a thing about smoke screen, right?
Sure. I mean, SNY BKB is pretty much the default build on this hero.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the highest value for the costs. Again, what is Troll's timing in this game? When I was saying Blink Abyssal, it kind of wasn't a joke. I don't know how easy it is for him to join these fights without it.
Okay, so you're saying this troll really isn't an answer to the Lina until like 40 minutes?
No. Unless Gaming take a catastrophic position fight. These fights are still hard.
All right.
And this is with the early lead Aster had. Again, Tusk Ags can help the Troll a lot. If you're kicking the Lina into him, it's a very different fight setup. But otherwise, I think Monet has to keep farming here. Something he does like to do.
Tofu's going to stop that. Just be annoying. Oh, they're actually going to go for it with the portal.
All of Aster's here, though. I don't know if Gaming know that.
Yeah, they're going to all file into this portal, and they're going to start for it. Monet is just going to land into the Lina, but at the same time, he has the Aegis, the Crimson Guard. He protected the Lina entirely. He took no damage whatsoever. Oh, man.
It's a nice carry you have there.
That was a little embarrassing.
Be a shame if someone bought Crimson Guard and removed him from the game.
Oh, my God.
I mean, this item destroys this hero. You need Nullifier, or you need the magic hybrid build, like MKB Mjolnir type thing.
Yeah, with the early
but even then,
Maelstrom build.
it just sucks. This matchup really sucks.
Wow. I mean, I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad. He like literally, he was sitting there. He got like 10 hits in and did no
I mean,
damage
you have to
to Lena.
remember, there's Axe-Fiora on top of this, right?
Oh, that's true,
This
yeah.
is an Underlord Crimson, not just any other Crimson, but even
Look at him.
BKB here.
He lost like maybe 5% of
That's
his
him
health.
with full damage. That's not even
Oh my
reduction,
God.
so he's really suffering.
Snowball going to be used. XWY stalling up Quinn's aggressive move here. Pops the BKB before the lasso goes out too. Can the rest of the team get here? Oh, look at that. Jirachu's already here. He waves goodbye though. His BKB lasts just long enough, but hey, they managed to catch the silencer at least. Tofu catches them with the sleeping dart. Bobica not having a fun time in that silencer anymore. That's for sure.
At least Aster is identifying some of the problems they're having.
Okay.
Because Monet was thinking about building Nullifier, and then XXS said, no, I got it, buddy. And he's going to build it on Furion next year. Already has the helm. Still, this isn't really the ideal Furion build because now he's putting BKB on the back burner. This is how much they feel like that Crimson and the other buffs are destroying Troll's teamfight.
Yeah.
You are getting rid of this XXS BKB on Furion to go for a Nullifier here that is not even, it's not even guaranteed, right?
Yeah. Bisho, we haven't talked about him too much, but he does have the Blink Dagger now, so gonna need a good overgrowth to protect some of these heroes. But you gotta wait out the BKBs at the same time.
You're gonna need a lot of good things here because you gotta push to the late game now if you're Aster.
Yeah, for sure.
These fights are not favoring you. Gaming got to their items. They punished you harder than you punished them after that early laning stage. XWY is falling a little bit behind.
Using the snowball is a little scary when he doesn't have his BKB up. 5 seconds till it's up, though. Game of Gladiators. Not going to try anything, but they are going to poke into high ground. I'm going to say, all right, you want to go ahead and try and farm your Ancients or something? We're going to keep hitting this tier 3 that already took a ton of damage. Draccio is taking it.
Why
And
not?
where is Aster?
He has Satanic. He has all the auras and 4 staffs behind him. Quinn's in a little bit of trouble.
Really nice catch. I mean, they were showing nobody up here in this top lane. They kill Quinn, and now they're going to TP back. So, I mean, I feel like that's kind of a desperate move. You're pretty much giving up your tier 3 and a chance of getting a kill, but
honestly, I take that.
Yeah?
I take Quinn over tier 3 here.
Oh my God, he just tried to TP away like that. Daraccio has his TP canceled. He's going to fight back though. XXS, he's got to keep his distance here. Make sure those last couple shots, oh, so close. 50 health is all he had, Daraccio. He does manage to get off that Satanic. He's laying into XWY. He's getting that full heal. XWY's in trouble, and he's not going to be able to get the blink away. Hates and Celery laying into Monet, and Daraccio is on his way. LSA thrown out just to speed him up a little bit more as he threw it on the creeps. Bobica pushed out all of Gaming Gladiators. The Nullifier put to use, but where's the hits? Nullifier doesn't do a damn thing if nobody's willing to fight back. Aster are just huddled inside of their fountain right now.
There is no fighting back. What is the fighting back? This Quinn buys after that kill bottom. Your troll can't enter the fight. He enters it during BKB. Single 4 staff. Daraccio's away. Fights reset. XWY dies on the backside. Wondering where his carry is, but his carry can't be anywhere. Daraccio didn't even go BKB this game. He just went Satanic MKB.
Yeah. He just...
This game's just over?
TP'd out and basically in front of Aster. And I don't know if intentional or not, but baited out an amazing fight for Gaming Gladiators, which will take 2 lanes to Barracks. They can't finish up Megas, even if they wanted to. There is still the tier 2 and bottom lane open, but you can see Daraccio's like, don't worry guys, I'm gonna push it out the wave. You can just cut across and we can keep the pressure on Aster right here and now.
Troll better hope some items drop from heaven or something, man. I don't know.
Hope there's some sort of coding error and tier 5 item drops for him.
Even then, I don't think you have the damage anymore because XXS went this Nullifier. It's just hard to use. Now you have to sync it up too, right? You have to nullify whoever troll goes on. You have to really make this fight
aggressive
work.
force staff, but a defensive force staff gets him out of the snowball. The shard does manage to catch 2, but the team is so far away now. They got the lasso on XWY. Monet, oh man.
Another one.
BKB straight up to Daraccio, and instant force staff solves everything. They use the nullifier onto Ace. They're gonna try and kill the Underlord, but it's not even gonna be close. Monet living on a prayer and is now gonna die on one as well. Jump over, this is just done. Gaming Gladiators are rolling over this team fight. They're going to take that tier 2. These shows is just like, I don't know what to do, guys. I can't stop them. These 4 staffs are just too damn powerful.
Broke the back of Aster here. I feel like after the 3rd or 4th, I don't even know how many it was, but that's what I'm saying, though. The nullifier has to come out here, right?
You have to stop him from getting the 4-staff Sades. Where was it?
That could have actually been pretty good based on the positioning, but not there in time, and that's just the game.
GG.
4-staff into the lower bracket here.
Push down, and Game and Gladiators will push themselves forward 1 step in the upper bracket.
I was not a fan of the drafting today from Aster. I think it was too, I don't want to say cocky, but comfort picks are great. Not in the games where it just looks hopeless, or you have to be 10K ahead off lanes.
Yeah, and they took this tree silencer. Didn't look nearly the same as Game and Gladiators. I mean, at least their lanes went better, but yeah, it did feel like there was just some unanswered questions here for Aster, and you could see
also unanswered damage. This Underlord with Crimson. Yeah. People forget about this Crimson item, but it is the ultimate item versus Troll.
Everybody talks about Troll and like how bad this guy is as a carry. Like, oh, I hate his battle trance. Why can't I control anything? And it's like, 4 staffs are super meta, destroys Troll. Crimson Guard, an often forgot about item, destroys Troll.
Yeah, when the meta items destroy you and the complete non-meta items destroy you, you're in for a rough one.
Yeah, when is he going to be good?
That's what I'm saying. That's part of why I value Ace here is he's very consistent. Thinks about his itemization, buys the right items, plays the game the right way. Remember, he had a really rough start to the lane, and Quinn had an even rougher start, so Quinn took all that triangle farm. Ace didn't get his ancient stacks like he would on a Tide. He didn't get a lot of farm priority. He's kind of quietly farming. Okay, what one aura item is going to be the highest impact in this game? Crimson for Monet. Yeah. That's it. Game ends. You hit him once. Monet goes bottom. Ults once on his Underlord. Thinks about why he's at this tournament. Has more time to think about it because he's dead. Because he dealt 0 damage.
Yeah.
That's as simple as it is.
Well, he's going to have a full day to think about it, but not too much time because they are going to be in that lower bracket, so they're going to be fighting for elimination the next time we see them on stage. But Game and Gladiators showcasing why exactly they were the top seed of Group A. We're going to go ahead and close out this series, though, and see what the panel has to say about Game and Gladiators and their performance here.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, it's us. It's on the panel, and we're here to break down that second game. And I want to just start with thinking that once again, I thought Aster had it. This time, their lead wasn't even only the laning stage, Jenkins. It was even surpassed that. They were doing really well.
Yeah, honestly, they made some really good early game rotations. They rotated the silencer mid towards Quinn and just kind of sat there poking him with the Tusk and the silencer, where it's like, okay. He couldn't walk into the mid lane and farm like he would like to. Otherwise, the Tusk would just punch him, Silencer would Q him, and if he got low enough, then they would go on him. And then eventually Quinn was able to go back and take some ancient stacks and play the farm game, and he came back. So I don't know. I mean, Game of Gliders, they just look like the way better team there. Tofu on the Ricky was such a huge pain in the ass. And he was what's the score? 1-3-13. So it doesn't look that sick because he's 1-3. But every single setup that was good in that game was him just being there on his own. It was insane.
Yeah, it feels like in the first 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, they just power up the whole time. Just getting ready. They're losing, but not by so much that it gets out of hand. I mean, it felt like Tofu just lived in the mid lane the first 5 to 10 minute mark. Every time the camera jumps there, he's just there last hitting against a mid player. He's fine, super high armor, Tusk can't kill him. So it's they're just
too fluffy
waiting.
Hats.
They just draft for this mid to late game timing, know that they're gonna out farm and eventually win.
I mean, I want to put emphasis on how they played though, because there was things that they did that forced themselves into a better position. For example, Celery playing that Enchantress, something really nice that I liked was when he was just farming Aster's jungle.
So annoying, dude. He was
so annoying.
He would even a high five.
Yeah,
it's the new tech.
And he's taking farm away from them, and he's annoying them, and he's making heroes chase him. So Aster, this whole thing snowballed into a massive chain of events.
Yeah.
He farms their jungle, forces 4 heroes to chase him. They're chasing him. They go way too far. Game in now, counter, go.
With Underlord ult and Crimson Guard.
No, there was no Underlord ult, I don't think. But they had the global was forced to be used basically for them to get away on Aster. And then as a result, they smoke up instantly and then go and take a fight on the rune timing, which leads to more spells being used. They get kills, I think, then they try and force Roche, and that turns into a whole thing. Basically, Celery just farming in the right places of the map and like being a nuisance led to so many good things happening.
I mean, if we compare that to, from plus 5 to plus 5, we compare Celery's impact to Pichu. Now, I know they are very different style heroes, Treant and Enchantress, but I do want to give a little bit more light onto this because it did feel like, I don't know, was it just the movement? I will say, actually, Pichu's stats, or Siamese Cat stats, they're not looking bad.
They're not bad, but this is just the unique way that Celery plays Enchantress, right? It's like his scoreline looks terrible. I remember there was like some major where like he was like 1 in 15 or something on Enchantress, then voted as like the MVP because it always just takes such a commitment to kill him. And then on the flip side, his other support is a Riki. And this Riki went 2 Fluffy Hats, so he's very tanky, by the way, and then Lotus. So you're forced to use all the sentries because there's a Riki, but then you can't dust them. What do you do? It's like Enchantress on one hand and then Riki on the other. You can't juggle. You know, these are Dota players.
Yeah, it was really annoying, but at least their safe lane went well on the Aster side. Like, the Troll looked like the smartest Underlord counter in the game at the start. They got that small level advantage, and then he just runs them down, right? Normally, Underlord's like, okay, I've got Firestorm, and I have more damage than you, and I'm reducing your damage, so I just hit you. But then you'd get Troll Blind, and he's like, oh my god, I just have to run every single time. It looked like he wasn't going to come back into the game until he got that Crimson. So that was a big moment.
The Crimson was hilarious. He was like hitting him, and then the Crimson comes out. He's like, oh.
I do 0 damage.
And then he turned around. He stopped chasing.
He stopped chasing. What do you want to say? You were very excited.
I was very excited. Something that I think is overlooked on Underlord is the damage reduction on his ult. When you pass through the portal, you get a percentage damage reduction. So they were getting, on the level 2 ult, 22% damage reduction. And that lasts for 6 seconds. So when we saw that Roshan fight, a massive part was Underlord just ulted into the middle of the fight, and they start hitting him. He's got Crimson. He's got damage reduction. They're wasting so much time on him, and it allows Gaming to get a really nice counter initiation.
I saw Monet try to go on Duraccio in that fight. It's like Lina versus Troll. It's like, oh no, like this is it for Gaming. Like, you always want to get the Troll on top of the Lina. He took no damage. Between the Crimson and the Underlord damage reduction,
I'm normally not the biggest Underlord fan, but I really like the way Gaming Gladiators played it. There is something about seeing a very simple concept. Oh, you know what? All you have to do is have Riki scout, and then when you find someone, you jump in with Underlord, and everybody shows up to kill that one target.
So cool.
And to get that timing absolutely perfect, I think they made it just beautiful.
I think it's also like, I mean, Team Master, they just took this draft from Gaming Gladiators, right? Like, this was Gaming Gladiators opening. They had the Treant Protector, Nature's Prophet, Silencer. And the way that you deal with Silencer Treant is heroes that like to build Dispels, you know, Tidehunter with Guardian Greaves and Kraken Shell, Underlord. He puts all of his stuff down. He doesn't care if he gets silenced because his stuff is already on the ground, right? So, yeah, they needed one of those 2 heroes. Tide was banned, so they took the Underlord, and it looked amazing.
This fight was really impactful. I mean, Nature's Prophet survived, so it looked decent, but this just was like, oh, Lina's really, really, really strong. Even if you almost kill her, eventually she pops Satanic, and she's going to turn and fight you. So definitely one of the big moments of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And at this point, I mean, they couldn't fight her earlier because she still had their Aegis. And, well, obviously, you need to kind of fight when they go up high ground. But, yeah, at this point, the game was not over completely, but very close to being over.
When you can attack from 800 units and get kills, like just by auto-attacking and moving, yeah, that feels over.
I have a question for you guys, because I missed it a little bit in these later fights, but I remember around the mid game, they would have so much nice range poke on Aster that they would force Bat to have to use a Blink Dagger, oh no, BKB, sorry, and then they would always re-counter with the Treant ult, and that made their fight so hard. But in the late game, I don't think I saw Tree get any decent ults.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was just about to say, watching that fight, I think Quinn was very careful pressing BKB, other than in the early game where we saw it. But there were so many fights where I saw him at like 20, 30% HP. It's like, oh, he's dead. He's dead. Oh, he saved the BKB the entire time. And then in that fight, we just saw he had a bottled illusion rune as well.
that one was big. He pops BKB early. He's like, I'm fighting. And Tree's like, haha, got you. Yeah. Instantly removes it.
It's important. Like, oh, but you have to think about these things against Silencer plus Tree. They're countered by the same thing, which is the Dispel. So, yeah, you have to be so careful.
Now, I will say that our draft panel, after the draft was done, they said this game was a very, very big outdraft in favor of Gaming Gladiators. And, of course, they ended up winning, but was it that big of an outdraft on hindsight? Of course, we have the 2020 on hindsight. Was it such an outdraft to feel Purge?
I mean, the setup was really good. The stuff they talked about the damage mitigation from Underlord, once you see it, it's very obvious. That Troll attacks so quickly, which is normally amazing. But when you can block it so simply and make that threshold even better with the aura from Underlord, it just felt like so tough to combat.
They had so much. It was all physical damage. You have a Nature's, a Tusk, and a Troll Tricore playing full physical damage. It must be the happiest Crimson Guard rush of his life.
Yeah, it was just such a good Underlord pick, and their itemization was good too. Like, Crimson is a pretty garbage item. Let's just say it, right? Like, the heroes that it counters, like Beastmaster, Lycan, whatever, like, you get the Helm Dom too. The Crimson doesn't really do that much against it. But against Troll, who is hitting you, 10 times per second, it's actually good, especially if you have the damage reduction on top of it as well. And like the Ricky Blind and these 4 staffs to kite as well.
Yeah. And they could have gone even further. They could get, like, if this game goes even later, you pick up a Wraith Pact, and it's like
Wraith
good
Pact,
against
Shiva's
them.
Guard, it's
so
AC,
easy.
it's like there's like a 6-item inventory you can come up with where every single item reduces the Troll's damage by something, and then he's got these 4 staffs to deal with, and the Troll's just like, okay, I see why this hero's not picked that much.
Yeah, and one last thing is that you would usually like supplement that by buying like a Maelstrom, so that then you have magical damage alongside your physical damage. But he didn't itemize for that. He just went full physical.
Yeah.
And with that game done, Aster, of course, they have still shot in the lower bracket. Going back to this game, is there anything particular they can learn? Because from a new perspective, I feel like, they did great in both early games, and then you just, let go of the wheel and see where it ended up. Is that where things went wrong? Is it the draft where things went wrong? Like, what focus would you like to see? When we see Aster again, where should they have improved?
I really feel like it was just Gaming Gladiator had a better idea of what was going to happen in the ultra late game, and they didn't make that many mistakes early. Like, it's just one of those things. Sometimes games feel easy because one hero snowballs, and you're like, oh, we're way ahead, it's all good. But if they limit their losses and get to that smart late game win condition, then you just win matches. So, like, you're like, okay, our lanes aren't as good, but it's okay. So maybe Aster needs to keep that in account next time they do drafts.
Yeah, and it's a good thing they prepped for a Western European team.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. Like, that is literally like the Western Europe Classic, right? Well, Classic. I mean, the last 2 years is like basically like it looks like you're losing, it looks like you're dying. The score is 9-1 for the enemy team, but then there's not that much of a gold lead, right? Like they are really good at cutting their losses. This is Tundra that trained all the other Western European teams to do that, and obviously won TI with it. So Aster, they're going to be very well aware of this being a thing, and it's like, okay, we fell victim to this. Like, maybe we go for some greedier items and we abuse the fact that they're trying to split push us and not fight us here. Like, I don't know, Midas on Nature's Prophet or finishing the Gleipnir instead of going for the Ags, because the Ags is more for fighting, Gleipnir is more of like a carry Nature's. Because I didn't really feel the Nature impact on that game. Did you guys?
No, not really.
Not as much as we felt the Nature's impact in the game before that, when it was on the side of Gaming Gladiators from Ace. So that, there's a little bit of a learning experience there. Gaming Gladiators, they moved through the upper bracket. Their opponent is not yet known. They also, I feel like, will have some takeaways from the series, though, because when we say, Aster did great the first half of the game, that means the Gaming Gladiators did not do great in the first, 10, 15 minutes of the game, especially the second game sheep. I felt like they struggled a little bit.
I think it's just, we talked about the importance of Quinn, so when he is getting ganked mid or getting pressured, I think he actually seemed to struggle under that pressure a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I wasn't super impressed with him in that early game.
I think also like the Underlord lane in this game went kind of badly, and it's one of those things where like I could very easily see them being like, okay, this is just a draft where like we get through the laning phase. That's fine. Those drafts do exist and they're good, and you can't just be like, oh, we need to win all lanes magically. Like it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But I think they could have done like 10-20% better at least, and they're probably gonna. You don't think so?
It just feels hard because it's their heroes. It's like, it's Ricky and Underlord. When they go into Underlord, what does Ricky do? He's like sitting there stabbing the trees hard as he can in the back. It just doesn't do anything.
But that's why I'm saying like 10 or 20%. Like maybe a little bit more wave cutting, or they do something to kill the first range creep, or maybe they bring 3 heroes to like block the first wave into the tower so that it bounces out. It's like there's all sorts of like ways you can theory craft to play the lanes better. Or they're like, well, we didn't care about the early game. Like, we knew that we just needed to get through the early game. Yeah, it went bad, but we expected it. Who gives a shit? Let's just go into the next series. If we pick a laning draft and we lose lanes, then it's a problem.
Yes.
But if they pick to just, Ricky Dart, like, you're a hero when you get 15 minutes into the game and 1,400 gold. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's all you need. There's one more thing I want to give credit to Sheep, because we talked about the opening of the drafts, the picks and the bans and stuff like that, and we're like, are they going to let Lena through? Sheep's like, yeah, they're going to let Lena through and ban Lesh, and that's exactly what they did. Didn't work out, but they did it.
They had decent ideas. Like, we saw how well the early game went. I think they did a pretty good job of pushing her out. And they, like, pressured so many of the cores as well. Like, you're losing your Underlord lane, you're losing your mid lane, and as a result, you talked about the priority of, like, who gets the Ancients, which meant that, like, Batrider was taking stacks, and that means Lena's not getting the stacks. I mean, I think it's just a testament to how well they managed to come back their net worth despite this. to be honest. Like Game Minute just.
They were doing a lot of good like tree hiding and stuff.
Yeah.
Like Duraccio on the bot lane when he almost escaped with the Tumbler's toy over the cliff. It just got caught. Like it was 5 heroes honestly, so it's not that even that bad. But just the fact that they had to make that rotation for him showed that he was taking that, you know, BSJ's dead lane or whatever. He genuinely was very unsafe down there, but he was getting a lot of farm down there.
He's used to that. Like, I think you look at the DBC season, everyone flamed Duraccio over and over again. This guy's a feeder. It's because he's been training himself to take the hardest parts of the farm on the map. He said it himself. He said he's comfortable doing it and he likes it.
He said when he goes 0-6 in the laning stage in his pubs, those are the ones that he wins. So he likes playing under that pressure.
Well, he got that, so, you know, congratulations to him and his team. They move forward. One of their opponents is going to be playing as well. Well, potentially both potential opponents will be playing later because we're going to have a series between EG and Entity. It's going to be incredibly hype. But we have to start with a clean slate or with a clean palette, if you will.
Sírvete, Leo.
Papi, la verdad es que la comida acá es bien rica y te aseguro que muchos jugadores se van a mudar acá solo por nuestra gastronomía.
¿Qué harías que Crit pruebe primero?
Yo creo que lo primero que tiene que probar es su rico cevichito. Bueno, la verdad es que ahorita estamos yendo a comer de entrada una rica ocopa. De comida, tu rico lomo saltado con sus papitas, su cebollita, su tomate. Y para que pase, su rica gacela, porque si no, no pasa nada, pues. La verdad es que te voy a llevar un point caletita, pero que la vas a pasar muy chévere. Yo tengo mi experiencia de años atrás y he vivido con un montón de personas. Obviamente todos jugamos Dota. Siento que el dotero no puedes dejar de comer, ¿no? Rico, porque compartes muchos gustos con las personas como el pollito a la brasa, su lomo, su hamburguesón. La gente come bastante, ¿no? En el ambiente, en el ámbito del Dota, comparto el mismo feeling, ¿no? Yo, terminando las temporadas con mi equipo, cada cierto tiempo me comunicaba con mi mamá para decirle: ma, estoy yendo un sábado o domingo para quedarme en la casa a ver si es que festejamos con un plato en especial, y ella probablemente ya sabía a cuál me refería. En este caso era los frijoles con su pollito, su salsa de cebolla, su chichita, para compartir en familia, ¿no? Creo que es algo como que muchos pueden entender y es inexplicable, ¿no? Festejo bastante con mi familia, ¿no?
Leo, ¿tú crees que tu viejito ahorita se quiera preparar un sequito?
Sería cuestión de preguntarle. Yo diría, como la conozco bastante, le podríamos preguntar. Así que creo que vamos a ver qué es lo que dice ella.
Esa decisión realmente me agarró así fría, no me lo esperaba, pero vi en sus ojitos ese que realmente lo llenaba. Entonces, lo primero que hice fue conversar, empaparme también del tema, ¿no? De esa actividad.
En el primer plano fue como que medio complicado porque me lanzaban como para el lado de la ludopatía, ¿no? Pero creo que conversando un poco con mi hermano mayor, con personas que son de bastante confianza, pudieron hacer que ese panorama de que tenían mis papás cambie un poco, ¿no? Y vayan por el lado de
Y
apoyar.
cuando pasa eso, ¿qué paz siente uno? Porque tú dices, bueno, nos toca a nosotros apoyar a nuestro hijo, ¿no? En lo que a él le gusta y vemos esa pasión que tiene cuando habla, cuando lo realiza. Yo me siento orgullosa. Alcance de repente las metas de cada torneo grande o no, nosotros nos sentimos orgullosos, nos alimenta nuestro corazón, nuestra alma. Y también sé que todo esto le permite a él ser generoso con los que lo necesitan. Y ahí tiene mucho del corazón de su padre también, ¿no?
Yo estoy bastante agradecido siempre con ellos porque uno también se da cuenta del esfuerzo que hacen, tanto yo como ellos hacen cuando yo vengo acá de visita, las comidas que mi mamá me prepara, así como ellos pueden hacerme algo en el desayuno o en el almuerzo, pues si es que llego para la cena, un pollito a la brasa, que es, no sé, plato que no puede faltar, ¿no? Acá es una fiesta para, nosotros estamos acostumbrados, ¿no? Creo que es uno de los momentos muy especiales, ¿no? Que comparto con mi familia cuando vengo acá de visita.
Si pudieras armar un team de jugadores de todo el mundo para salir a comer, ¿cuáles serían tus 4 elegidos y por qué?
Está bien complicada la pregunta, pero me voy por el lado de un poco irme con la idea del beef que tuve en su momento con algunos jugadores cuando viajé a torneos a Majors o al TI. Uno de ellos sería CCNC, que ahora es Queen, jugador de gladiadores. El siguiente jugador, creo que para un tema de reencuentro, podría ser Matthew, ¿no? Matthew es un gran amigo mío. El siguiente jugador que mencionaría, creo que podría mencionar a Chinkyu. Siento que, se le ve obviamente que tiene buen filo, así que la comida peruana le va a caer como que de buenas, ¿no? Sí o sí. El siguiente jugador podría ser unos jugadores que tuve, digamos, un beef con ellos cuando viajé al tema de la Last Chance, que fue GPK, que ahorita está en Bedboom, y el último jugador es Ramses, que estuvo en Darkside, en la región de Cis. Pero siento que ese tema, con el tema de la comida, uniéndolos, invitándoles su cevichito, por ahí podría llegar a ser una buena excusa para todos ser amigos, ¿no? Nuevamente.
¿Qué, Leo, te llenaste?
Mano, estoy repleto.
¿Pero sale su postre o no?
Un postrecito, la verdad es que no se le niega a nadie, pues.
Vamos, entonces.
Vamos, mano.
Welcome back. Lima Major continues right here in Lima, Peru, and we are ready for our second series of the day. Earlier on, we had Gaming Gladiators take the first series over Aster, and they need an opponent in that upper bracket, and one of these two teams will be it. Evil Geniuses is going to face Entity. And yes, that is the first time we're having a home crowd here in Lima. I'm sure that along with everybody at home, my panel can't wait to witness the sounds. I'm joined by Lacoste, SVG, and Effie. Effie, this crowd can be really loud. How loud? What are your levels of expectation?
I think we're all going to go deaf by the end of the day.
All right.
Or just by the end of the series. This is the loudest they're going to sound. And it's only day one. Can you even imagine?
Yeah, I can't even
Crazy.
hear anything. Just kidding. Because of the crowd. No, the crowd so far has been amazing. Only the first series of the day. Imagine grand finals. If we have like one South American team in there, it's gonna be pretty nuts.
That would be amazing. Another reason why it's important for EG to do well, by the way, we would love South American teams playing in front of their home crowd. It's loud, it's nice. We love that kind of stuff. EG is to win, because otherwise, one of the two teams is going out very fast, because in the loser bracket awaits Beast Coast already SVG. That would be very unfortunate.
It would be kind of hype they play each other, though. Like,
true.
Not in the lower bracket.
Well, I mean, not that
Not
kind of hype. You know,
round
the crowd would have to decide who they're louder for. They
That-
fight themselves.
That is true. We do want to see them go up against each other. But maybe in the
Well, I don't. I
grand
don't want to see.
final?
Or lower bracket finals, you know, somewhere,
Something
somewhere in the
exciting.
top.
Grand
yeah.
final sounds good.
That sounds great.
I think if they meet each other in the grand finals, somebody's gonna die in the crowd from the hype.
Yeah.
Potentially.
I didn't mean someone's getting murdered. I meant, you know.
This turned very grim all of a
Glad
sudden,
you
guys.
clarified.
I didn't know where you were going with that, so I just nodded.
It would be incredibly hype. if
Why are
that's
you
the
just
case.
agreeing with the people dying? There was a joke there. It's gonna be a long panel.
Yeah, let me do the jokes, you know.
Okay, I'll
It got
accost
dark real quickly.
That's not fair. He's pretty funny. You
No,
should give
he
him
is.
a
He's
chance.
one of the
Avery's
funniest
He
so
has
guys.
his
good.
No,
moments.
I can't do any more jokes. Too dark. I'll do light
Okay.
jokes.
Well, let's talk about these two teams, because of course both teams are here for a reason. Entity came second in their group, in Group B. Very good. It does mean that they are left with the scraps, if you will. I mean, we have Team Liquid, of course, on the top of that group. They got to choose their opponent, and their choice was, shall we face Talon or shall we face EG? And Liquid's like, you know what? We'll go with Talon for that one, and it's Entity that got to deal with EG here, and it's going to be a tough ask because EG has been leveling up as the time went on during the group stage, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely. This is a team. I mean, both the South American teams, they do play like this very chaotic. Like Beast Coast is more of a chaotic team, but the EG very aggressive, very explosive team overall. Like when they announced their roster during the reshuffle, I was a bit surprised with the trade that they got, because I think they got a better trade overall. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I think Whisper, he's the best South American player for like at least 2 years. He's been pretty consistent and he's been dominating throughout this tournament.
He's been the best North American player.
That as well, just American.
The best
And
American player.
According to a lot, Whisper is the best offlaner, period, across the world.
I'm just gonna throw it out here. I think Whisper has been the best player of the tournament so far.
Yeah. Definitely a standout. On the side of Entity, there's a lot of standouts as well. I think Stormstormer is the standard one. It will be Entity that, can I call them the challengers? I feel like I can call them the challengers because I think playing in front of the home crowd, it just gives you a bit of a buff. So there's going to be one to do it first, and it's going to be Entity, and there's a lot of pressure on God. Oh, hello. Towards their booth, that's right, they are ready for a fight against the home crowd, against the hometown favorite, but they still have a lot of fans here too. The noise has definitely been made for them. They've got, of course, a newer addition, Watson, instead of Pure since TI. And dare I say, they are looking maybe better than what they did before. Actually, I'll definitely say they are looking better than what they did before. They're taking their spots and they are getting ready to face none other than Evil Geniuses. In a minute, not yet.
All right, I was just looking how they're coming in terms of preparation. Not a big stack of papers. I'm not sure if that's a good sign.
Weak stack.
He stores all knowledge in his head.
Single sheet.
Exactly. The real teams to be feared are the ones with no papers, the ones that you cannot predict, the ones that do not care, such as Evil Geniuses.
Such as Metro.
What happens if they walk in right now?
Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? I heard the cheers for Entity. It's time to hear the crowd for Evil Geniuses. This is quite deafening. If anybody had any doubts whether people will cheer for both teams equally, no. I am sorry that's the case. Yes, they did cheer for Entity, more like out of politeness almost, even though it was still pretty loud. But this is like loudness and then some. Evil Geniuses is of course a staple name. Used to be a staple name in North America, but they have been given a very, very warm welcome here in South America, and together with Beast Coast, of course, both teams crowd favorite. Also after TI, we mentioned it earlier in the day already, but Evil Geniuses is like, you know what, Thunder Awaken looking quite decent, and Beast Coast looking quite decent. Let's just pick the best and just merge them into one team, Lacoste. It worked out great.
Yeah, so far I think it's like whoever did this job should get a raise in terms of the team that they put up together. And the one thing I just noticed after they announced the EG coming into the booths, bunch of fans rushed in.
Yes.
They wanted to give them support, wanted to give some extra claps and noise for EG team.
They are definitely making their way over. Still are running over. Still are being very loud, Effie.
This is a roaring sound, for sure. But I just want to shout out the Peruvian crowd quickly, because even though, yes, they are going to cheer louder for EG and Beast Coast later on, it feels like they're just cheering for everybody. I mean, the way that they were so excited to see Quinn, I think that's the most excited anyone's
I don't
ever been.
understand that one. I'm going to be honest. Like, after the 5 years of chat history I've seen from that boy, for him to get a standing ovation, I don't know what's going on. That might be like an anti-cheer thing. I'm a little unsure. What was Picard's eating? I have never seen that. That was the most gangster walkout.
Yeah.
What is
it? Just a lollipop.
He had a lollipop.
Yeah,
He looked like an anime. He looked like an anime character. He looked like he was straight out of Tokyo Revengers, like walking in to kick everybody's butt. Like he is in the zone right now.
He looked
We're going to turn this into monologue, I feel like. Effie, the anime expert,
yeah,
the
let's
only
not go
expert
to the
on
I
the
was
panel.
not going to the anime direction.
No, I'm just saying he looked like a Tokyo Revengers character, like walking in with that lollipop, like smirking.
Yeah, what's up?
I will
Not a
say,
care in the world.
all the majors that any SA team has gone through to since 2016, it's about time that they get a home crowd cheering for them, because they've never been in this situation, right? We've obviously had a lot of majors up until this point, but never ever in South America, and seeing them just be happy and smiling in front of the home crowd. And not just that, they are obviously also doing very well and have very high expectations. There is a reason Team Liquid did not want to face EG and chose Talon instead. This team is definitely one to be reckoned with. I do want to properly break down this series a little bit more. I want to focus a little bit on Entity, because we mentioned earlier already, of course, Entity, they had Pure before, or at TI and after TI, not anymore. They got Watson in. And this team, when they got Pure at the start, it felt like Pure was the reason why they did well. And now they got Watson, and they're still crushing it, and I feel like that's just credit to the rest of the team.
Oh, absolutely. The rest of the team, from where they were this time last year to now, they have gotten leaps and miles better.
Oh, he's just enjoying that
man.
crowd.
I'm telling you, it's an
Wondering
anime
what kind of
character.
flavor it is.
I hope it's strawberry or watermelon.
Or it's the flavor of the tears of their enemies.
Yeah, death.
That's more anime.
But
sure.
yeah,
I'll
I
go
think
with
the
that.
entire team has definitely improved. The biggest improvement that I can see personally is, of course, Stormer, who we have highlighted before time and time again during the DPC. But I will say, going from one rank 1 carry player to another rank 1
Yes.
carry player, I mean, there's no way you're upset about that. Watson, from the get-go, has been so incredible. This has been a rising talent that every team has tried to poach. He has always had eyes on him. He's always played these super late game carries really well. His Terror Blades, his Slarks, they are something to be reckoned with. And I actually think the addition of Watson to Entity taught them a lot about maybe being less aggressive, right? Maybe playing the map a little bit more defensively, waiting to hit your timings, not just constantly run at them the way that they did with Pure.
Yeah, they're one of the, I think, slowest teams at this major in terms of in their entrances into the game, where they do tend to pick two very passive supports. They also have like offlaner. Toby plays these heroes that love to stay in the offlane for a very long time. So someone needs to do the job. Like, it's not going to be most of the time your carry. So Stormer needs to do a lot of heavy lifting early on. If he's not the one making space for the team, I feel like they do sometimes get the shorter end of the stick, where like they're also like heavy farm team in terms of like how much farm their position 4 gets. I think Kataomi, when he plays Treant Protector, they have the lowest hero pool at this tournament, so they're very predictable. As a team, you know what you can expect from them, but the way they play, like they do, every single time they do something different.
You know what they call players like Stormer?
What?
Firewalkers. You know why they call them that?
Why is that?
Because they have to jump on the fire first to extinguish it, and then everybody piles in. But somebody has to tank the flame.
Isn't that a fire fighter?
I don't know. It was like a 3 times translated term. I don't think I got it 100%, but
Yeah, I
it's
like
roughly
firewalkers.
accurate. I also want to say this team, unconfirmed rumor. Unconfirmed. I don't want to start spreading stuff.
PI12 champs.
No, that's confirmed. Unconfirmed rumor is that when Pure left, some of this team doubted whether they were going to be able to
I heard
perform
the same
without Elias.
unconfirmed
And some of
rumor.
them were debating leaving with him, even potentially, because they felt like he was such a large part of that team. How can they exist without Pure? You bring Watson and you start performing, all of a sudden it's double the confidence you would have had before. You're like, holy crap, it wasn't that guy, it was us.
Yeah,
it was us the whole time.
That's a bit awkward to hear, because I think they have been the most improved team overall in the previous season. And looking at the standout players in 2022, I think Pakaz is on that list.
Yep.
And there's also Kataomi. Like, Stormer already made a name for himself. So 2 very good players playing against each other in this one.
But just to go off of that, it was actually pretty funny. So I was told, jokingly, by one of our Russian caster friends here, that when Fishman was asked, what do you think about this team? And he's like, it's great. There are no more toxic players, ... anymore.
Other than me?
No, because after, when he was asked about the new iteration of Entity. So maybe...
But that's what teams always say.
Yeah, but so maybe they were just, you know, joking a little bit, but I did hear that Pure could be a little bit on the tilted side from time to time, and from an interview that Stormer had in their first win during the DPC, he mentioned just how calm and untiltable Watson is. He says this kid is the most quiet, the most peaceful and calm carry player that he's ever played with.
It's very uncommon to have these 2 characteristics together, carry player and being PMA. Usually it comes out from a different role.
Yeah,
That's very true. No, I agree. As a fellow support player, this is definitely a proven theory for sure. There's one thing that Entity is remembered by many is, of course, they had one best of 1 on the main stage of TI, and it was a over 2-hour game, and they came out on top, right? That amount of pressure to be able to do that and come out on top on a 2-hour game with the best of 1 elimination on the line at TI, it's, I think, very promising for their capability to perhaps here, you know, deal with the crowd that is definitely cheering against them. The only question mark I have is Watson, because we don't know how he will react. How big of an impact do you think that has, Avery?
Pretty big if he chokes. I mean, that's the blunt way to put it.
Yeah.
You don't really know. Okay, it is significantly harder to play against a crowd that is against you.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think the crowd rooting for you changes that much a lot of times, but when it's against you, it feels really bad. You make some smoke, you kill 5 heroes, you're in your team comms, you're like, yay, and it's just silence. The enemy team kills like 1 courier, the entire stadium erupts. What the hell are we doing here? Are we
you
even
get an
getting
extra
ahead?
GPM when the crowd's cheering for you.
So that's a tough situation to be in for your first big lane, right?
Because this
do
is
not
the real
envy 'em.
test. They've been like in Peru for like a week, maybe even 2 weeks, depending when they arrived. It's not a LAN environment. You're playing from the hotel, which is you get used to it. You're in the same room with your team, and it's different. Like this is the real test. So we want to see how they're gonna perform.
Yeah, but I know that after talking to the Entity players personally, they all mentioned how much they feel like their LAN experience last year made them feel so much better about this tournament going into it, and how every experience has kind of given them a means to envision what their team could accomplish together. So honestly, I have faith in Watson that he won't choke. I think this kid is legit. I really do.
I was not implying he's going to choke, just for the record.
No. That's
I'm
not
not
what I'm saying.
rooting for him to
I'm just
choke.
saying that's the question mark, right? How is he going to perform
This
in
is
a LAN
streamed,
environment?
so we can go back and check what you actually
He
said.
didn't say that.
I said he might.
didn't say
He
that.
might.
There's a
Anywho.
chance that he will. I mean, we have not seen seen anybody play with this amount of pressure on them.
But I do think that he's a very capable player, and I just think that having 4 other players who've experienced that amount of nerves so recently, like they have fresh memories of experiencing it and how to deal with it. And I think that as a team, they of course have spoken to him. They've given him like techniques to calm down, and honestly, I have all the faith in him. I think that within the year, Watson's going to be in the conversation of who the best carry players in the world are right now, alongside Yasser, alongside Kaz, alongside Pierre. They're going to be talking about Watson as well.
Now, Avery, you said that you don't know how much impact it has when the crowd is cheering for you, only how bad it feels when the crowd's cheering against
He
you.
never experienced
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was about to say. I only ever had the crowd.
Because I want to focus a little bit more on evil geniuses who are clearly
Why are you laughing so hard at that, Mir?
the crowd favorite here.
Sorry, what were you
EG is clearly the crowd favorite
Yes,
here.
yes,
So, do you feel like, because it cuts both ways, right? Because yes, you're going to feel really good when you're doing really well, but you also know that you have, I don't know, a sort of responsibility to perform for your crowd. And that is also pressure.
There's some truth to that. I honestly think China feels it the most of any region in terms of the responsibility factor.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't do well at TI, you go home, you get like disowned. There's all these Reddit threads about you. It's bad. That's not even an exaggeration.
Yeah.
Like some of these guys, they feel it. That's why they retire. Like it's way too much stress. I don't want to be responsible for my nation's glory. You know, I think it's a little less here, especially because SA has been rising over the years. So the expectations are low, right? SA's never won a major win. They've never gone top 3 at TI. They've never gone super deep consistently. So that pressure, I think, in terms of responsibility, I think this crowd is going to be super happy with them beating anybody every time they beat them. And outside of that, I don't think these guys should feel too much pressure.
I think as a player, crowd only matters when you're winning. You leave the booth. It's a good atmosphere. But if you lose, you get out. You don't care if crowd is like cheering for you. You ended up the game with 0-13, and crowd's like, hell yeah, this is my boy.
I think sometimes they boo you.
Yeah, as long as you do good, it's a bit of a buff. But yeah, you gotta get that done.
Well, good news for evil geniuses then, because apparently even when evil geniuses lose, Whisper still gets 28 kills or so he's gonna be fine.
Can somebody stop this guy already?
I mean,
don't
it's
understand.
insane. I was looking up some numbers. It's like, it's just crazy.
Did you guys know that he averaged 13 kills in the last DPC tour, the highest of any offlaner of any region?
I'm not surprised.
And on the other side, you have Watson, who had the most kills in the DPC in his own region. So, but both of these teams tend to get a lot of kills. But looking at Whisper, he's just a lane dominator. He's a machine. So many times throughout the group stage, I was covering the game, watching the games. He does get a solo kill on the enemy carry. Like, you got to be very careful. These are the situations that he really shines in. And you got to be, like, you know that he's going to be playing, like, these offlane heroes, like his Timbersaw, his Primal Beast, I think, is on the rise. Like, he has a variety of the heroes that he plays, but you got to be very careful. You can't ban him out. It's just not happening.
And the thing about Whisper's hero pool is that it's not just the, like, Timbersaw and the Primal Beast and the Bat Rider you have to be afraid of. It's the meta heroes, too. He plays absolutely everything. It just feels like, what do we even do? versus him in this first phase.
So let's talk a little bit about playstyles and what we can expect to see here in this best of 3. There's been a day break, of course. We did see some changes on the side of Gaming Gladiators and Asta earlier, although it came down to a pretty similar playstyle from what we saw in the groups. What are we thinking here? Lacoste, how would you describe Entity's playstyle?
Yeah, I already mentioned that they are a bit slow, especially because you have like Fishman playing Undying, for example, Treant Protector hero that doesn't want to move. Kataomi as well, if he's on Treant, he does tend to get a lot of farm, but they don't move. Same goes for Toby. So I want to see, I mean, Stormstormer, like this is your hero pool that he plays a lot of aggressive heroes, and they do get explosive, like they do tend to man up a lot once Watson is ready. This guy will play anything. His hero pool so far in this tournament has been pretty big compared to like other members of the team. He played 10 different heroes, so he can play anything. A lot of the times they will pick him like even at the earlier stages of the draft because he's like, well, you know what, I'll just play it. He even played Alchemist.
I'm a bit worried for him though. I feel like this Watson Fishman safe lane versus Matthew Whisper.
That is kind of scary.
Fishman does tend to have a couple of extra deaths. Yeah,
and I don't think you want to feed extra deaths to any player in this tournament, but I don't think you want to feed it to Whisper.
No, just give Fishman this like boring melee strength tanky support and let them play safely, and I think you might be fine, you know? Just get rid of that. Okay, so the annoying thing about EG is that you have to ban out these Whisper heroes in the first phase. The approach that most teams had to them during the group stages was they were banning out the Timbersaw and the Batrider in the first phase because they just did not want to deal with it. And the issue is that left Matthew's heroes in the pool. They would either take the Rubik or the Ricky in those cases. And that's something you don't want to do either. You can't just only think about Whisper in this EG offlane. It's also Matthew who is a force.
Agree. I've seen a couple of games where Matthew takes over, especially on Ricky. Like if his team is not doing good between 10 and 15 minute mark, what he's going to do is he's going to go for the careers. He's just going to try to delay the game as much as possible because they understand, you know, this 15-minute timing on Ricky's shard, and this is where they start playing aggressive. But I think it comes down also to laning stage, the combo that we're talking about, Matthew plus Whisper. They know how to play. Like, especially if you leave Timbersaw in the pool, you're like, you know what, we're going to counter it this time because you think you can counter it, and most of the time it doesn't happen. So they know all of these matchups. Like, I think this duo is very experienced. I think Matthew has been, like, in his career, also super stable in terms of his performances. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm leaning towards EG.
And because we talk a lot, when we talk about EG, we talk a lot about the offlane, about the Whisper Matthew lane. Does that mean that in the game itself and in the draft, they do focus on having those two have a good game? Like, what about Pakas? What about Chris Luck or C-Smile and Panda? How much priority are they getting in the game? Any?
I'll say C-Smile doesn't get too much priority. He's more of a sacrificial mid because Whisper does tend to get a lot of farm. Same goes for Pakas. So someone needs to not get farmed, and you see a lot of the times him getting in, dying maybe once or twice, so the other two cores are going to get something. So playing on these like spirit type of heroes is what we can expect from Chris Luck.
But also, Chris Luck doesn't really need that much farm priority because the way that I've seen him play is that he is the player who's moving the game, who's opening up the map for his team. Because a couple of times during the group stages, I did see EG have a rough start on the lanes, and it was always the C-Smile Death Prophet or the Leshrac that would rotate to these side lanes and just take the tower, give them space, give them something to play around. And he always knows how to play around Whisper's timings. Like, often he will lead himself to Whisper's lane and sit there for 2 minutes and just abuse and kick out the enemy carry completely.
Someone's having a good time.
Why are you so happy?
I see you looking kind of pensive on the hero. Sorry, you were distracted as well.
I was mesmerized. I was just mesmerized by what's happening on screen. I don't know what's happening.
I don't even know what to say anymore. My goodness.
I mean, if you're going to take a mid to play with two pretty greedy side lanes, taking a guy who spent most of his career playing with Hector is probably a good bet.
Yes.
I would say so, yes.
Because Hector takes everything of your life.
Okay.
And turns it
take
into
your clarities, take your healing salves, take your stacks.
Wins sometimes.
He does.
Sometimes he'll trade you the win. But I don't know. The thing about C-Smile or Chris Luck is just he's so relaxed. He's just so relaxed all the time. Like right before he came in here, I asked him, I was like, hey, are you gonna win, man? And he's like, Yeah, sure. Why not?
Why not?
He literally just said, why not? He's so chill. If you want that chill kind of level-headed mid laner playing.
He's a little too chill.
You think so?
I think he's a little too. I mean, in the pubs, he's definitely a little too chill. I don't know. He could step it up a bit more in pubs. You know, I think.
Specifically, where he's on your team.
Maybe he just
Not even
doesn't care.
on the server. I mean, it's not even my team. It's, you know, this guy has some nicknames on the NA server. I'm not gonna repeat them on stream.
Not stream friendly.
No, but.
Now, I want to reach that chill in life. Like, this is one of my
so
goals.
chill, you
yeah,
get a
they were like,
nickname?
I just don't care.
But it is an asset, right? Especially
yeah.
during LAN environments. Like, maybe you would want him to take scrims more seriously, and you could definitely make a case for that. And of course, your pub performance contributes a lot to how you're going to perform through any competitive tournament. But during a LAN, when people are nervous and people might potentially choke, having the staple of your team in the sense that he is the one who's making the first big rotations, be level-headed and even-tempered, I do think that definitely, like, the advantages of that outweigh the negatives.
I agree. He does a lot for this team's mentality. He also plays with zero fear. We're talking about Stormstormer being an initiator guy who just goes in, walks on the fire. I'm just saying.
No, you can say Firewalker. Yeah, I like that.
Chris Luck is like a fire face guy, you know? He just puts his whole face in their face first, makes the space.
Or does he light the
rotation.
fire?
Yeah, he definitely does.
There you go. I mean, now
So
you
you
because
need a guy
otherwise
like
it's
that.
better than just standing in front of the fire.
There's a reason why Whisper has such high KDA. It's about this team, right? It's not about Whisper. If anything, I would say Matthew is the most valuable player in SA.
The most what?
The most valuable player
Viable.
in SA.
Yeah.
I think he's been underrated for years. There's very few good SA captains that have been taking teams to lands and gone deep.
Yeah.
There's very few that understand how to lead a roster, build that roster, lane well, do all this other stuff that he does. He's the biggest shot caller on this team. This guy does so much for them. And it's often overlooked because you got all these other big names, you know, Pakaz and Whisper and all these other guys. But
They're very flashy, so it's like easy to.
Matthew's a very
focus there.
non-flashy four, which is it's kind of rare if you think about it. A lot of four players, they want to show off. They got big egos. Played with MSS for years. That guy, he just be in the middle of a game. You'll watch him clown on these fools. It's like, what are you doing, bro? But this guy, he's just consistent. No ego, no cockiness, no showmate. He'll be 0-8, win the game.
And he's so frustrating in the draft, right? Like, just having Matthew and Whisper be the priority first phase picks in each draft makes him so obnoxious to deal with. It really does. Whereas, and we were talking about C-Smile earlier, I just want to backpedal a little bit, talking about when they do prioritize him within the draft. He often comes out in the second phase, and Stormstormer in Entity, for the most part, gets the overall 10th pick. Almost always, or the 9th pick, unless something that's pretty broken, like his Batrider or his Pangolier versus a Brood or a Naga, comes out in the first phase. Otherwise, you can always expect Entity to give him draft priority. So C-Smile is kind of often left for dead in those cases, but it doesn't really feel like he is.
Hey, it's going to be, you know, good luck, Chris, good luck, have fun on that mid lane. Because they do tend to pick his heroes early, and we already talked about him being a bit more sacrificial, but it does suit him, like the playstyle that he's playing in this team. You know, it's not that, like, some other players are more flashy, like Pakaz, he's going to be the one being godlike. Same goes for Whisper, but
He's going to be eating that lollipop. You know?
Yeah. But the others, like Chris Luck is going to get in there, get the job done, maybe die, rest of the team will clean up.
We talk a lot about EG, of course, as they are the fan favorites, and they do have a lot of flashy players. I want to circle back to NCT a little bit more because we've talked about Stormstormer, and of course we talked about Watson because we don't know how he's going to play in front of this crowd. I feel like when we were watching Entity play, oftentimes the focus is on Toby because he has been popping off for this team as well, and I agree with that. Hopefully we'll get into the game soon, but no, how are we feeling about Toby's performance at this event? Because I know that he's been the talk of the town last season. How is he doing at the moment, you feel, Effie?
I think he's been great. I think he's been the most consistent summons player in this tournament. A lot of teams are depending on their summons players and are famous for them, but Toby is the one who's had the best performance throughout the group stages on those heroes in particular, in my opinion. I want to highlight his Enigma more than anything else, just because Entity in the past have been so dependent on Toby's Enigma for their drafting and the way that they play. And after all the nerfs and the way that people learn to play against this hero, other teams who played it kind of gave up on it, or when they do play it, it looks underwhelming. But it's still something that Entity will prioritize if they can. Like, if it looks like an Enigma game where they can get it on fourth, they will always do it. So I think Toby is very dependable, and he's kind of, well, the anchor, I suppose. I would say he's the anchor of Entity.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. Just looking at some stats, he did play Enigma 4 times, and they did win every single game with Enigma. I think that says a lot. Like, he even did play against the Silencer a couple of times. So the man knows the matchups. He's also the one who's very annoying for the enemy safe laners to be dealing with. But yeah, I mean, Entity as a whole team, just in terms of improvement, every single time I watch them play with every single game, it just feels like they're getting better.
And it's so funny, right? Because they picked that Enigma after the Silencer. Because their idea was just, okay, let's pick Tiny and toss the Silencer back and just kill him in lane with this Enigma. Like, I feel like they have an understanding of this hero that other teams just don't have in the same way. And I feel really confident in them if they're able to get the openers that they want. Another point that I want to bring up about Entity is I was looking at their drafts throughout group stages, and they are the only team, or actually I think they are one of 2 teams that were not scared to play against Brood. So they allowed Brood out, and they beat Brood 2 times. And they also were one of the teams that experimented with letting Lina through in the first phase on day 1. They let her through, and they won. So this team is not afraid of the meta heroes. They have their own answers to them, and they've been successful with them.
Are there any, because I know some teams, I know some teams, they're not even playing Lina. Are there any draft handicaps or draft like bits of information that we should be aware of before we go into that draft? Both teams play Lina, both teams play Brood. Is there anything that, I don't know, that both teams should be very aware of when facing each other?
I think for Entity, EG are definitely considering this Undying to be banned out in the first phase. Rubik is going to be heavily contested between either of them as well. And I think for EG, you're thinking about Whisper heroes like we mentioned before, but also the Rubik Riki. I think Riki is going to be let through so many times this tournament just because there are other heroes to prioritize in the
There's
first
so
phase.
many heroes to prioritize in the ban phase. Got to deal with the Lina, got to deal with the Brood, and then there's only 2 left. Because one team, the team that has second pick.
I was
first
watching Entity throughout the DPC so many times. You gotta ban Treant against these guys because they can flex it, and I'll say it, Kataomi is the best position for Treant in the world. What he does, like, this team knows how to buy time. I've seen so many games where he just, like, they're not fight ready because they lose the laning stage. They have heroes that can't move. And Stormstorm is the only one who needs to make space for the team. He's gonna be the one in the trees cutting those creep waves. What is happening here?
I don't even know.
Must not be an EG supporter. Getting some backlash.
Wearing one of the shirts that is, by the way, in the secret shop, the Pudge shirt. That's cool.
I mean, if you're going to have heroes that don't move,
cool art.
you may as well put him with a Treant because he's slow.
He is pretty slow.
That's some good analysis right here,
Wow,
SVG.
that's why
we're paying you big bucks.
Yeah.
Okay, I like Katayomi's tree better than Fishman's.
Yes.
Which is why it's scary. Because 5 tree, anybody can play 5 tree, you know? Even I used to play 5 tree. But 4 tree that's a different beast. You're getting the shard, you're doing a lot more damage, you get it earlier, you're being really more annoying in the fights, you play farther up. They have this Dark Seer combo that can come out at any seconds. They love the double sustain supports as well. A lot of Fishman's heroes that aren't going to be those 2 melee between the Undying and the tree are going to be some form of catch like Disruptor. It pairs well with everything they want to do. As long as you get out of the lane, you're super happy. Toby seems very confident to get out of the lane with it, so why not? But that's a big question to me, what happens in these side lanes. Again, you have to play the side lanes well. If you like this Enigma for Toby, the rise and fall of Enigma this tournament for me has been in the lane. If you have a very confident Enigma laner and a good 4 player who knows how to play around it, the hero can be successful for you. But if you flop, you better get your prayers to Gaben out.
And the thing about Kataomi, however you say it, is that his Tiny is also a force. Like, he's one of the best Tiny players from support in the entire world right now, and they will often pick this Tiny in the second phase.
Well, his Tiny is not a support. I remember DI games, the double Divine Rapier.
No,
I
but
think
that's 2 hours. That nobody is
something similar happened during the DPC as well, where he picked up another Divine Rapier on his Tiny. He does scale. Like, I think in terms of itemization, he understands that where he needs to, like, draw the line, it's enough of these support items. We're going to need to take it to the super late game, and he needs to start scaling.
Yeah. I don't know, Entity have a lot of, I think their openers are really solid. They're also predictable, but they have so many of them that work that I think this is definitely going to be an interesting matchup.
But what about the unpredictable?
I don't
the
know how
off-lane
unpredictable
silencer
they
for
will-
Toby.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
hopefully-
something that
hopefully not.
I play in pubs, and Giannis always flames it, Fog flames it.
Can't flame you now.
Now I'm like, I have this data that I can pull out. Look good. Like I was not like when I was watching that game, I did not expect it that they're gonna win, but he scaled like a double raid band grease, buying something for the team, but you also want to have something for yourself in terms of like damage, get that pike, because you don't have much AoE to, like you have this arcane curse, but yeah, you want to be able to scale. Can't just buy auras on this hero.
True. There's, as you might have noticed already, there's a little bit of a tech issue that we are solving, and we are in the process of solving it, but that leaves us just enough time to get to know Evil Geniuses a little bit better.
Y ahora soy un equipo que ha logrado un hito histórico para Sudamérica. O sea, más allá de lo que es los clasificatorios del competitivo y el top 6 en TI o top 8 para algunos, conseguiste que EG se fue a Sudamérica. ¿Para ustedes cómo sintió eso como peruanos? El hecho de que hayáis conseguido una org tan conocida como EG y se metiese en Sudamérica solo por ustedes.
¿Yo respondo? No entendiste. En realidad fue emocionante, ¿no? O sea, fue como que cuando terminé el TI, o sea, como que no fue como que una oferta directa. Un pata de la nada me habla al Discord, que yo no lo conocía, y como que de la nada me habla, no me acuerdo quién, no sé si fue Oscar o fue alguien más, pero me dijo, oye, tal patita te quiere contactar porque está que consigue un deal de EG con ustedes, ¿no? Y así como que dije, qué raro, será mentira, ¿no? Y agarro y de curioso como que entro a mi laptop, entro a mi Discord y comienzo a hablar con él, ¿no? Y prácticamente el chico era como que un tercero que estaba que hacía el trabajo ahí para contactarnos y me ofreció un deal que realmente no me agradó del todo y como que le dije, sí, está bien. Pero sí, como que lo ignoré un poquito, ¿no? Y después como que yo de curioso como que agarré y me comencé a contactar con la gente directa de EG, ¿no? Y me di cuenta, me enteré que era verdad lo de la oferta, ¿no? Y fuimos conversando en realidad y creo que me sentí emocionado. Me sentí emocionado, pero al mismo tiempo sentía que lo merecía. Que lo merecía tanto yo como mi equipo, ¿no?
¿Qué se siente para ti? ¿Qué dice? ¿A ti te importa?
¿Qué te puedo decir?
O sea, es un hito histórico que tienes hecho, o sea, historia para...
Claro, o sea, es algo histórico, pero por dentro se siente, creo que normal. O sea, en mi opinión, o sea, obviamente que tiene un nombre, ¿no? Detrás de todo eso, ¿no? Pero es como, creo que lo siento como estar en cualquier equipo, a mi parecer. Claro que para algunos es distinto, ¿no?
¿Sentís que incrementó la presión cuando os pusiste este nombre, cuando fuiste el Dream Team de Sudamérica?
A mí no. Tal vez un poco porque es como que tienes las expectativas muy altas, ¿no? Y a veces cuando tienes esas expectativas, o sea, bueno, más que todo de la gente, ¿no? Tú también quieres superar eso, ¿no? O quieres estar a la par. Y creo que tal vez un poco de presión sí se puede haber sentido.
¿Para el resto?
Para mí no realmente.
¿Acerca de la presión? La verdad que no. O sea, siempre me he puesto bastante presión en cuando competimos, cuando éramos Thunder, no Ping. O sea, siempre iba con la mentalidad de tenemos que ser el mejor aunque no lo seamos. Y en EG es igual, no ha cambiado mucho.
Yo te volví el mejor. No me reconocen, no sé qué me han recogido.
Creo que la presión siempre está, aunque sea muy chica, ¿no? Creo que hay un especial como que... No tanto así como del Dream Team, creo que no sentía mucho esa presión. Casi siempre he sentido presión simplemente en mí mismo, ¿no? Como que querer dar el mejor esfuerzo de mí, ¿no? Como dar como tu mejor performance, ¿no? En cualquier equipo. Y creo que sí sentí un poco de presión, porque todos decían el Dream Team, etcétera, de cosas. Y creo que nosotros igual como que pensábamos, ¿no? Que iba a ser un gran equipo, simplemente por renombres, porque...
¿Qué pensábamos?
¿No somos? Pensábamos.
No somos.
Ahí se va acoplando todo, ¿no? Nada, igual como que es muy lindo.
Que les deja la cara, pues.
Ay, ves.
Welcome back, friends, to potentially the loudest match of the entire day. It's going to be Entity versus Evil Geniuses, and the draft is already underway, and I'm here to guide you through it with some big brains that have not been united on panel in a great deal of time. Winter, you're so massively brained, we had to protect ourselves and insulate you all the way over there, while me and Fear try to gather ourselves and understand Evil Geniuses versus Entity. Winter, welcome to the panel.
Hello, hello, hello. Good to be here, good to be here.
I'm glad you're here. Fear, you've already been dropping knowledge bombs left and right in the first draft panel, but now you're looking at South America versus Western Europe. Different dynamics, perhaps.
I mean, absolutely, especially for EG playing here. Home crowd advantage, which is going to be massive for them. Like, whenever something goes good, you got the crowd on your side, you're going to feel a little bit better. For Entity, they might get the boos here and there. We'll have to see, but, like, it all starts with the draft.
The crowd has been gracious. You guys haven't been able to see it, but we're seeing the Spanish broadcast on the big screens, and a few people rolling up with Entity flags, and they got cheers. They did not get boos. It was a nice, gentle round of applause. When someone rolls up with, like, a C Smile jersey, crowd goes crazy. And they should be going crazy because Evil Geniuses got their hands on the spider for some reason. I don't know what's going on there, but first phase bans, Batrider, Enigma, and of course you take out the Whisper Saw on Entity and take out the Ricky. First pick was the Broodmother, Lina Undying response, and EG close out phase 1 with Rubik.
Good exchange overall, like Brood against Lina.
They ended up getting the Undying, too. That's a hero that's been incredibly... I think both these drafts are quite meta for the most part. Like, we haven't seen the Brood in, like, it feels like an eternity since, like, day 1 of group stage. But it's back now, and you got a Lina's exchange. You got a, you know, an Undying, not the best hero versus Broodmother, and then Rubik, who's also been incredibly popular, but hasn't had the greatest win rate from the group stage.
Yeah, because he's been picked a lot, and I feel like some of the games, the hero just got a very, very low win rate. I mean, it's not exactly the hero is bad.
He's actually the most picked hero of the group stage. 75
because
picks.
he's been picked too much. It doesn't mean the hero is bad. Like, I feel like the shard is just too good on the support. Like, overall, just the hero just gives you so much.
And do you think that this is maybe BO3 experimentation Fear? Because we did a bunch of BO2s in group stage. Every single game matters. Now you have a bunch of wiggle room, a little bit. See if you can beat the spider. Is that Entity's motivation letting it go through? Because there's a reason why it's been permabanned for the past 3 days.
Right, but I think when you're playing against a team like Evil Geniuses, like, the spider's not even that high on a priority list of what they can play, right? Like, the Timber Saw, we see that in the first phase. That is a specialty of EG and almost EG entirely. No one else will get that respect of just a Timber ban in the first phase here. So I think Entity, they're not really experimenting. I think this might be the weakness of EG, is that their Broodmother isn't really... I'm not going to say it's like they can't play it, right? But it's not their go-to hero for Whisper. He's oftentimes on a Primal or a Timber. We see him on the Batrider. More of a playmaker. So maybe their approach is with, you know, Whisper playing that, he's not going to be making moves on the map. He's going to be stable and static.
Yeah, in most of the games, like, EG has been drafting a lot more greedy heroes on the mid and the carry, and Pakas usually gets a very high pick priority. His hero generally doesn't really come out early. They pick his hero last. But I feel like Brood, in some ways, even though they don't play it so much, it's not their style, but it should be able to fit into their play style.
Yeah, they've won with it as well, so it's like, it's kind of like picking your poison when you play against Whisper in a lot of ways, and like, they just don't want to play versus the Timber today, and Ricky was non-negotiable, it sounds like, and so they made a trade. You know, Spider for Lina, and they ended up, so this looked like it was first pick Lina, right? And then it was
first pick Brood. Response. You can see the first pick above the Evil Geniuses.
Right, all right. So they got the Lina as a response, and then Undying, which is not really great.
It's Lina first pick.
It is Lina first pick. Yeah, you're trolling me there.
But then why does it say first pick on the...
Doesn't matter.
Look at the pick order.
Yeah, the pick order is...
I don't know Dota, I just know words.
Lina was first pick.
Lina was first pick,
and then they picked Brood, and then they took Rubik, and then they took Undying, which is not really good versus Brood necessarily.
True.
But they don't really care about that too much. It's probably fine in lane. They ended up getting Tiny here. This is a hero that they play a lot on their pos 4 and their mid. This is like probably it's actually their most successful hero as a team. So like it makes a lot of sense to pick there. It can rotate the Brood's lane. You can just throw the tree at the spiders and they all die if you can't micro them out. And then we see a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
So that I know Pakaz can play it, but I know the mid laner loves that hero.
Yeah.
See smile, he loves it.
Probably the mid laner.
Yeah.
Like I feel like these two teams have a very distinct way of like drafting. Like I just mentioned, like EG tends to prioritize and keep the last pick for the carry. And for Entity, on the other hand, they like to last pick Toby's hero. And I feel like in this kind of setup, I feel like if Entity is able to get like a good lane counter towards the carry's lane, that would actually dictate a lot of the pace of the game for them. Right now, they have like, I feel like they should know this SF is not the carry. Like I feel like if I would pick the mid hero here, or maybe if the Lina is going mid, but I would actually want to pick like a mid hero, like some Ember, some spirit hero, some rotating hero, and leave the off lane for last.
Only thing that might be scary about that is like the spirit heroes don't generally lane well versus the SF mid, right?
Yep.
But I mean, Tiny can lane mid versus SF, right? It's probably not the best matchup, but he can probably one of the better like rotating mids that can just deal with him in the laning stage. This is their first SF pick in the tournament, and that's probably their mid actually, right there.
Yep.
Stormer going to be playing the Pugna mid.
Why Pugna here though? Like it's against a Clockwork, Rubik. I feel like those heroes are really good against Pugna.
I mean, I'm just going to assume he knows his matchup here in the mid lane, right? So if he's going to pick it versus SF, he knows something that I also don't know here. So the clock, pretty good versus the Pugna here. We don't really know where SF's going entirely, but they could still mix things up a little bit. I guess they could still play Pugna on 4, Tiny mid if they really wanted to. It's still flexible at the end of the day, so it's not that bad of a response.
Yeah, the last time Stormer played the Pugna mid, it was against a Void Spirit, and I don't really see very many other similarities in Entity's previous draft with the Pugna. The only same hero is the Undying. Everything else is different, so I'm curious what the motivation is. But I'm leaning a Stormer Pugna. As
I would too.
A 4-position one would be very exotic.
4-position Pugna doesn't feel like I can do anything in the game. Like it's not even particularly strong in the laning phase.
You can feed. They take out the Visage, so most likely, as you suspected, Winter, Toby's hero, going to be the final pick for Entity, and we'll have to see. Right now, Entity keeping their options open with the bans, whether it's a mid SF or a carry SF.
They kind of need like a frontline hero, like some beefy hero that's some tight kind of hero, teamfight hero. They can also lane against the Brute if they can find that hero.
I mean, they played Tidehunter before, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That is the hero he plays. It could be potentially good. They will get to see where this SF is going, which I think is going to be super important.
Yeah. They kind of need like a neutral hero because they don't have the overall last pick. They don't want to get stuck in a situation where they pick the off lane and then the hero doesn't do so well if he has a very, very bad lane.
Yeah. I mean, he does have last pick here, so he will get to see what he will be laning against.
Surprisingly, Entity have not played Centaur a single time, and I feel like that's an offlaner that's been trending heavily throughout this group stage.
I mean, EG hasn't played Shadow Fiend yet either, so we're going to game
Kunkka
it first. So looks like Kunkka will be going mid, and it will be a carry SF with Clockwork support. I mean, different times now. You don't really farm cogs anymore. Go raise as level 1 just to secure the lane, but it's still a strong lane regardless. If you're picking into that and you're Toby here and you're laning with a Tiny, you don't have any super obvious choices here that you're just for sure you're going to crush the lane, right?
Yeah, no. I was thinking like heroes like Centaur, like Tsunami mentioned earlier, but the lane seems like it's going to be really difficult for him. If it's a range hero, like he's played Venom, but I'm not sure Venom if it's that good here against Clock and Rubik.
I say just go for the Tide if I'm
Tide?
here. Yeah,
Everything's more stable, right?
Yeah, I mean, you do have a tiny Tide lane, which probably isn't the best.
You have to pull, just have to pull and survive the lane. The lane is going to be hard, but I feel like the Tide does fit the overall setup with the Lina. It protects the Lina in the team fight, gives them team fight, goes well with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see here, but I think they need something that can deal with Brood in like the early mid game. And they're going Silencer. This is a very, very squishy draft. So
who is the offlaner?
Silencer? I think Silencer is the call.
I think
they did it one time. They did it one game in the groups.
Toby's the offlane silencer.
Oh, he brought it to the major, right?
Yeah, so the game that he did it in the group stage was against BetBoom, and they did win that game.
Right.
So it's not totally out of left field, whereas, like you said, Fear, Kunkka and Shadow Fiend are totally new for EG in this tournament.
Right.
And what is the mid lane matchup, Kunkka versus Pugna, as I try to speak over how excited the crowd is. Yeah. Winter, field it.
That matchup is very, very favorable for Kunkka.
Yeah.
Like, super good for Kunkka. I feel like it's like a 7-3. It should be at least 7-3 for the Kunkka. It's a very, very good lane for him.
And how about the classic off-lane Silencer versus safe-lane Shadow Fiend matchup, Fear? We see that all the time.
I mean, I think the way Toby looked at this is like, I get last pick, I better use it. And so this is what he sees as the hero he can play this game to punish a Shadow Fiend. So
it's
like,
just for the lane, though. It doesn't go really well with the draft. So I don't feel like it's a hero that the draft needs.
well, they got to snowball the lanes. I'm with you on that one. As EG's drafter looks very well-rounded, looks very scary. Entity, they're going to have to play off momentum here.
Yeah, like you said, the archetype of offlaner you were looking for, Winter, was beefy.
Yeah, frontline hero that allows them to protect the leader and the team fights. As of right now, they have nothing except for the tombstone.
Yeah, she's going to get bullied, and I feel like of the two favorite heroes of this major between Lina and Broodmother, Broodmother's been scarier to me. Despite the fact that Whisper hasn't been whipping it out that much, it's still ridiculous in this tournament.
I mean, I feel like Whisper's just been so good and consistent that, like, you kind of trick yourself into thinking, like, giving them Brood's a good idea because his other heroes are just that good. So it's going to be really much so a game where they're going to have to somehow make rotations onto this Broodmother, and I just don't see how they're going to really do it either. So
yeah,
it's going to be a tough game.
Well, they picked their poison. They took the Whisper Broodmother, and now we have to see how Entity is going to do against this home crowd here in South America. And we'll find out with our casters. It's Mr. Avo Plus and Jenkins.
Tsunami, we're in front of this wonderful Lima stage. People are going absolutely crazy. Pakata's playing with the audience. Panda's playing with us for some reason. It's been an absolute
That's
wonderful.
right, he's pointing at us and waving. Dude, he made me get your attention.
Does he really?
He wouldn't leave. It was like 2 minutes you were like signing people's things and he wanted me to get your attention.
The worst part is he just did it to insult me. It wasn't like it wasn't a nice thing.
Oh, this
hello.
bit is not working.
Oh,
I was
no.
sitting down.
Sorry, Jenkins has been sitting the whole event.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a wonderful event here in Lima. The summer is upon us. Vamos Gotito, they say. They finally figured out there's no hair under that cap.
That's right, brother.
I don't know if you can see those signs in the Spanish stream. I realize they cannot, but it's okay. The match is paused right now.
Yeah,
they don't want to concentrate on our faces, but unfortunately, they're fixing something. Maybe more tape for the booth?
Maybe an air conditioner.
Maybe they have to drill a
some
hole.
beads of sweat down Chris Luck's face.
Yeah. He might
I
be.
can tell you that's not nerves because he said he doesn't care if he wins or loses.
That's true. Tell me about that.
He truly doesn't give a shit.
He is the most patient man I've ever met.
Yes, he is.
That man is not afraid of anything.
That's right. This gentleman was more concerned with people coming to Peru and enjoying the food.
How many
culture.
Foods did he bring you?
Probably about 5 or 6. And there's a few. There's like one miss, but most of it was hits. I feel like it's very degenerate gamer food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like chicken and sauce and potatoes and all this good shit that's really bad for you.
Yeah.
Which I love. Anything that's bad for you, I'm down for.
Yeah, it's been mostly, Peruvian food has been mostly pretty bad for you, but very tasty, right? So
That's right.
something I really enjoyed
That's
here.
right.
It's hard not to join the crowd. I really am curious as to how Entity will respond to this.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure every time Chris Lux gets a last hit, they're going to cheer.
Dude, this is the most insane crowd that I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't understand how everybody here can be so happy. This is an incredibly happy country, which on USC's pubs I wasn't entirely sure about.
Right.
But you come here and it's just smiles everywhere, dude. It's hard to not be like contaged by it. Is that a word? Contagious? Like contagious.
Sure.
Right? Like COVID, but smiles.
I think we have 2 different personalities. People here have come up to me like, oh, Amo, I'm so big fan. I'm like, oh, do I know you from the stream?
Hey,
He goes,
Alva, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
There's that one, yeah.
Well, there was one that literally said, I'm the one that sends you death threats. And I go, oh,
Yeah.
you want a picture?
Hey, buddy,
Okay, yeah, sure.
A picture, yeah.
Okay, whatever. I think that's
You
just
look,
a-
they've got like the Grim Reaper. What's it called on Snapchat when you have like a filter?
Right.
I don't do the new Zoomer stuff. Is this just us?
Okay, I guess the
going on,
draft is
guys?
gone, guys.
Press
The game-
1 in chat if you think Entity is going to win, and press 2 in chat if you think Stormstormer is going to be playing Pugna.
We already know that, right?
Yeah, he's Pugna.
He's playing Pugna.
I just wanted to give people like a free W. You know what I
free
mean?
W, yeah.
Free win.
Okay.
Yeah.
They put our names now in case people have forgotten.
I said I want to be Banana Slam Jammer Dota.
Right.
All right, let's talk about the game. We got a Broodmother and we got a
we're going
Lina.
into, okay,
there
yeah.
we go.
Now
It's
we have a
bot-
picture in
yeah,
picture.
picture in picture.
But we are more important than the game for
Of
some
course,
reason.
of course.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep.
What can you tell me about the game?
We got a Broodmother, we got a Lina. And so anytime that happens,
one on each side.
You know that whichever team was first pick, which I didn't see it because I didn't know the draft was going, whichever team was first pick was like, okay, our second pick was like, we're going to leave both in, and then that way we're going to get one of them, which means they had an answer to both, I would imagine. Or they were very confident that Entity would gravitate towards the Lina, which I doubt, honestly, because their offlaner is just like pure summons. So they probably had a plan for both. It's EG.
Yep. EG, I know I've been feeling very good about first pick these days.
Yeah.
They feel very confident with it.
I think a lot of teams are feeling confident in first pick, just because there's like 3 really OP heroes.
Right.
It's like Lina, Brood, and then +1 for a team. It's like Tree. For some teams, it's Undying. For Gaming Gladiators, it was Leshrac.
Nature's Prophet for some people.
Nature's Prophet for some teams. Other teams don't value the Natures as much because maybe they're not like confident in the flex between offlane and carry.
Oh, the game is going, guys.
Right,
we don't need to see our faces anymore. Let's go right into the game.
Goodbye.
Whew.
Well, we'll still be here. We will still be here.
We will, but you can only hear our voices.
I will describe what's happening.
Okay. We're going into the game. The picture-in-picture can disappear.
Yeah, there we go.
We did it.
There
we
go.
summoned
Beautiful.
it. We're in the actual game right now. Jenkins, they're doing this thing where they're checking wards mid. We've not seen the weird degenerate tactics about checking tree and protectors with trees. This is much better than classic Dota.
That's
this
right.
is how smoke should be played.
That's right. They're meeting up mid, placing some wards. See Smile, maybe he saw that. We're not exactly sure. I can't hear you over the crowd at all, by the way, to be completely honest here. People are going absolutely crazy about just a smoke at the start of the game.
Yeah, something they didn't consider, right? Will the crowd be louder than everything else in the arena?
It is too powerful. I think because for the last series, it wasn't EG, obviously.
Yep. Oh, right, that's true, actually.
Yeah,
we're screwed. Okay.
Yeah, we're screwed, but that's
I mean,
okay.
if the crowd can cast for us, I think that's a...
Yeah. Well, they were doing the wave earlier.
It's an improvement over
our
cast as well, yeah.
We tried to do the left to right wave, though. That didn't work. Or right to left.
It's because we don't read that way, so...
Right, exactly.
It's very difficult for us.
Yeah.
Yep.
If we were in, somewhere they speak Arabic, though, of course, we would be able to do the wave right to left.
Like where?
Saudi Arabia,
okay.
Of course.
Good choice.
I'm cultured. I know where they speak Arabic.
Of course, yeah. Okay. The Horn finally starting Whisper.
Watson
here. Watson, the inventor of the Lina build, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that is true. That is true. This was the guy that originally did it. It was really like cheese pick back then. And honestly,
Watson did a lot of that stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like when I first saw this guy as a person in pubs, he was ranked 7, picking Abaddon carry, going Battle Fury Daedalus, and just one-shot cleaving with the Miscoil AoE. And he was winning with it against like top 10 players. So I felt really good about Entity when they picked this guy up. I just felt like he was a monster already.
Right. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, Watson was, what was the time? He was almost going to be picked up by, I think it was OG, but Uragi was top 1, he was second, right?
Yeah,
Those were the rumors.
True. That is true.
What do you think of this mid lane matchup? I know Stormstormer is a great Pugna spammer. He's the only one that I think is still doing it in this tournament.
Right.
But Kunkka usually destroys it on 6, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, right? It's like physical damage hero against a squishy hero in the Pugna. Sure, Pugna can like blast the creep wave, but you're going to get stick charges on Kunkka. You're a high HP hero. You're going to be able to push out the lane versus Pugna. And you can kill him. Like, that's the thing, is you can catch Pugna out, but that's the thing with Entity. Like, they don't give a shit. Like, they just give Stormstormer his heroes. He'll get his Visage. He'll get his Pugna. It doesn't look like a great game for it, and he just pops off.
That's true. Yeah, it's also true that like, the beginning of the lane with Decrep can actually be a real nuisance to the Kunkka because there's no way of lasting otherwise.
Yeah. As of course.
Are they cheering? Because
everybody's cheering for the wave cutting shenanigans.
Oh, okay, so that's a success. I see.
Honestly, it's kind of it's interesting to see EG choosing to do that with a Broodmother. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that before, actually, because Brood,
tends to win lanes.
Yeah, I mean, you have the webs, you just sit in lane, but I suppose against Undying Lina, I mean, tell me a harder lane than that. Like, you can't do it, right? So.
How do you see this matchup in general, the Brood versus the Lina?
I think the Brood versus Lina is definitely favoring the Brood. It's just that Lina will beat almost anything in lane, especially a melee hero. So I can understand why they go for the early wave cut, just to like 50-50 the first couple of waves. And then Broodmother, gets some levels, and then it gets to the point where Brood doesn't lose lanes.
Right. And then, I mean, in the early levels, because you go for all these auras, it's really difficult to match the tempo of a Brood, I suppose, as a Lina.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, you don't want to fight into like a Greaves, bunch of spiders, Broodmother at all. Yep. You want to go farm Ancients, not on the Brood side of the map.
Okay, bottom lane, they're going for Toby. They really want this kill. Nice little avalanche, though, by Kataomi. Kataomi, according to you, the best tiny player in the world?
I think so, honestly, after TI, after that, like, what was that, 100-and-something minute long game where he...
Yeah, the RNG game.
Yeah, he was the original guy that, like, started going for, like, the Daedalus Aghanim Scepter on position 4 tiny. And it's just kind of this idea that, like, once you have Blink Force, you don't really need other items, and you also don't need damage items to scale. Like, I know I said Daedalus, but just the Agnum Scepter plus the 20 talent plus level 3 grow is enough to basically be a carry or mid tiny from the 4 position. And yeah, he's just amazing at this hero. Like he almost always gets to that timing somehow.
And then we talk about the other side of this lane as we're seeing the top one, but of course, you know, Observer can't hear us. The Toby Silencer, what do you think of that? We casted the previous game with him. You were not very convinced. It seemed like a lane where he got away with it. Now, though, he's looking pretty good. They're going to try to kill Panda. The first blood, though, will happen in the top lane if we see Panda fall down bottom to the last word. They're trying to go for Matthew. That's not going to succeed.
So Whisper actually goes down first, which is
surprising.
I mean, yeah, this is the guy everybody's talking about this tournament. Like I feel like he's the best offlaner in the world right now, and he's known for his lane dominance. So, yeah, Entity, their Undying lineage working out very successfully in the top lane so far. And yeah, the Silencer, I mean, it's just so weird. I mean, he's destroying right now, right? He's doing very well. We saw him go like Guardian Greaves, Force Staff, and then eventually he built into like right-clicking items. So he was going for, you know, the typical like off-lane supporting your team build while just being a Silencer. Yeah. It's so hard to have an exact read on it because this is literally the only team that's like willing to pick it currently. Even the SA teams that will sometimes play the off-lane Silencer like haven't done it in a long time, not from what I've seen.
Yeah, and even when Whisper did it, it was more like the Witchblade build that was popular.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Right, not this Greaves pipe build that you could possibly go.
Well, you're like a Death Prophet light for some reason. You just
Death Prophet, except you don't push towers.
And don't farm fast, and you only deal
with
damage.
There's a lot of issues with... It's weird, but I respect that they're willing to do something really weird. Like, that's going to confuse the hell out of each... Well, actually, maybe there's the one team that's not going to be that confused by it.
No, they play in SA servers. They don't care. Bottom lane, TP from Pakas. It seems like it's going to succeed. They have nothing to cancel it. And he TP's to tower. He still has Tangles plus the wand. He's going to be fine.
Pakas has a Bracer. I know that's like a small thing, but Bracer, SF, like, genuinely... You would report somebody in a pub for doing this, but...
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but he has a read on this lane that, like, Tiny Silencer is going to kill him with Burst, and he can just TP out if he has enough HP to do that, so he goes for the Bracer, and he knows he's going to farm after the laning phase.
There's no ghost ship yet, so this shouldn't be an attempt on Stormstormer's life just yet.
He's just harassing. And
it does seem like
dumpstering.
Oh, you're right. Well, 6 Lassets, you know, it's acceptable.
Yeah, sure. But it's the denies that really... Well, actually... Chris also has a lot of denies as well, or C-Smile, as he's now known as.
No, we can call him Chris.
We can call him Chris.
Buddies.
We're boys. We're boys.
Right. Oh, look, he likes it.
Of course, he likes that.
So on the Bracer topic, it does seem like the most efficient way of building these early stat items would be like Bracer on agility heroes, Wraithband and strength heroes. That's the most effective HP.
Yeah, you're right.
But nobody buys Bracer.
Nobody buys Bracer. Yeah, this is a weird thing. Like you would think maybe like a Fluffy Hat if he he could build into like a Falcon Blade, or eventually he's going to get a Hurricane Pike, probably on the carry SF. But he values his life in having that HP regen so much more that he goes for an item that's considered to be quite weird, honestly.
Kataomi always good on these early rotations. They always do Cryptoconka. He has level 6.
He's not 6 on Pugna, though.
Oh, okay, that's why they can't kill him. And in fact, Matthew's here as well to help. Fishman gets a double damage room. C-Smile is going to fight head on. Goes him to cover a little bit of damage. C-Smile could be in trouble, but it's Warrant. Stops the Undying's onslaught. We need one more Nether Blast. That's going to get him. It's C-Smile who's down, and Matthew regrets his choice to come to this lane. He's being chased by 3 heroes. One more hit will not do the trick. Misses up to the high ground. A toss. Matthew already salved, but they will get him regardless.
Fishman walks to the rune, man. It's just a typical rune fight, but he's an Undying. He picks up a DD. He already had 14 decays, or 14 strength from decay, so...
Right. Little avalanche for the Brood Mother Life Strike Array. Nice little combo here. And they utilize that double damage on Undying very well.
That is the most effective Undying double damage I've ever seen.
Incredible.
I did not think that hero was good with a DD, but when he's walking around with 16 decays, he's hitting for like 150.
Yeah. What's wild to me, what's most wild is the audience is cheering for Entity, so I don't know if it's just a self-hatred thing or just they just don't care. They just want good Dota.
We're Dota players, all right? There's a lot of self-hatred going around, but also I feel like the crowd they just love good Dota. They just like Dota.
Yeah. It's true. They're just happy that there's a major
They're happy that there's a major here. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe by like day 2 and day 3 we'll get to like the booing of the
I hope not.
SA teams. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it after meeting a bunch of people here. Okay, they go for the play.
Yeah, telekinesis. Oh. The little body block on Panda. Now, with the Arcane Curse last word, Panda could be in trouble. Utilizes the cogs to get a little bit more space. They still have the toss, though, from Kataomi. They just need vision on Panda right now. Will they commit? We're going to see. Avalanche does miss, and the Razors are punishing Fishman, who went a bit too far. It does seem like Pakas is hitting pretty hard, and he will bring him down. There's the bias from the crowd. That's exactly what I wanted to hear here.
Yeah, I mean, Pakas getting off to a good start is... I mean, you're going to die to this guy. I mean, he's broken every single record that basically exists in Dota as a carry player. So, and on this SF2, like this is a Rampage Central type hero. So give him some early kills. The guy's going to snowball your game.
We'll see what happens as the match progresses for Pakas, because C-Smile is a little bit of the struggle bus. We talked about level 6 timing.
Yeah, he is.
They really stopped the timing well with that rotation. So how does C-Smile recover? What is his game plan here?
Well, he's got an Arcane Rune, so that definitely helps. If he could TP somewhere and make some sort of play. The thing is, like, going to Whisper is a bit weird right now because Whisper is also struggling. Pakas, I don't think, needs the help, so he's probably going to stay mid and defensively rotate. It looks like Whisper is actually finally getting some space up in top. He's about to hit his level 6. Okay, this would be a good rotation for C-Smile.
Yeah.
A defensive rotation with an Arcane Rune. He is so happy to do this, especially when his SF is tanky with a Bracer and 12 wand charges.
It's a good point. Panda's already coming down because he knows there's danger. He wants to protect his carry at all costs. Panda, I mean, Conflict is not one hero you usually see him on, so it's kind of surprising to me to see this.
It's a good hero for his playstyle, though.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you could argue that it's a save hero because he just gets in there, and you can like cogs and protect your core, and then just die.
Yeah, which Panda does love.
He loves doing that, yeah.
Okay. There's the ghost ship. They need some more help. Rocket Flare from Panda, but Global Silence immediately stops this play. They want to do the toss back on Matthew.
Ooh,
well, the Tombstone set up now made it a little bit difficult because zombies spawned immediately.
Yeah, that was actually kind of a griefing Tombstone there from Fishman a bit. I mean,
they even get the gold from it.
Yeah. All right, very good for EG here. And this is against the Pugna, right? Like, this is the hero that wants to be pushing your mid tower really early. Kunkka, not so much. And Whisper finally getting some space.
Yeah, he's even sending his little spiders jungle. He wants to keep his tier 1 tower alive for a little bit longer so he can abuse the lane. We'll see if this works out for him.
Yeah, nobody's taking the lane either, so he doesn't feel like he's in any like pressure to dive the tower and get any kills. He's just going to look to run to the jungle and, oh, never mind, he's going for Fishman.
Can he kill him though? Has no minus armor, Decay's annoying, it's level 2 already.
If he was on webs, the problem is Whisper's out of mana, so he doesn't have more webs.
Panda cancel this. He has cogs as well. He's going to push Fishman back. They're really punishing this poor Undying. However, Panda, it didn't accomplish anything.
Whisper's not even heading over. Whisper ditched.
Matthew just died. Fishman knows what he just did. Now the Torrent, once again, for harassment. The whole goal of this is to just push out the lane. They don't want this Pugna to take the tier 1 early, but they can't really help it at this point.
Yeah, EG's just prioritizing being around mid and defending this tower for as long as possible. But there's only so much you can do against a Pugna. He doesn't even need to commit to take the tower. It looks like it's going to go down here.
Okay. The Clockwork trying to find Kataomi, but instead gets tossed back. Panda now getting back home. There's the crap.
Oh, that's big damage.
So much damage. Panda's down. The top lane, Whisper's taking the tower, at least in bottom. They're going to punish Toby for this rotation. Can they do it? They need one more raise. They won't have it in time, though.
Ooh,
and rotation from Watson. It's actually the carry helping out his offlaner instead. Last word, and Rubik's dead.
I love seeing these Lenas get active, man. Like, I mean, she farmed such an early Maelstrom, and they're actually not leaving. They're going to go for Pakas here.
Ooh, he is out of mana. Oh, he has Mango and Wand. He should be fine for now.
Yeah, he's gonna TP out. When Lina shows up, you have to get out. This is why I love the Lina rotations. We saw it in the last series as well. Lina just getting active because even though she farms like faster than any hero in Dota, she also fights better than any hero in Dota.
What a stupid hero.
She's just good.
I mean, I agree with your point. She does have a small like dip in utility when she's like around the 15-minute mark, where she wants to really utilize the Maelstrom.
She's the BKB.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there's a point where she's strong at fighting, and you're not going to die without the BKB. And then there's a window where you need the BKB for the next fight. So she's more than happy to show up if it's during that window. As we see EG take out a bit of an ancient stack there.
Yeah. That's not going to recover them enough, though. The map is currently slightly... Actually, thanks to the Broodmother, they've managed to stabilize this. She is taking completely over the enemy jungle.
Yeah,
to the webs and spiders.
And they're trying to put Fishman against this. Honestly, a couple of weeks ago when I was pubbing, nobody was playing Undying, so I'm not entirely sure how Undying does like in a lane-sitting situation versus a Broodmother. Like, does Decay actually kill the spiders? I imagine probably it's not that great, but you know, at least he can sit in the trees and kill the creep wave. As I say that, he TB's mid. They're just not putting nobody against Brood.
I suppose with Decay Tombstone, it's not that bad, right?
Yeah.
All things considered. I didn't actually see his build.
His build? He's 4-1-1.
Okay, so classic Undying build.
Yeah, classic as in like this week classic. I mean, everybody's doing it. Like, there's very little like alteration in the build.
Yeah. I saw one person doing 2-1-2, and they didn't win. I remember, I think we casted that game.
2-1-2?
Yeah.
I think we were questioning the Tombstone level 2 because it gave more gold because of that.
Might have been Fishman, actually. It might have been that same game.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see as they try to take over the enemy jungle now, not just with the webs and spiders, but actually with some heroes. It seems like Entity's keen on contesting this. Panda will block the smoke for now, but Panda, can he survive this? He does the hook shot to Matthew. That was the escape plan all along. They send a tree over. Stormstormer, though, does have the haste rune. Panda's his target, but good cogs. Makes it impossible for Stormstormer to take advantage of the extra movement speed. He's now trying to take down the Broodlings, and he will succeed with the K. But no deaths yet.
That was a nice smoke break by Panda. The thing is, though, I mean, we've actually seen this more often than not now against Brood, where you smoke on her, but like it feels like you almost don't even need to kill her. It's just kind of pushing her out of the area so you can farm your jungle. I think the last time we saw this, there was a Lina farming as well. It might have been Gaming Gladiators that they had the Lina that was like constantly farming. And in this game, Entity is actually building a little bit of a lead doing this. I mean, it helps that they have 8 kills, but it does feel like Whisper's taking over their jungle a little bit. So, you know, maybe their goal to go down because of that, but it's not at all. Like, they're farming perfectly fine.
Are they gonna come?
Another double damage rune for Fishman. Here we go.
How useful is he gonna be this time? Panda goes for it. He has been decrepit. There's the life drain. Hookshot once again. Panda. He's the king of escapes. You said he had save. He's just saving himself.
He's playing this very well for not being the best Panda hero. I mean, when you talk about Panda, I mean, you think about the Viper, the Abaddon, the Omni Knight,
the Oracle,
the
Crystal
Oracle,
Maiden.
Crystal Maiden, because she had a save on the Frostbite.
You learned that fact.
Yeah, I did learn that from you. But I feel like, yeah, Clockwork is such a sacrificial hero if you do exactly what he's doing right now. Like, it's harder to play sacrificial on Clockwork than it is on, like, an Oracle. Oracle, you just stand in trees and ult people.
That's true. And also, Oracle and a lot of his heroes don't have much disengage except for the Abaddon. You just kind of commit to a fight and you die.
Yeah.
And Clockwork has a lot more
You have to
options.
actually press skills to get out, and you have to know where the smokes are coming. As Whisper, by the way, is blocking every single camp with his spiders. So annoying.
Clap for Whisper's blocks right
It is
now.
very annoying.
Okay, they found Matthew. There's not much he can do, it seems like.
Pugna does a lot of damage, man. Since they buffed his Q and his ult, it really feels like this hero is all about damage.
The Decrep is kind of insane with the Tiny as well. It's very similar to the old combo Chinese teams used to run, the Skywrath Mage Tiny.
Sky Tiny, yes, very strong. Tiny just needs like a little bit more damage to kill anybody with this combo, full to 0. And then with Pugna's damage, it's more than enough as well. They do have the hook shot. He's in the tier 2 though, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, he's not considering this. They know they have TPs. They haven't really forced the fight in a while.
Yeah, and he has the Force Staff as well. That's what Panda was clicking there. He's like, okay.
Oh, I see.
I'm not going to kill this guy if I go on him, and I might die to the tier 2. As Lina picks up the BKB.
He's going for a Manta style in the SF. What's the... Oh, for the Global Science, I suppose.
Yeah. I have seen this a lot as the X comes out on Fishman. And the Global for the 5 roll.
Interesting.
Undying, okay.
Oh, Panda once again finds Kataomi, this time with a recover 5. Can he survive another time? He does have the hookshot available, but he needs a target to actually hookshot to. He's just really tanky.
He feels fine.
Watson is coming by though. He hits him with a Laguna play, the hookshot. Panda will still die when he gets up to the high ground. As the Undying gets caught with the ghost ship. They need a little bit more. They still with the crap. Where's the fade book? Matthew's got it. Fishman will fall. The Avalanche with Ice Dark Array. Matthew wants to continue this fight, but he knows in the high ground he's too scared.
Okay, so 1 for 1 in the end of things. Both 5 rolls go down. Not really a big deal for either side. I mean, I guess for EG, Global Silence is down. That's probably the bigger deal here, is that you know that you can fight without the Global now. So you can get like a Kunkka combo off without worrying about it so much. But yeah, going back to the Manta style, like this is a very NA-SA thing too. Like if you have any excuse to go for a Manta style on SF, like they're gonna go for it.
What's the logic? Why is it so good?
I mean, they like using the illusions to push out lanes. You obviously get the minus armor.
Sure.
You can farm places without putting yourself in danger. But yeah, I mean, it's mostly for the global silence. You can also use it to like disjoint the Lina stun or like dodge the Lina stun, which
or life drain as well.
Or life drain, yeah.
Because my question is, why this over BKB?
It's the flashier item. That's why.
Okay, that's a Pakas move.
Pakas wants to set more records. Sure. We'll see if it comes back to bite him. Like I have seen this really grief games for sure in pubs where people go for the Manta style.
You know, actually, their coach was telling Vintage. He was saying that right now he feels like Dota is determined very much so by like a single item that you made a mistake on. Not
Yeah.
so much a play, but like a single build or a
Yeah.
single draft error.
For sure, and it's like you don't get an item at the right time, and so you lose the fight, and then
Yes.
they get an extra item on you, and then any item that you get doesn't matter after that point, it feels like. Whisper is being such a pain in the ass with these spiders. He's basically just choosing which...
Man, they actually have no jungle right now.
It's really annoying. So he did successfully block them. Whatever camps he can't farm, he's just putting spiders in.
And it's fantastic because they don't actually want to fight, right, in that jungle, so they can't really contest the jungle.
Right. This is a counter to like what I was saying earlier that people do, which is they put all of their heroes in the Brood's lane, and then they push the Brood out of the jungle, and they just farm behind.
Right.
But you can't do that if there are spiders. So this is a really beautiful counter to what people have been doing in this tournament to deal with the Brood. Like, prior to the tournament, going to the Brood's lane like this was considered a grief, but then people realized you have to do it.
Yeah.
Brood is so much of an OP hero, you have to go to her lane, push her out with 5 heroes, and then farm. But this counters that.
It's true. And Entity, you can see they're actually making movements towards that lane because they want to open up that part.
Right,
They just no
but
camps.
it's open it up for what?
Yeah.
Like, you kill the Brood, what camps are you going to farm?
It's true. Watson has been mostly in the triangle, which you said carries don't like being in these days.
Right.
There's a smoke coming in here. They want to go into the enemy triangle. That's a good way to open up the map for them. But for now, it's just a D ward.
Maybe they turn and look for Roche because, they're going to go for Roche.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
They've got the Undying. I mean, this is a...
Whisper will know this is happening.
He's scouting it.
What's the team fight looking like for AG? Not very good if it starts. Global Silence with the Avatos combo. They want to go for Matthew first, and he's down. Entity. Back into the Roche. Bakaz. He summoned Wreck in the Souls Blade. They did see him, and they all avoided. Nice force stuff there. Entity just ignores the enemy carry completely. There's a Tauren hitting the lean as well. Watson. Nope. It's actually Kataomi initiates to Purify to get rid of it, but no, Laguna Blade gets rid of Bakaz. No more carry. Matastal did not save him there. It's time for the Roche, and they're out of options. EG doesn't have enough team fight.
That high ground war genuinely just won Entity that fight.
Yes.
Not only did it let them get the pick off to start the fight on Matthew, it also allowed a zombie to spawn on Pakaz, which gave perfect vision of him while he was ulting. They all just back off, 4 staff away. And you can see the problem with the Manta style. Yes, it's able to dispel stuff, but you can't dispel the tiny avalanche, you know? Like, what are you going to do? Disjoin a single one of the stuns? He's got to eventually get a BKB. He's queued it up now. He's queued up the BKB.
Oh, Watson just got Brigand's Blade. That is...
Oh, that is so stupid on Lina. I mean, that's so stupid on any carry. That's like the best tier 2 neutral item.
It is, but particularly Lina is absurd.
Yeah, it's insane on Lina. I mean, honestly, most of the carries are heroes that are very like Lina. They're like Lina replacements, so...
That's true, actually. Okay. Another Decrep, but this time it's for the Kunkka. He's not going to die to a single bout of spells like that. The tower, though, that's a different issue.
Yeah.
Tier 1.
They were just looking to stop the combo from the Kunkka, so he doesn't get the boat off, which he didn't. He has the BKB, so C-Smile feels pretty fine.
Will they go for the tier 2? Usually you don't in the off lane.
Yeah, looks like they're just valuing taking over the triangle.
Right, makes sense.
They've got a great ward here.
Panda, of course, the smoke breaker, or perhaps he's actually scouting. Once again, it's Fishman who they target, cogs him back. All the nukes on him. Fishman is thanking a fair amount, but they know they don't have Tombstone, so they're just going to get the kill on the Undying. Entity, they retreat. They're not going to take over the enemy triangle today.
Yep, and while they're doing this, because he's got his illusions hitting mid, tanking for the catapult, so the mid tower is almost dead, and he's also farming out the entire bot area, so that's great for EG, particularly because their carry was farming during that time, and as we saw in the last fight, he's realized that he really needs the BKB, and honestly, he needs the Manta too. I feel like this makes a lot of sense against Silencer. You don't want a full hard commit to like, I'm gonna BKB every time you Arcane Curse me, but you need some sort of dispel. An alternative would have been like BKB Satanic, something like that.
Yep.
But maybe that's like a little bit too late of a timing for the dispel.
I see what you mean. Like you need
You need 2 dispels against Silencer. 1 is not enough because Arcane Curse is an OP ability now, not just the global silence.
Did you go BKB and then Manta afterwards? Or is that
Yeah, you could. And I think he might have regretted the Manta style after that fight, and maybe he would have gone BKB Manta if we replayed the first 15 minutes of this game.
It's a really tough choice to make in this game because Manta is definitely the win more item. Like
yes.
With BKB, you feel very weak still to fight.
Yeah, exactly. You get a BKB and like, it doesn't improve your farming speed.
Yep.
It doesn't give you that much damage.
Okay, at least Whisper took a tier 2 up top. He's continuing to create space for his team.
Yeah, that's pretty important. That's the first tier 2 of the game.
Yeah, and it's the team that's theoretically losing. They can't take any fight.
It's 3-12, and he just got a tier 2. That's pretty crazy.
my question to you, Jenkins, is what is C-Small going to do now? Like, he hasn't had any impact yet.
He's done nothing. He's done nothing. And, you know, you can see in his build that he knows that. Like, he's going for the water park build. So he's playing for late game. He's going to try to run in there, press his Agnum Scepter water park, and then probably refresher, double BKB, double water park. I imagine he's probably going to go for, I'm going to stop saying water park now.
Oh, okay, they go on him though. He can't activate anything now. It's going to be BKB immediately. And Matthew's like, please hit me instead. Leave my mid alone. But he cannot convince him. Entity gets another kill. This one a very important one because water park is not coming out like this.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
He's just beat all over it.
He's about 1,000 gold away. Yeah, Watson, I mean, all he needed was the Lina stun duration. Level 1, by the way, he's going stats. He's 114 build, which I can understand. He's trying to do a lot of, like, physical right-click damage because there's a bunch of BKBs on the enemy side.
Sure.
But there's going to be a bunch of BKBs. And also, he needs to survive burst.
It's looking scary because their source of team fight just died here. The second, probably being the Rubik, is not alive.
I mean, Whisper's up top. He's trying to force Entity back by split pushing into tier 3.
Sure. But Watson, he doesn't care. He's going to compete with Whisper, and they force him back, actually.
Against Alina, this is really hard. I've seen this trade happen a lot of times, the Brood versus Alina. They have to back.
Bakaz is still farming in the top lane, taking advantage of this extra time he's been given. C-Smile finally joins back. X marks the spot. This time it's for Watson. Still Kumbolo as well. A little bit of healing for Watson. He's like, guys, I think I can just take this Rax. That's exactly what he's going to do. But the smoke comes up from EG, wanting to surprise the enemy. Also the Glyph here. Entity, they acknowledge maybe they should keep their distance. Garden Greaves used. Tombstone will still give vision. They have the Nether Ward. It's quite difficult to snipe Watson. Now finally the Rax falls. Entity, big win for them here. As the hookshot hits him, the counter initiation from Panda, this could be good to Lacases pull it back even further, but he still has the Aegis, so even if he dies once, he's fine, and Panda just sacrificed himself for this play. He will get Watson, though, in exchange. Panda's down. What can they do once Watson comes back? X marks the spot already used, but it can't send him back. BKB from Watson as well. And because of the global silence, this is nothing. They just can't get anyone.
Yeah, that was a really awkward timing for EG and really beautiful timing from Entity. Understanding that Pakaz, he wanted his BKB before fighting, and he was just barely not there. That's why he didn't show up to the fight. That's why it looked really weird, is because they knew that without a BKB on Pakaz, they're not going to be able to fight there. And they don't exactly have great heroes at, like, poking the high ground defense either. There's not some sort of, like, repositioning hero like a Magnus or a Tiny to threaten. So Entity feels perfectly fine hitting with their Lina. There's nothing that's going to threaten him.
Yeah, it's true. And this all comes down to the fact that, like, the offlane Broodmother, despite having a huge impact, not bringing a team fight. Kunkka had to be that source of team fight.
Yeah, exactly. And C-Smile was 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter because they had just killed him. So it really was just a solid timing from Entity to push that high ground. But also, we could turn around and say that for EG, understanding that not fighting into that was the right play, we might say that in like 5 minutes from now, if a fight does go their way, when they do have the Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka and BKB on their SF.
Right, you cover your ass so you can't be called out for hindsight.
I'm just saying, I've seen high-skill players sack Rax before. Like, it feels really weird to do, and only really good players do it. It feels weird to me because I suck ass, but these guys obviously know what they're doing.
Right. I mean, I see your point. The patience this team is demonstrating. I tell you 3 years ago, this is an SA team. You don't believe me.
Yeah,
Actually,
exactly.
you think this is the NAEG.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So right now, it's all about what, like, Entity not making too much of a mistake into EG's zone.
No,
right?
they're not. No. I mean, it's 15-3 for a reason, but also EG's doing a really good job at farming.
How strong is this Ags in this game particularly?
On Kunkka?
Yeah.
Honestly,
I mean, in general, I know it's great.
Bro, a lot of it is RNG. A lot of it is RNG.
Really?
Yeah, it depends on if you can get the chain stun with the torrents on like the BKB units when you walk in. It can be either really good or feel like it is literally not working.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Like, it's a zone out skill, right? How important is it to be able to zone out the heroes on Entity? How do they deal with that?
It's definitely good because Entity wants to like fight around the Pugna Ward. They want to fight around the Undying Tombstone. Lina is also a hero that functions as like a turret and stands in one place in a fight. So yeah, walking in and being like, okay, well, you can't stand in this area, that sounds great for EG.
That's true. Your carry having to move instead of just the ground.
That is unacceptable.
Fishman, there's a Torn. Not Torn Storm just yet. They have a 4-staff ready. Matthew's crazy. But Matthew's going to die for this. And now the hookshot from Panda, that's not going to work either. The cogs are just a way for him to die. Closing himself in so his lifeless corpse can stare at Entity for eternity.
That was Matthew's 4-staff in.
I think so.
It was his 4-staff in.
I mean, he telekinesed right after, so.
Yeah. bit of a blunder from the two EG supports. I mean, I get Panda. It's like, you don't want your Rubik to die at the start of a fight. That was a bit desperate wanting to go there, because you know Fishman is baiting, right? Like, it's a position 5 on dying. Surely he has buyback. It's right in front of his towers. You know he wants to die and then buy back.
Was this for Whisper? Maybe they're just banking on Whisper ratting, and they were just hoping to create space at that point?
The Brood Rat is just not that good. I mean, Stormstormer has Octarine Core, Boots of Travel, so he's more than happy to sit here and kill these spiders. He also went for the... Oh no, he did not go for the Nether Blast cooldown reduction talent. He doesn't need it because he's got the Octarine Core. So he's more than happy to sit up here and just TP to his fight, to his team when they take a fight.
I mean, in the case of Panda, like you were saying, it's not his fault either, because the whole team relies on him to be safe, and he's the king of save your buddy syndrome.
Right, yeah. He's going to go in no matter what if you go in, so...
Especially with Pakas.
Yeah, and Matthew usually, like, plays to that, right? Matthew's the guy that's in the trees being very safe.
And they're going to try for a smoke, but Entity, they've been playing this game super patient. They haven't made a single misstep. Who's going to block the smoke? Fishman's been really good at that for now.
The unfortunate thing is that last fight, they had a DD on Pakaz in a bottle, and he does not have that anymore. So this is a fight on like pretty even terms against Entity when they're holding the high ground.
Spiders for scouting. We see now the BKBs almost all the ultimates already. Bro is ready, of course. Okay.
Entity, man, they're going for the full wraparound. They're going to get
good idea. Seasmall's in a difficult position. Activates BKB immediately, but the Lina still hurts. He has to be careful. X marks the spot. They want to fight around this area. They haven't activated Torrenstorm. This indicates they don't. The Brood might be stuck for a while, but Entity knows to disengage. Their patience has been impressive this game. Not a single misstep against EG.
Yeah, I clicked on Matthew to see if he stole Avalanche, because that's one of those scenarios where like that would actually make whatever the hell happens okay for EG, because it's such a good spell. Katomi's just been tree tossing every single time. Every single time he's getting tree throw on Rubik. He's not giving him this Avalanche.
That was very impressive.
It's such a huge thing to like steal that spell. I've heard a lot more Rubiks doing that now, where they call out like what spell they've stolen as if they, you know, it's like Ravage, like enemy Ravage is on cooldown or BKB is on cooldown. It's like that level of important for the next fight, what spell they have. And he's not gotten good spells. I've not felt a huge impact from Matthew's Rubik, which is uncommon.
It's rare
for him.
Yeah, he used to be one of his best heroes. They haven't had much success with it, though, in the group stage, just to be fair, in the very beginning. So we'll see if this game is going to change it. For now, they already initiate with the Avatos. Once again, the target is C-Smile. This time there's no BKB. He's just going to fall. Broodmother's next. That's the target. Still Silence Whisper, making it up to the cliff, but that's not what they want.
Yeah,
they want the Roche.
It's not even worth chasing him into the high ground there. They're going to take Roche.
There's a little fight going on the side as well, I think. No, it's fine. We're all good.
Support battle?
Yeah, support battle.
All right, who gets the Aghanim Shard here? Do you just give it to Toby so he can steal more int?
I mean, why not?
Yeah, have an epic time. Yeah, they gave it to him, of course. That's a classic silencer player right there, by the way.
Mine.
Yeah, exactly. Give me that 4 int instead of 2.
I'm the carry.
Yeah.
He also, the biggest part of the shard, though, on top of the silence, which is like, okay, you steal 5 int now per glaive every time you hit, which is actually considerable.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. It changes that. It's a really good shard. Like, pretty much, I think they could remove one element to the shard, and it would still be a good shard.
Yeah. The silence actually is the weakest element.
It's the weakest part, yeah, and it's still pretty good. I mean, against certain things, against like channels or whatever. But then again, Silencer already has a lot of silences, so it's not like
someone's block calling. Guys, wait, I'm on my 4th glaive. I'm about.
Yeah. It's like, dude, don't you just global them, bro?
But this is more efficient. There's only one silence.
Right, exactly. If you attack fast enough, it's permanent silence.
Yeah, but then you go, why are you a cheap Slardar? You're just a bad Slardar.
Range Slardar, my boy. Very powerful.
I mean, on the bright side for EG, they are finding a fair amount of space for the cores. They haven't really fallen back in terms of farm.
Yeah. But we can see Pakaz in the enemy triangle. Of course, from playing on USE so much, he's used to this. He's used to having to 1v5 games and farming in the enemy triangle when his team is griefing.
His 4's already feeding mid. And you're okay with that?
Definitely. Yeah, Pakaz could 1v5 this still. It's looking really hard, though. Like, Entity is... They're playing this flawlessly so far.
You value him over the Lina, the SF in the late game?
I don't value anything over the Lina in the late game, to be honest. I wish I could say there are matchups that are good against it, but it's like you need kind of a whole team draft, like a Bat Rider plus an SF or something like that. Then maybe you're talking something that counters Lina.
Right, and the Kunkka is not particularly that.
No, he's also not, we've not felt his impact in this game yet. No. I'm looking to see some big Aghanim Scepter Kunkka plays in the next fight.
I don't think it's a big play. I think you press and you go.
Well, yeah, you hope that it hits the right target. Right. And it can. I mean, it's one of the most destructive things to play against in the late game, honestly. Especially when he has the refresh. And he has a sheep as well.
Okay, he has tidal wave now. That could be important.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
repositioning.
repositioning. Could have used that earlier on the earlier siege, honestly.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're asking too much. He hasn't done anything this game, all right? Little baby steps. Okay, they decrypt the tombstone. That's a little bit difficult. Pakaz in trouble. Arcade for the KB. There's the save coming in from his support. And when the Ghost Ship plus a Torrent Storm, they're actually doing nothing for now. They're lacking the damage. Panther's just dying. Tidal Wave will be ignored. Entity. They just brush this off. They don't care about the water park. They don't care about the Konka. Tidal Wave.
They just don't have damage. They don't have damage for these heroes.
They're Australian. They just ignore these large waves. Now the Ranking of Souls, that wave might actually deal some damage. They finally get the kills they were looking for. Aegis on Lena, though. She's going to come back. What are they going to do when she does? She doesn't have BKB. She's in trouble. She's disarmed. She has to hit back, but she can't because she's constantly stunned. They finally get the kill that we're looking for. Onto Watson. Goodbye to him as the Tiny gets away with a Blink Dagger.
Entity, man, they bit off a little bit more than they could chew there.
This is the first time they might have overextended a little bit.
Yeah, they overextended. They were feeling the victory, man.
What a play by Pakaz as well. That Requiem was important in that
Yeah, that was a good Requiem. I mean, Watson just, he was in there with nothing. He had already used his Satanic. He already used his BKB. Yeah, they're going to keep pushing. 45 seconds. Watson is dead, man.
Oh. Okay, there's the booze. We did get
There's
them.
the booze. There's the booze. It didn't take until
pause.
game 2. His PC crashed.
All right, awesome.
Okay.
They were actually chanting, yes, we can, yes, we can, yes, we can. Crash the PC, apparently.
Okay, let's break this down a bit. So, Watson, he bought out.
Can we get
you know,
a replay? Is that possible? I mean, we have time.
with how the game is going, he was able to buy out. He thought he was able to buy out. Now he's dead for...
I can call for it. There we go.
Oh, there's the replay. Okay. Oh, that's what you asked for, the replay. I see. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, Seasma walking in and making them use all of their stuff on his Torrent Storm made it so that Watson didn't have stuff left for after the Aegis respawn.
Okay, sure.
And also, you are right. The tidal waves are looking pretty impactful. They're putting them like just out of position, and also it disarms. So you're stopping the Lina from right-clicking while that's happening for a sizable duration when you're talking Lina. Like 1 second is enough time to save her from doing 2,000 damage.
Okay, they just tried to unpause.
God damn.
And they said, wait.
God damn.
Entity needs a moment. I see what you mean, right? Like, they only need to create one opportunity because, honestly, it's Lina or Boss, right? And as long as you put her out of position, they actually have good team fight. So that's what they're trying to do. I don't know if Entity will fall for the same antics
It's
again.
like a really scuffed Bat Rider. It's like working, though. I mean, obviously it worked in the last fight.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's my favorite cam.
Dude, Panda does not look... This is a man who's been feeding himself away on Clockwork for his teammates for an entire game.
Yeah, but he's done a lot of saves, though, so I think Panda should be feeling
I mean,
good.
he should feel good about himself, but being a position 5 in general just doesn't feel good. So, you know, he's used to it at this point.
It's true. It's mostly pain.
It's a lot of pain and suffering.
You started playing position 5 recently.
That's right.
What was the reasoning behind that?
Depression.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard you got a cat of 9 tails as well.
I got a what?
A cat of 9 tails. You know the whip thing?
Huh?
You never seen that? It's like a whip. It's like a whip that has like multiple whips in it.
No, I've not seen
great
that.
for flagellation.
You're into some kinky shit, aren't you?
I mean, no, it's not my thing. It's just,
okay.
You know, I just
I understand.
You have some for research.
Right, of course.
And obviously, when you play support and you die, that you do that, and then oof,
of course.
Really
of course.
boosts you.
Yeah, right. No, your carry does that to you. You don't whip yourself.
I mean, Richie's actually only a 4, but you know, he is above me.
Okay, I see.
So it's not really up to me.
I see.
Oh no, he's our producer. He heard me.
There's the crowd in all their glory.
Yeah, that.
They did not look happy. The EG fans did.
They figured out what part of the crowd was actually happy.
mean,
Fishman's vibing though.
Yeah.
Earlier, Stormer winked at the camera, which is why he just got all of Peru in his pocket now.
Yeah. Oh, there's a smile on Panda.
Oh my God, Panda.
Okay. He did the calculations. He realized Watson does not have buyback.
Right.
And he's like, oh shit, we can actually Rax here.
Maybe Pakaz actually gave him a fist pump. You know, my favorite stat about this team is Pakaz's favorite player in Dota is himself.
Yeah.
And Panda's favorite player is Pakaz.
Yes, of course. Yes.
True support duo.
That is why they have been together for so long.
Yeah.
When the SA big reorganization happened, that's why they stuck together.
It's true.
It's because Pakaz has had his ego stroked infinitely by Panda on the position 5.
They actually
you're not going to give that up.
they're actually the only duo from that Noping that still exists, right? That lane duo is the only thing that survives.
Yeah.
Because obviously before Noping they were Omega, right?
Yep.
And once they changed for Pakaz into like, oh no, sorry, no, I'm wrong. Never mind. It was HFN actually. It was Matthew and Panda that stayed together for this long.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Support duo. I mean, that's a bubby ship right there. I think it's important. Not so much in the lanes, but like in the game.
According
and
to
also
Matthew,
you're
he
dealing
made
with
Panda.
your core's bullshit as well.
Right. So you actually, and the fact that Panda gets to not have to be captain even though he's a 5.
Yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly.
He's been told to train as a captain for years.
Yeah.
And then Matthew came by, he's like, I'll do it for you, bro. He's like,
Right. Yeah, that is good.
Yeah.
I don't think Matthew could turn like the captaining part of himself off.
No. That man is captain through and through.
Yeah.
Even when he has support staff, he still is essentially one of the coaches.
Yep.
He's still the manager of the team.
It's true.
He's the psych.
It's true. Even though in this game, C-Smile is the captain, of course, of the C, being the Kunkka.
Right.
And that last fight, yeah, he had a
Of the C smile.
That's good. Let me shake your hand.
We're shaking hand right now. Can we go on the camera? No, oh my God.
It's very sweaty.
It is incredibly so.
It's very hot here.
Don't show his score. This is just shaming him. 1-6
come
and
on,
5.
come on. If you could see the amount of that's 6 deaths for his team.
Right. So those are actually 6 saves.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
A lot of pride here.
All right, let's talk about the other side. It's easy.
Entity.
It's easy to talk about the
favorites,
Peruvian
right?
boys.
No, but Entity are great boys as well, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Fishman probably with Creep Wave was the most successful squad ever to come out of Tier 2 Dota.
Yeah.
Like they were all at TI last year in different
That's true.
teams.
That is true.
If you think about it.
And this year they're still continuing their trend of uplifting Tier 2 with Watson. They're like, okay, we're not going to go get one of these big boy carries that's been Tier 1 for 10 years. We're going to get a guy nobody knows about, except for Jenkins, because he was watching him play Abaddon carry.
Or Avo, who watched them on bait.
Going dataless. Oh, yeah, well,
the first scout was Dendi. That was the real
that is
scout
true.
of
That is
Watson.
true.
Yeah.
I will say that iteration of bait happened before I was obsessed with Watson's carry builds.
Sure. But
you
watched my cast though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
I think he also did like carry on dying before anybody else did. Like he did some really weird shit. He did some really weird stuff.
He's pretty innovative, and Fishman likes that stuff. He really likes innovation.
Yeah. It's funny that you say that because Fishman is just Bane, undying in every single game. He's the least innovative.
Right. Because he wants his carry to innovate.
Yeah, right.
By him being consistent, he allows his carry to innovate. You always need that person that's like feet on the ground.
Right. I will say hero-wise for the record, because I think Fishman actually, like, his early game smokes, like pre-game, I don't know if it's him that does them, but he's the one that presses the smoke. I assume as the 5, he is the one that does them.
Sure.
They do some good stuff, interesting stuff with like the warding pre-game. So Fishman is innovative, just not in his hero picks for the most part.
Sure.
This man is a hero spammer.
Let's go on to some of the other teammates because we have time.
Okay.
Toby, one of the rising generation of EU as well, right? It was the Viking GG generation.
Yeah.
He dropped off for a while, comes back with this team, another innovator as well.
Honestly, Toby, to me, is the guy that I would always see like top 10 on the leaderboard, and they're just on a shit team. Like he would just be on a team that you never knew if Toby was good. You're like, how is this guy so high rank?
Right.
And it just turns out like, for the most part, he was on like tier 2 teams. He was the guy carrying, and then he finally gets a roster around him, and maybe also the right people to play with like his sort of play style. I'm memeing a bit. There's obviously a lot more to it, but Toby has always been like a really high rank offlaner. In fact, like for a long time, he was the highest ranked offlaner in EU, which I think probably was highest rank in the world. Maybe China had a higher rating, maybe like Faith Beyond or somebody like that. I don't know. But Toby's always been incredibly high skill from the offlane and playing really weird shit like Silencer.
He does. He used to be, like, now he's known for the Zoo, right? And he did used to play Zoo for a while, but he used to have a thing for, like, ranged offlaners. His Death Prophet was very well known as well.
When Death Prophet was weird in the offlane, by the way.
Yeah, now it became mainstream, and he's not into it.
Yeah, that was like original Death Prophet offlane, where when she got, like, the move speed, and everybody was like, wow, if you move fast, you can go offlane. And then people realized she just heals herself so she can go offlane.
That is the same logic Ace followed when he's like, I can play Enchanter's offlane. This is easy, guys. I'm 330 movement speed.
He did lose that one, though.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. He was owning. He was owning.
And if we talk about, getting the right team for themselves, I think the standout to me of getting the right team is Stormstormer. I think he's a player that in Tier 2, when people knew about him, they were like, okay, he's a good Invoker. That was what he was known for. Invoker, maybe Pugna a little bit, but it was mostly the Invoker.
Yeah.
And besides that, they didn't really care about him too much.
Honestly, he was, I think Stormstormer had the, like, Team Bald streamer vibes.
Yes.
Up until Entity got Div. When they got Div 1, people were like, okay, this is the team that's going to get relegated again. And maybe if they're lucky, they'll bounce between Div 1 and Div 2. and then they got Pure, I think, and then I think it was the iteration with Pure where they looked extremely good, and everybody's like, wow, this Pure guy is really good. He's carrying them.
They just ignored Stormstormer.
And then they played, and then they played without Pure, and Stormstormer was like massively carrying them. It's like, oh shit, this guy like somehow either became good or was good and just under everybody's radar. Which I don't know what it was. I think probably he became good because I know in an interview he said that Arlington was really important for him mentality-wise. Like that was the point. He went from feeling like he was a tier 2 player to feeling like, oh man, anybody can be a tier 1 if you're confident enough, and if you play your heroes, you know, and which is why.
Yeah, the GA was actually so loud.
It was so loud.
It deafened
right.
our
Right. Well, no, that was just the global silence that came out from Toby.
Right.
They unpaused for a second. He globaled.
I don't know if they could hear the GA. I couldn't. Thank God my ears were protected.
Right. Right. I've got earplugs in because of course I'm casting with you. So. I'm sorry, I shouldn't sing at you. I really do love casting with you.
That's fair. It's okay. I do this to myself. You know?
Yeah, it's fair. In the mirror, right? You just shit all over yourself.
That's how it gets me off in the morning. No. In every way possible, you know. I take my cat o' nine tails. I go, Richie!
You call
where are
him
you at? It's weird
disgusting.
because now I live with my girlfriend, right, and she gets really angry when I call for him instead of her.
Right.
It's a very weird situation.
We should stop going down this path. It is going to degenerate. We're going to start getting into Moby Dick again.
Well, yeah, he's my Moby Dick. I'm the Ahab of this world.
Right.
I just after him. Much like
is Ahab the guy that harpooned him?
What?
Ahab
is the captain that chases after him.
Oh, right. So
but he goes crazy chasing after him.
Right. Okay.
If there's an Ahab of Dota, I would actually say it's probably Funnick. I think he's the closest thing to Ahab.
Like the guy that just keeps trying and goes
insane? He just keeps trying, but because of he's trying, he goes a little bit insane, but he's still incredibly skilled and good.
You want to actually talk about insane players? Because I feel like we're going to get banned if we talk about the players that have gone insane.
No, I don't mean that kind of insane.
Okay,
I mean the wholesome kind of insane.
Because there's some people, their Twitters, I mean, have you seen Francis Lee's Twitter?
Oh, but he has Riz. That's
He's got Riz with the old ladies.
Yes, with the old ladies.
There's like one person in chat that's like, oh yeah, I watch NADPC. I know Francis Lee. Flea Dota.
Sir Francis Lee, actually. Did you know he got knighted by the English crown?
Yeah, I heard that.
It was him after Rowan Atkinson.
Right, yeah.
He was right in line.
Mr. Bean, yeah, right.
Yeah, no, he's known for other things. Every time we say this, a British person comes to the crowd and is like, he's a serious actor.
I know.
He's done other things.
Blackadder and Mr. Bean, that's all I know.
Blackadder is fantastic.
It's amazing. I mean, did you cry in the last episode?
No.
Don't spoil it for people, but you didn't cry?
I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched the first season.
The last episode it'll wrench at your heart, dude.
That's good to know.
Yeah, it's really good.
You want to go back to Dota a bit? I want to go up about Stormstormer for a second.
We can do Dota, yeah.
I think I just want to say I think Stormstormer to me is such a reference of like what you can do or like the importance of tier 2.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of players that come from tier 2 and it's all about they're finally being discovered, right?
Yes.
And it's like they just played in really garbage teams and they finally get a chance.
Yeah.
I think Stormstormer did get 1 or 2 chances to somewhat shine.
He had chances, yeah.
But it's his grind that really makes him the player that he is. I think he's a very likable personality for that because he acknowledges the position he's in.
Yeah, you're totally right. I actually feel the same way about like the entire South American scene because there's this like idea that SA is the youngest